Why don't you? Testing. Jesus Christ. Fucking kill me. All right. Well, there you go. Oh, thank you. It's just honestly just a free playlist on Spotify. Sorry, guys. That was fucking embarrassing. What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? Fuck me. Yeah, so I said a bunch of shit. It was really profound. It was really awesome. And I forgot it all. So you guys are fucked. Long and short, talking to Pisco. I tweeted at him. He said he wanted to talk. Here we are. Exactly. You have no idea. Don't worry. Maybe later I'll tell you. Later I'll let you know. Fuck me. Dude, I don't actually know why. Like, this actually keeps happening. Every time I, like, launch it up, sometimes the fucking webcam and the mic is just shit. Let's see. Exactly, food bar. See, I know, because we have a special connection. That makes sense. Let's see. Let me message the old boy Pisco. 1 second. He did want to talk. Yeah, so I basically just asked him, after listening to Last Live and Learn, I'm curious as to when you would start to consider the DSA an actual threat to the Democrats. Because it did seem like, hold on, I wrote some notes. Yeah, like I feel like at one point, Pisco's main point was that they're not in a position to actually cause harm, so it's not worthy of actually focusing on them. But I don't understand why you would wait until they would become a formidable threat before you actually focused on them. One thing I wanted to see, you've already, movement. When did that start? 2009. Because like I think there's an argument to be made that like Trump is a result of the Tea Party movement, not a direct result, not something that they intentionally like set out to do. I mean, maybe some of them, but like you can connect the rise of the Tea Party to the election of Donald Trump, and that only took what, 7 years? Like a lot can change in a short amount of time when it comes to like U.S. politics or just life in general. 4 years is a decent amount of time for people, and I think like things actually can get bad. That's why I do think we should actually focus on these guys and not just treat them like they're jokes. And I think you can argue and you can debate over how to treat them and like how to not engage with them or whatever, but it still needs to be a conversation. We still need to figure it out, because I don't think we can just like completely ignore them until they're an actual threat. I think that would be a big mistake. I'm tired to go to bed. Good luck. All right. Thanks for stopping by, Irvine. Appreciate it, though. Enjoy the rest of your night. All right. Pisco said, give him a second and he'll swing by. So I actually have no idea if I will be able to stream my mic both in Discord and in OBS. So we'll see about that. Okay, I think that might work. Testing. Sweet. All right, I think that might work. Sweet. If it were me, and feel free to discount this, but I would say something like, if I get the creeps from a predator, are you going to demand peer-reviewed reasons of why I feel that way? I mean, that's a good point. I mean, yeah, it's just like, I don't understand why we would like wait until it got worse. Like wait until it's an actual threat. I think we can, like, just based on what they say, like in their stated intentions and their stated goals. And like, I do feel like each successive round of DSA candidates that have gone through the election process and gotten to office have gotten like a bit crazier and crazier. And I don't want to see what like the next round of crazies looks like coming out from the DSA. If they're successful this year, I think that'll just be no bueno. But that's just me. And I want to understand Pisco's perspective of like when it would be focused. Like, I don't think that we should focus all of our time. Like, yeah, Trump is a bigger threat right now. The Republicans are a bigger threat. And one of the biggest reasons the DSA is a threat is because they help the Republicans win elections. So, I don't think we should focus all of our time on the far left and the DSA and Hassan and all that shit, but we shouldn't like just completely ignore them and treat them like clowns. I mean, they are clowns in one way, but you know, they're like the clown from It, so they can be a real danger and like stab you in the back. So I was curious. We'll see. Which is crazy because I don't think their ideas are really, they're not. Their ideas are fucking stupid, and they admitted as such, and they're open about it. Let's see, DSA platform. Let's bring this up. Imagine taking a day off from work in the future. Yeah. Where's like the freedom? Okay, where's like healthcare for all, Finnish reconstruction, feminism for all, end mass incarceration, police immunity, Green New Deal, end the U.S. war machine, free Palestine, abolish ICE, a real democracy, economic democracy. We're not that he's a tanky for all time soccer wheels. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't think he's a, like, I love Pisco. I don't think he's a bad guy. I don't think he's a secret tanky, but I just don't know if he just, I don't know. Maybe I hope I'm wrong. Maybe I'm being an alarmist. That's a very real possibility, but I don't know. I'd be so happy to be wrong. I'd be so happy to be wrong. And guess what? I've been wrong a lot. So there is a chance I'm wrong here too. But we should always be safe. Should be responsible. And we should not let snakes into the den. I think that's just stupid. Like, what's the thing with the Senate? Don't they like abolish the Senate? Do they say it in here? Yeah, abolish the Senate. Yeah, this is why we wait. Let's just, like, their ideas are bad. They're not helpful. Their goal is to destroy us. This looks like a dick right here. Like, how are we supposed to take these guys seriously? All right. Until Pisco reaches out, I'm just going to read this. Sorry for pooping on him. No, it's fine. Like, yeah, I mean, just don't be, like, mean to him, like, or say on him shit, but it is what it is. Oh, I should probably tweet this out, too. Still got my handle on this. Oop, refresh. Click this. Go like this. Go here. Actually, there we go. Why not? Fuck it. I don't care. Let's see. You're not supposed to take their ideas seriously because they aren't serious. If you have time, take a look at the. Dude, I actually started to read that and I stopped reading it because it looked really interesting. And I'm a sucker for Ukraine, Russia, anything, and I love the Atlantic. I wonder if that's gonna be in the next print edition because I actually have a. Oh, it's actually the one publication I actually subscribe to, the physical part. So, I wonder if it's even in that. I haven't even opened that one yet. But no, I'm definitely going to read that. Maybe even tonight after it. Depends. Yeah. Oh, I even got the tote downstairs, or in my car at least, for when I go grocery shopping. No, because that seemed great, but I didn't want to continue reading it because I don't want to I want to read it for the first time on stream. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's great. All right, let's read through this. Freedom to flourish. Expand public resources to support recreation, learning, and social spaces accessible to all. Establish paid family leave for all workers, a 32-hour week with full pay and benefits, and a living minimum wage. Provide free, quality public education from pre-K to college, and cancel all student debt. Now, like, in a perfect world, this wouldn't be that bad. Like, okay. If we're being really, really, really optimistic about what we can actually achieve, then why not? But all right, healthcare for all. Guarantee universal healthcare at no cost to individuals, including complete access to reproductive and gender-affirming care. Expand healthcare access and quality by investing in new public hospitals and clinics. Make all medical education and training public and free. All right. No, never gonna happen. That's a good thing. I think it's always a good idea, but I think aren't most hospitals private anyway? Unless you want them to give like government grants and stuff to most hospitals. But universal healthcare is good as long as you have like a public option. I think that's a good option, but not like a single payer. I don't think that's a good idea. Like one government run, you should be able to buy private healthcare, but that's not far enough for these guys. All right, housing for all. Housing is a human right. Build a new publicly owned housing or social housing, strictly regulate investment properties, establish universal rent control, and guarantee right to console for all tenants. Whatever. Finish reconstruction. Oh boy. End the legacies of slavery and colonialism. Their favorite word, even though all their favorite leaders are some of the biggest colonialists and fucking imperialists and invaders in all of human history, but whatever. Reinforce anti-discrimination laws, honor all treaties and tribal sovereignties, enact reparation, and massively invest in good jobs, quality housing, and infrastructure in neglected minority communities. Again, all great if we're just talking fucking fairy dust and shit. But, like, yeah, we should, help marginalized communities, absolutely. But, like, this whole, if anyone who says colonialism is fucking crazy. And if they, like, equate that and shit that happened in the 1800s, even early night, like, stop. Everybody on Earth that was there at that point is gone. They can't hurt you anymore. We're not the same, all right? I mean, we are the same, but just stop. Anyway. They can't even agree on a public option. Exactly. They can't. Also, I gotta do this. I haven't done this in a while. 1 second. Where do I go? I go here. I go here. And I go here. If you haven't joined, use my Discord. Come say hi. Anyway, let's keep going. Wait. End mass incarceration and police immunity. Demilitarize police departments. All right, kind of based. Disempower police unions. I mean, I thought unions are good. Police union is kind of fucky, but I thought unions, yeah. But if it's cops, nope. And redirect funding to public services as steps towards fully abolishing the police and prison system, which protects the rich and jails the poor. Treat drug addiction and mental illness as a health issue, not crimes. End qualified immunity and empower civil oversight bodies with real authority over police. Yeah, treat drug and addiction as health issues, not crimes. You can treat, probably most of them like that, but some of them are just crazy, cracked out people that need to be, jailed and stuff. But, oh, hold on. Pisco said, okay, about to go live. I say, okay. Oh god, my back. Dude, cracking my back feels so good, but it intrinsically feels like a really bad thing to do. Which one is that this one? Yeah, it is. Alright. I'm gonna go dark for 1 second. Oh. I'm still here. Sweet. Okay, just hopping around. Oh, that didn't sound good. Hold on, why can't I hear anything? Microphone. Okay, I hope that the audio works on this. We will see. Yep. That's right. That's right. Rip. Oh, I see my face lighting up. So my mic might be working, but I do not know if my... Fuck. I hate being new at this. This shit sucks. It's the worst part of this shit streaming. But what are you gonna do? Give you some music. Oh, got some lightning outside. Hopefully that doesn't fuck shit up, but we shall see. The shreds, you say? All right, just waiting for him to pull me in at this point, so should be a few more minutes. Socialist feminist rights for career liberation and the freedom of all working class women, stop gender violence and implement policies that impress bodily autonomy and intimate life, including patriarchal restrictions. Jesus. Whatever. All right. Actually, all right. I'm using the restroom, so I'll be right back. I'll take it. Lucy. You're gonna fuck my shit up, weren't you? Alright, Pisco is traveling and there is a little bit of technical issues. We will be with you momentarily. Thank you for joining the User at the Chef stream. We bring you Mojito by Picture Talk and Jason Masoud. Enjoy. Yep, just waiting on Pisco. 1 second. Wait, how are they? Shit, I gotta set that up for next stream. Flip. Oh, hello, Lucy. Yeah, I saw he went live. He just said he's having some internet issues. Oh, shit. Dude, one of the things that I thought super interesting about the Olympics, not the Olympics, the World Cup, was the amount of people who came in saying that they were surprised at how much thunder and lightning were in the US. I had no idea that like places like England and Europe in general get far less lightning strikes in the US. Had no idea. Thought that was cool. All right, that's decently far away. Let's see. Some time. Oh. We got back in here. Let's see. Maybe a good question to ask Pisco is, what is red lines for the Democratic tank? Yeah, that's a great idea. That's not a bad idea. What his red lines are. And one of the things, oh, God damn it, my cat. 1 second. Who's it? Oh, killing me. In and out, in and out, in and out. And guess who's gonna be fucking crying to be getting let back in 5 minutes? Fucking Lucy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in a liberal tent, that works too. Like, I just wish that people would treat communists the way that what the fuck's this? Oh, I wish people would treat communists the way they treat Nazis, because like they're kind of just as bad if you really think about it. Like their ideology is just as shitty. It just depends on who you are. If you're on the receiving end of their hatred. Not to say that like one is better than the other, not that that matters, but I just think that they should both be treated with like equal disdain, and they're not. That's one thing I want to ask him about, like where he ranks like Nazism versus communism and like in fascism, like on a scale of 1 to 100, like because they're both like 100 to me. So like I don't understand how you would like absolutely never in a million years let somebody who's a Nazi into your party, unless they say the tattoo is just a meme and an accident. But I don't know how they can be so blasé and laissez-faire about adding in like communists, like avowed communist, Marxist, Lenin. Like it just doesn't make any sense to me. So maybe if I can get that message out there to his audience, I would be happy that like they're just as bad. And I think it would be difficult to convince me otherwise that they're not. It just really depends on who their target is. Like Nazism was fucking terrible, and the atrocities that they committed were terrible, and it was awful because it was like targeted, you know, on a group of people, and so many people as a result of the war that was started died too. But like we're talking like tens of millions of people killed under communism, but it was just their own people, so it's different. It doesn't matter as much. I guess that's what it seems like, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what he says. What's up, Bathroy? How you doing, buddy? Good to join you. Communist simping is out of bounds behavior. Exactly. And people need to realize that. People need to realize that fucking commies are just as bad as Nazis. Just as bad as fascists. They're fucking same exact thing. God damn it. Now, Pisco could fix his internet. Oh, shit. I don't know if you guys can see that in the window. What is it? More of it. Fucking crazy lightning. Internet better not go out. Luckily, I feel like the internet doesn't go out much at my place, which is nice. And before people try to find out where I live based on where there's a thunderstorm right now. Fuck. They're gonna get me, guys. They're gonna get me. They're gonna get me. They're gonna get me. So make sure I'm on the right Discord. I'm pretty sure I am. Yeah. Oop. My internet is fucked. Please hold on. All right, Pisco is dealing with fucking Japanese internet issues. So let's see. He ran Pegburn. I have offered Dave the date. He declined. No, wait, did he? I didn't watch any of the. All right, fuck it. I'm gonna watch that while we wait. I'm curious because I didn't watch any of Destiny Watch Professor Dave video. And let's see. Well, we wait for Pisco. Wow, I'm shocked he declined. Right? I know. I don't... Like, here's the thing. I don't think it's right, and I don't think it's fair to accuse somebody of being, like, a sexual predator who also enjoys and promotes genocide. And then when that person comes up to you and is like, hey, do you want to talk about what you just said about me? Like, I don't think you should be able to say no, because like that's a crazy accusation. And like, I guess people don't care what these words mean anymore. Like, but like calling somebody a rapist, like those are like reputation eliminating accusations against people. And I guess luckily, because Destiny's been in the space for so long and he's taken so much shit from so much people, and like, I guess it doesn't matter as much to him, but like to normal people, like that kind of accusation is so fucked up. Like, it'll fuck your world up. It's like if a woman, accuses you of doing something if you didn't do it. Like, it's in any of those situations, it's awful. So like to back away from a debate or just like a conversation in general about that after calling somebody like a genocide enjoyer, like that's unhinged. And I don't understand how they don't see it as them being like cowardly, or like how it makes them look like such a bitch, because like to me it's so obvious, it's black and white. So I don't know how they can be like, what kind of crazy mental gymnastics they do to like convince themselves like, no, this is what like a real man would do. It would be to call somebody like this and then hide behind someone's skirt. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I don't know. Let's see. Where does the video actually start? Around here. Maybe also good to mention that a lot of these DSA people are pro-Russia. True, exactly. And like at one point, I'm not going to find shit in these notes because I never can. So nope, I'm not gonna be able to find it. Fuck my life. I never can. Said to say anything to your party. People in charge of the DSA platform are not close to the levers of power. Okay. Motivation. People are freaking out. It's annoying. I think the focus is on warranted. It wasn't Pisco. That's not free. Oh, maybe it was up here. Read comments. Yeah, I don't know. I'm fucking retarded. I can't find it. Yeah, but I remember. Oh, yeah, because it was Pisco talking about how one of the people like didn't vote for Russia, and he was like, yeah, and that's cringe. Or not, he didn't vote for Russia. Like they voted against aid to Ukraine. I think it was Rashid Tlaib. And he was just like kind of like, yeah, that was cringe. I'm like, that's more than cringe. Like, I don't care if that's just like a vote just to, signal to your audience, and you were able to vote that way because you knew even without your vote it was still going to pass. Like, it still shows something about your character when you can like vote against that. And I doubt they would have the same, you know, chill if it was somebody voting for offensive weapons to Israel or something like that. Like, I don't know. You just like, why would you like let a fire get big? Like, just stop the fire out. Like, as soon as you see like smoldering, like as soon as you see smoke, don't wait until you don't have to wait until you see fire. You can deal with it at the smoke stage. Video was an anti-Semitic fallout. Oh, I'm excited now. This Dave guy literally does debates for a living. Anyone, yeah, like I think I would say the same thing. No lie. If Destiny was like, no, I'm not going to debate this guy. Like, I do think like what sometimes he won't debate people like Rob Noor and Big Papa Fascist or whatever his name is. Like, but he won't do it just because it's a waste of time to debate those people because they're just like inherently bad faith whenever they talk. But like, I couldn't imagine, like, I would think less of Destiny if he was like, if Hassan called him out and Destiny backed away, I would think I'm like, dude, you look like a bitch right now. Like, this is not a good look. What the fuck are you doing? But again, they convince themselves that they look fine, but more power to them. Like, I wish I had that level of shamelessness. That is something I strive for every day. And like, just like everything else, I fail at it. So like, more power to them, I guess. They're in their little hug back. Exactly. Well, the goal is social group behavior, not truth seeking. Yep, 100%. There's an argument to be made that better offensive weapons would reduce civilian casualty. Yeah, and like, I haven't looked into the Israel-Palestine thing a lot. In fact, like, I didn't even enjoy it much when Destiny was going over it, because after a while, I was like, I don't give a fuck. I don't, like, okay, it's just another conflict, another war in the world. But like, listen, like it or not, they do better than most armies. So suck a dick. I'm sorry. Like, are they perfect? No. Are they fucked up? Yes. Should Netanyahu be in jail? Yes. Like, fuck the entire government. They should get replaced. West Bank settlers, eat a bag of dicks and go fuck yourselves on the way out. Two-state solution, blah, blah, blah. But like, listen, they're like, compared like the missile and bomb attacks that happened in Gaza compared to like Bakhmut or Avdiivka or Kherson, like where fucking Ukrainian Anna lives. Like, it's not even fucking close. Like, talk to me when the Israelis are having human safaris on like Gazan like citizens, and there's like fucking videos being uploaded to the internet bragging about it. Or talk to me when the fucking Israelis kidnap 30 or 40,000 Palestinian children and bring them back to Israel and raise them as like Jewish. Like, fuck out of here. Pisco said, okay, he thinks he fixed it. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, someone else fucking hopped in the stream disagreements room with me. Rip. All right. Hopefully it should be going in a second. Hey, it's on the Hun. I sent this email your way a few days ago. I think we can raise 5 million. True. I've been saying this not to anybody online, but to a while, that you should do this to directly support Palestinian children. If you agree to share the stage with the Humming Liberal for good faith, helpful discussion, Stephen has already agreed to participate. Please let me know ASAP whether we can come together for an hour or so to make an important difference. How does he say no? How does he say no to that? There's no way he can say no to that and not come out looking not good. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That's not good. Alright, just waiting. Yeah, these people think Israel is Darth Vader, true. But I feel like you can also make the convo that Ukraine-Russia war is bigger. No, I 100% quorum believe that. Like, I think the case for genocide is much more apparent in Russia and Ukraine than Israel and Gaza. Not to say Israel and Gaza is good. It's not good. It's bad. It's not good. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. But like, Jesus Christ. Focus and like people's level of focus and care is just, it's imbalanced. They would claim that what's happening right now in like the gray zone. Yeah, well, the gray zone is filled with fucking psychopaths and like paranoid schizophrenics on the edge. I hate how most of the dialogue has been ideological capture with Dems in the defense of Israel's right to exist. They don't have the capacity to address issues like the settlers in the West Bank. I mean, yeah, Fubar, but it's like, it's that way with everything. Like, we can't even talk about COVID and what we would want to do differently next time a pandemic comes. Like, it's that with everything. It's because we all watch different shit. We all see different shit. We're all not on the same page. That's the problem. Like, it was different when everybody was watching the same shit. I don't know. World's too crazy now. Not only about genocide, but just if Russia takes over Ukraine, and it's a much bigger deal than if Israel took over the West Bank, unfortunately. Yes, I agree with that. I do think so. It would depend on what the Israelis, like which Israelis took over the West Bank, I think. Like, I think that would really depend. Like, if it was the settlers taking over the West Bank, I think that would be pretty fucking bad for the Palestinians there, if I'm being honest. But, again, don't quote me on anything with Israel Palestine. Like, you're it's a lot on emotion, if I'm being honest. It sucks when fucking a good cause has terrible representatives. Like, it just sours you to like anything about it, and you're just like, well, that sucks. But only have a limited amount of bandwidth. You can only care about so much. It's the way it is. Okay, how are you doing? Let's see. You can hear that one. Going dark for one second. All right, looks like Pisco just went live. Live from Japan, of all places. Not live. Professor Dave's room here is pretty, like, back rooms-esque. Like, it's already fucking bare and depressing looking. I mean, that's not real, though, is it? Is it real? Or is that like a fucking green screen CGI background? I hope it is, because it's like fucking, yeah. It's depressing. Come on, Pisco. I can't be free yes or no. Crystal, I'm sorry. Pisco's having internet issues in Japan. I don't know what you want. I'm sorry. I'm fucking bored too. I wasn't planning for this. I was planning to be talking with Pisco at this point. I'm sorry. How are you doing, though? Thanks for stopping by. Hi. Right.
Wait, is that real, Dan? Oh. He had other stuff that was going on, okay?
Oh, this is awesome. I can say anything.
Watching this until he gets back.
This is going to be cinema.
I'm glad to hear that.
DSA wants to give Jeffrey Dahmer one more chance.
Stop. Okay. Jesus.
Oh, yeah. I'm so happy that TTS is back. Even though I know in like 3 days I'm going to be furious that TTS is back because it's going to get too annoying. Should technically be asleep. We should all be asleep, Crystal, at this point. I think we should all be asleep. It's 9 o'clock. It's past my bedtime. What the fuck am I doing?
Oh. Kaz wants me to watch the intro to this.
Oh,
the blatant manipulation, opportunism,
Right,
and perpetual
4-4.
victim complex is intolerable.
And I didn't mention Judaism. I said Zionism. Get a grip. This kind of like rhetoric right here, you even know you don't. This is Nazism right here, right? Deception and victimization are like the two key pillars of kind of neo-Nazi belief. It's the idea that Jews are secretly behind the scenes controlling everything to deceive you, and they deceive you about that control. And then the self-victimization is they constantly.
It's 2 a.m. God damn. Where are you? Oh, you're in Europe? We're in Europe. If you don't mind, if you're okay with saying. Oh wait, top chat. I need to go live chat. What the fuck?
Yes, he is literally calling me a Nazi.
Psychosexually obsessed. See, 10 hours. I didn't even see that comment. What the fuck?
I'm not calling you a Nazi. I'm just saying that these are, whatever. I said it. I even said this is like neo-Nazi rhetoric, but okay.
farce will come at the end of this video, but we have a lot of
Thailand
context to
for
set
a
up and
Oh,
information.
you're
to
in
get
the
through
UK
first.
or
Honestly,
Ireland
so
or
many
something like
people have
that,
asked me
right?
to make a video formally summarizing my stance on
British.
Israel,
Oh,
and this
so
was
he
an
called
excuse
it.
to do
I
it,
said
while
that.
also
I said
highlighting
that
what a
before I
douche
saw
this
it.
guy is. Beyond
fucking
his
said it. I
nauseating
called
defense
it.
of Israel, he also has some really bizarre skeletons in his closet that
Well,
I
thanks
was
for
able to come
joining.
across.
Appreciate
Hornet's
it.
nest, remember? But we will get
If you
back
stay
to
for a
him
little
in due
bit, Pisco
time.
should
Now, many of
join.
you are aware.
I
Oh
don't
wait,
think he knows what
shit, he drew me in.
skeletons in his closet. I don't think he knows what that means.
Happy Tuesday.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yo, what up? Usurp.
What's up, brother? How you
Can
doing?
you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I'm doing well, bro. I'm doing well. Just ready for another loop, bro.
I know.
looping it up.
It's always a loop, right? That's life. It's one loop after another.
It is. It just feels like this is just another iteration of conversations that we've had time and time again.
Mhm.
But no, I'm always happy to engage with you and to talk it out, brother.
Yeah. I'm again. I was just curious. I think the original tweet that I sent out was just asking like what you would consider the red line for the DSA, where you would consider them kind of a threat worth paying attention to and worth spending at least a little bit of resources and time attacking.
Yeah, so there are a lot of things there that's gonna like annoy people that I'm gonna focus in on.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just taking issue with your premise and also your wording and not understanding it. So when you say like the red line before you start taking some attention and using some amount of effort to address like crazy stuff, I take issue with the fact that like I don't know what this quote unquote red line means and
Mhm.
that I haven't given attention to stupidity and like dumb shit from the left. And so
Yes.
those are just out of the gate, you know?
Can I say, well, the reason I say that is because like I think you had when in your conversation with on Live and Learn, you and Hutch were going back and forth a little bit, and you seemed annoyed that Hutch was kind of treating the DSA with as if they were a big enough threat to pay attention to, and you said you were annoyed that we were spending so much time talking about them. So it feels like as of right now, they're not worth talking about because you're annoyed that these conversations are happening and the focus is being paid on them instead of Trump. So I'm not saying that like to give me an exact thing or an exact quote or an exact
Yeah.
event, but like just it does seem that you're like, hey guys, let's not focus on these guys. Let's focus on mostly on Trump. So like I'm trying to think of like in general what would make you kind of be like, ooh, let's actually pay attention to these guys a little bit more.
Yeah, sure. So let me talk you through that is so annoying, the sub noise. I have to turn that off. I just need to find a way to do it. I just don't know how to
There's
do
nothing
that.
coming from me, right?
No, it's not you.
Oh,
It's not
sorry.
you at all. I
Sorry.
just don't know how to do that. No, it's certainly not your fault. How do I just delete a source permanently?
Good
Like
luck,
this
dude. I have
is
no
really
fucking
just
clue.
a huge problem. Twitch alert. Remove. Yeah, remove Twitch alert. Remove Twitch alert. Remove. I'm just gonna remove them from all of my sources, all of my
Do it.
scenes. So fucking
Do it.
annoying. Sorry. Just
No,
give me
you're
a
fine.
second.
You're good. You're good.
I know what you said about though, and I'll be able to address it in a second.
good. Pisco. I trust you.
All right.
I trust
Twitch alert. Remove it. All right. So I think we should be good. If it makes noise again, I'm sorry. That's just very distracting.
You're good.
Okay. Cool. So you're basically. Oh, that it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked at all. It really hasn't worked. Just give me 1 second. I think I know what to do.
At least the timing was comedic.
Um,
Like we can at least enjoy that.
It's not comedic. I don't like it. 1 second. Let me control C this, and then I'll go here, and I'll just add this as well. You guys are so fucking annoying. Please, I mean, do sub, but I'm sorry. This is like really unprofessional. Just give me a second.
You're fine, dude.
This.
You're good.
Remove. Like it's just trolling at this point. It's just fucking trolling. It's my fault, but all right. Now, okay. Now someone try gifting like 10 subs and see if it works.
Yeah, that'll show them.
I think we're good. Yeah, it's still there. What's going on? You guys hear that, right?
I can't hear shit.
What-
It's fine.
Where is it? Where's it coming from? I deleted it. You do hear it. How do I permanently? I'm sorry. This is so awful.
Do you have like stream? Is it like
This
a
is just
part of
horrible.
something else, like an overlay? Is it tied to like your stream chat overlay or something like that?
Maybe. I'm just gonna remove. I'm gonna do some crazy. Oh, here we go. I found a stray one. All right. So now you guys sub a bunch of donations and stuff. Oh wait, no, I found another one.
Ah,
Please,
dude.
please stop.
That's
Oh, I found another one. Holy shit.
dude, how many do you have? What the fuck?
Okay. That's I just like a bunch of these sources of okay. The regular sound isn't as obnoxious. Oh, I found another one. One sec. All right, here we go. All right, now we're good. Now we should.
Now we're cooking.
Now someone tried donating like 10.
How about
All
15 this time?
All right,
Sure.
yes. Now, Doobie, thank you for the $10, Doobie bucks. How about let's make it an even 15. Okay. All right. I am so sorry. Let's recenter ourselves. So
Yeah.
you're basically asking me like I'm taking the view that there's go ahead, sir.
Oh no, sorry. Nope.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? Hello? 1 2 1 2.
Okay. Yeah, is there like a lag? Is there like a massive fucking lag? There is a lag. Holy shit. Okay, it hasn't gone away. Please stop. Please stop. There's a massive lag. Hold on a second.
You're fine.
I might just need to join you on your own stream. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good.
There's a huge lag.
Yeah,
Just give me a second. Oh my god. That's not what I want to do. Okay. Okay, I mean, I think I have to just come on your stream.
Okay.
Because it's dropping frames like crazy.
Chat thing.
Wait, just 1 second. Let me try one last thing.
Okay.
And we'll just. If you have a stream, I don't know if you have a stream.
Yeah, I have a stream going. I don't know what you mean by join it, but we'll figure it out.
Okay. It seems to be.
Ooh. I'm talking right now. Can you hear that?
How about now? You can hear me, right?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Testing. 1 2 3.
1 2 3. Testing.
Okay. So Usurp.
Yes.
Here's the deal.
Okay.
There's a massive lag.
Gotcha.
When on Discord. So I'm not trying to interrupt you, but for whatever reason, it's like lagging massively. Why don't I try calling you and see if that changes things? All right. I'm just gonna try calling you.
Perfect. All right, we're doing good. Bonjour.
Yo.
Bonjour.
There. Wait, hang on. How about now? Testing 1 2 3.
1 2 3. Testing.
Okay, I think that's a bit better, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can hear you. Like, I don't know how much of a delay I am.
Okay, I think you're good. All right. Let's restart the conversation. So anyone who's watching this, you can start it right now, hopefully. And I think we've cleared up all the issues. So you were kind of going at me, or you were asking me, how can I maintain that, like, I'm okay criticizing lefties and the left and the DSA, but then I showed some frustration on Live and Learn, and I want to explain that. So the reason why I'm expressing frustration on Live and Learn is, I would say, probably twofold. The first is there's a group of, I don't know, people, call them the WIC class. Oh, fuck.
Is that another donation?
Okay, no, the whole stream is down. It's just not gonna work right now. But like, let's just maintain. Maybe I'll open up a Twitter Space. Is that cool?
I mean, dude,
I'll do a
I'm
Twitter
streaming
Space.
right. Like, I'm
can
streaming.
You join that from your end?
Yeah. Let's try that.
Okay. All right. Because I want people to.
No, yeah,
listen.
you're good. You're good. And
right,
yeah.
1 sec. All right, I'm gonna disconnect and start a Twitter Space. You can join. All right.
Perf. Well, this is proving difficult. Thanks, Ember. Twitter. Okay. I gotta do the fucking Twitter thing. Okay. Dude, this is his tactic. This is dirty debate tactics, guys. He's trying to fuck me up. He's trying to mind fuck me, and it's working. Okay. What the fuck do I do in choice? Okay. God damn it. Nope, not that one. Bruh. He's trying to get you in the head. Don't let him in. Dude, he's already in. Bathroy. Dude, he's fucked. Dude, I'm fucked. I'm fucked. Kidding. I don't know. We'll see. Listen, all I want to know is like, I'm not trying to. I don't want this conversation to get hostile because if it gets amped up, then it's over. Then we're gonna go off the rails from the beginning. But I just want like. It doesn't seem like listen, commies. Okay, whatever. I'll wait. I'll get it all out. Okay, Pisco. I thought wasn't Japan supposed to have really good internet? What the fuck? I thought or was that just Korea? I don't get it. Okay. Start listening. Oh shit. Look who's here. What's up, Substance?
You can hear me right now.
I can hear right now.
Yes?
Can you hear me? Oh wait.
Please just react if you
Can
can
you hear
me.
me? Yes.
All right, cool. I'm sorry about that, bro.
No, you're fine. Shit happens, man. You're away from home. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, bro. All right, let's restart the conversation.
Yeah, where were we?
So, to recapitulate, to summarize, you had asked about like my red line before I start considering the issue sufficient to like use resources to criticize them, and I had sort of raised an objection, which was like,
Fuck.
use resources to criticize them, and I had sort of raised an objection, which was like, and this by them I just mean here the DSA, the left, the lefties, whatever you want to say.
Mm-hmm.
And I had said basically I take issue with one, like my understanding of like what this red line thing is supposed to trigger, like what is the thing that's supposed to happen as a result of it, and to the extent that it's like criticism and spending some amount of effort debunking, critiquing, attacking, I feel like I've already fulfilled that. And your response was basically like, you were like demonstrating some frustration on live and learn. It's like, well, make sense of that. And that's where the whole conversation kind of like dropped off or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So here's my response to why I'm frustrated. I was about to go into it. Like, there's two ways in which it manifests. The first is a selection of people with views. Let's call them the Wick class. And again, I like Wick interpersonally. I'm kind of picking on him because he just has these views who
Mm-hmm.
take the view that like there's an existential risk of illiberal individuals taking over the Democratic Party. That frustrates me because I think it's untrue. And I think it's like hysterical. Now, that's why I was like kind of getting Hutch to show that he agreed with the rest of us that Wick was wrong about that specific fear. At least in the short to midterm, there's no real fear that the Democratic Party is going to be taken over by illiberal forces.
Real quick.
So that's the first
Can I
set
ask
of frustrations.
just one clarification
and then
on that?
the second is just like, I feel as though the conversation is
Hello?
centered on these vagaries that either are already happening in that people who are being said not to criticize the left are criticizing the left as appropriate, or are just like frankly meaningless virtue signals that are being demanded, and that's frustrating. But I don't like harp on how much time Hutch spends or how much time you spend
Mm-hmm.
attacking the left. It's not what I would do. But it's not like that is a source of frustration. So just to summarize, and I know I've just talked for a long time, my frustration is one, what I think are extravagant claims about imminent or close to imminent or in the near term future taking over of the party by illiberal actors, which I think is hysterical. And then the vague critiques, what I think are like nonsense critiques, that are like, you don't do X, but then X isn't defined. And I just saw that you dropped off as speaker, so I'm going to invite you again to speak.
Perfect. It says I'm speaker. Ooh. Hello?
Yeah. So that's it. We're just waiting for Usurp to join
Can
back
you hear me?
as a
Hello?
speaker.
Hello? What the fuck? Where's my shit fucked right now, guys? Can you
I
hear
just
me?
really am going to just demand
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
that people clarify what they mean by that.
Hello, hello.
Red line before what? Red line before endorsing in a general election? Red line before critiquing?
Hello,
Okay, if
hello?
it's the red line before critiquing, I'm already critiquing. People are already critiquing.
Fuck.
Happy to critique as appropriate, as needed. If it's the red line before, quote, treating them as an enemy,
Hello,
that's
hello,
again
hello.
going to have to be further refined. Treat them as will, as needed, and I have, as needed, and as appropriate. And if there's a specific instance
Swear to
where
fucking God.
there's a lack of
I'm gonna
criticism
kill
where it's
myself.
due, or where individuals should be called out for not properly responding to the tanky lefty infiltration, make that critique. But please just don't like sit in these vagaries and generalities about like, I want you to treat them like the enemy. I want you to treat them as they are. I don't want you to pretend that they're part of the Democratic Party. All of these are, in my view, filler phrases that are just an attempt to like not ground down in like some concrete prescription or recommendation. I just got a message from Usurp. Sorry, add again. Okay. Adding him again.
This fucking shit's so stupid. What the fuck?
And we'll get him there. I've just been kind of buying time now
Okay, I hit.
to wait for him.
I hit
We've been
that.
having tech issues. I'm really sorry about the tech
Your
situation.
request to
But
speak
we'll
failed. Please
get
rejoin
him
the
back
space
on in
again in a
about
few
2
seconds. What
seconds.
the fuck?
And I added him as a speaker, and we're just waiting. And I'm just buying time.
I'm gonna kill myself. Hold on. Fuck me. 1 second. I hate my life. Am I even fucking signed in on this? Fuck me. All right. Fuck me. All right.
Not scared of you, but I'm not going to bait you.
Can you hear me? Oh
Who
my
are
God, can you
like
fucking hear
just
me?
sniping. Not Wick. Wick is able to confront, but like who are making the kind of like imminent, lawless, tanky
Hello, hello, hello,
takeover,
hello.
Hydra takeover argument. And it does exist, and it is real.
All right, 1 second. Let me speak. All right, give me 1 second. Fuck me. Why did Pisco have to get us to this goddamn shit? So fucking stupid. Okay. All right, might be able to do this. Let's see. Okay. We got this. Okay. Chrome to the rescue. Chrome's going to work this time.
So, you know, on one side, you have people saying, we look at MAGA, we look what happened in the Republican Party, we look, you know, and we're seeing it like at low levels of, you know, the Democratic Party. Of like, if you go to like a young Democrats thing or like college
Let's see if it
Democrats
works.
thing,
Who
you're
the
going
fuck
to
knows?
see these kinds of people who are, you know, far left and are shutting down discussion and being a liberal and whatever. And, you know, my favorite of your side of the argument of like, this is something to worry about, but we're not, you know, like really fixated on it the way that someone like Hutch or Wick are. Maybe, you know, Wick is the most extreme. Is from their perspective, or so the strongest thing against their argument from your perspective, I think, is the Democratic Party is different, and we are far more pragmatic and ruthless about who we want in actual power, and we're going to get rid of these people. To me, that's very compelling. But I don't know if it's not compelling to someone, if like Wick doesn't think that that's going to
I don't want to interrupt. But
work, or if it's like it comes to a point where, you know, some speaker is going to do some
yeah, it's been saying
woke
I'm a
bullshit.
speaker.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
get
he's
this
still
guy
not
off the
fucking
stage
working.
because he didn't say Israel's
It's
genocide
being
or
real
whatever.
annoying.
What do you like?
Yeah, call it out. Say that they're fucking stupid. Say they're idiots, like we did when those people tried to like upset Bernie's speech. I
Right.
remember that. Like, just call them out as idiots and assholes. And but like, what else would we recommend, right? Because that's always the question: is like, what do we do other than that? Like, I guess arrest them if they're violating laws.
Can you hear me, guys,
Condemn
real quick?
them. That's all fine. I don't understand. Like, what are we lacking for that?
Can you guys hear me at
Rick
all?
thinks
Hello,
you're
by
lacking
chance?
For it. I think I don't want to speak for him, but like in my mind,
Can you guys hear me? Hello,
trying to
hello.
project from their side, it's like, okay, well, that isn't enough. It hasn't gotten rid of them. They're still
Just
here, and now they're
okay.
winning seats. It feels
Okay, I'm gonna start listening.
we need some magic bullet.
Join a
And they
speaker.
don't have a magic bullet. They don't even know what to suggest. We do, as you know, you pointed out every time. But it does feel like that's what they want because they don't feel that progress is being made on their side of, you know, the fight.
So they feel like they're
Isn't
losing the
just a
fight. In other
sneaker.
words, the
Is
thing
that-
is, and
I
I'll
say
address
something
like, well, then what if
offensive?
that quote doesn't work? But first, I just want to
Totally.
note there are some inconsistent strains in this argument because on the one hand, the same people, like Wick, for example, say,
I'm not a speaker.
"Oh,
I
these
don't get this to give
lefties,
you
they're
speaker
only
again.
winning in
He
places that
keeps
are super blue, and they
he
have
keeps
no
giving me
viability
speaker, but I
outside of that
still like he keeps giving me speaker, but I still lose. Like they just don't hear me.
aspect of their ability
Ever since I
to."
tried to do fucking this. Like this fucking shit's so busted. Fuck this website. Thanks, Elon, you fucking retard.
It doesn't work,
Hello, hello, hello.
then
Hello, hello.
I don't know what to tell you. Like we
Hello,
have to use
hello,
the
hello.
instrumentalities available to us in the open marketplace of ideas
Hello,
and
hello, hello.
our
Hello,
various
hello.
different
Hello, hello.
circles
Hello,
and
hello,
media
hello, hello.
savviness and
Hello,
whatever.
hello, hello,
But
hello, hello.
we just need to like win the argument and be better, right? Like to the extent that they're
Hello,
saying
hello,
stupid things.
hello,
Now, just to be
hello.
clear, I
Hello,
don't think that
hello,
everything the DSA
hello.
says is stupid.
Sure.
And on things in which they're based on, I think that they're based on, and I think that they should be listened to. So it's a give and take, but
Hello,
yeah, to
hello.
the extent that they're cringe, and they're often cringe, and they often say stupid things, they should be challenged. And if that doesn't work, what else is there? Kill them?
Hello,
What
hello.
else is there? Like,
I think that there's a maybe a desire to treat them the way that they want you to treat, you know, some other pariah.
I don't even know what to
level
do. I
of
tried a different
ideology,
browser.
which I don't know if, like,
Dude, this
I don't
is
know
so
how you would prove
fucking
to them that
stupid.
you kind of already do, but
so here's the way in which I won't treat them. Like I'm not going to treat them like MAGA, and the reason for that is I
Hello,
don't
hello, hello.
vote for MAGA. I don't endorse
Hello,
MAGA
hello,
because I
hello,
think MAGA
hello,
in the
hello.
American context is like the
Hello,
worst
hello, hello.
political movement we have.
Hello,
And so
hello.
I, by definition, don't treat them like MAGA
Hello,
because I'll vote for
hello.
them over MAGA, and you will too.
yeah, they
Hello,
Everyone,
hello.
everyone except for I think people who are immoral, or people who are like, I won't vote for in a general election.
Try again.
Same there, Daria Lisa. I would vote for Daria Lisa over Trump. I would vote for Daria Lisa over JD Vance. I
Hello,
would.
hello.
yeah,
And
but
I think that you're crazy not to.
Would it also mean something to say that you would also vote for JD Vance over like someone who's significantly worse? Like I don't.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck to do. Okay, let me try this. All right, let's try this. This is fucking dumb. Oh, cool, it's not working. Okay, come on. This doesn't work. I'm just fucked. I have no idea.
It, and they can't make you see it the way that they're seeing it to make you think that way. And I think it's a failure on their part to just notice how you behave about with politics in general. But it's also when you hear them talk about like I can imagine the world that they're imagining. I can see the steps playing out. I don't know if it will. I don't think it will. I think we are like more robust of a party, but I can if you imagine the world that they see, then I think their being upset kind of makes more sense. I just don't know how to I don't know. I don't know how to make.
I don't know
the
how
math-
that changes the prescription. So, like, let's say that I am
It doesn't
convinced
make the change of
in like 5 to 10 years that there is a real genuine threat of illiberalism taking hold of the
Browsers.
Democratic Party.
Jesus
If
Christ,
I were
the
actually
cloud.
convinced of that,
What
let's
the
say.
fuck?
Let's just say it's today, just for the benefit.
Different
Oh,
browsers.
that it's yeah. Like if it's today, then you have the unfortunate hypothetical of like Stalin versus JD Vance. Who are you
One more
voting
thing
for,
I can
bro?
try.
And like
One more thing I can try. This is it. Let's see. Let's see. Let's try this. It doesn't fuck my nut up.
you know, maybe that's a more difficult situation where you have to really think about, well, where, now, in my opinion, I would vote for the liberal left over the liberal right, just because I think a lot of the structural forces in America are more tuned to prevent excesses by the liberal left. Here I'm thinking about the military. Here I'm thinking about federalism. Here I'm thinking
agree with
about the courts, right? The legal system. So that's why I would pick the liberal left over the
I
liberal
don't know
right.
why I'm muting it. Not like
Thankfully,
it's gonna
we're not
fucking work
presented with
anyway,
that
but
option right
let's
now,
see.
right?
Yeah.
Even if
Who's
you were
up the cut?
convinced, in
What's
other
up,
words,
Tribe? How you
of
doing?
the
Hooch?
diagnosis of not imminent, but like credible incoming threat of a liberal left, it doesn't follow that like anything that we're doing is wrong. It's not clear to me. And so that's what I want. I want some more concrete proposals. Let's just get an
Oh,
update
it
from
says
Usurp.
hello.
Usurp says, it says I can speak, but nothing coming through. Different
Hello,
browsers,
Can you hear
incognito
me? Can
mode.
you hear me?
It just ain't working.
Do you have your mic set up in the browser, like on Chrome? I also use Chrome because Firefox doesn't like Twitter Spaces. If you click on like
True.
next to the like in the URL, you can click on the page is accessing your microphone or whatever. Just make sure you have the right microphone.
Yeah, I think that's what's going on.
All right, we'll try one more time. Let's see. Let's try. Join. Start speaking.
But I'll end it
Hello.
if we're having the tech issues, and I'll just call you on Discord. But why don't you give it a try to try to select the right input?
Royal red carpet.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Hello. What he said, and I did it. Not working. Elon fucked the site to death. So, frowny face. All right. No, I can't even fucking hear from it. This fucking cuck website. Hello, user chat. How are you? What's up, Shibby or Vishy? I don't care what I'm supposed to be seeing, but it shows you as a listener on the space on my net. Are you on Chrome? Yep, I was on Chrome. I was on Firefox. None of them fucking worked. It worked for the first minute, and then I tried to like expand the window, like a fucking idiot. I tried to use the site for its features that it has, and it just didn't start. It just stopped working after that. Watch, try again. Start speaking. Everyone from audio. All right, let's do this. Mic in. Hello.
There, and how do we stop it?
Testing.
Imagine the
Oh,
threat is
might actually work.
Versus socialist, a liberal candidate. Use the systems that promote these candidates. Oh,
Hello.
Usurp.
Yo,
Are you there?
what's up, dog?
You did it,
Yo,
bro. Oh
Yo,
my
let's
god.
go.
Saved. Fucking
Only took
saved.
the fourth fucking time. All right.
Just to finish off with Lance real quick,
Yeah,
and
go ahead.
Lance, I
Sorry,
do appreciate you
finish up.
coming in to save my life. Yeah, just fight them when it's appropriate to fight them, and fight them, successfully if possible. And when it comes up to that ultimate decision of like general election, I think you go for the lesser two evils. I don't know what to say. Like, yeah, use all methods of convincing, get media strategies, all that shit. But I don't know what else we can do. Other like, we're not going to kill them. We're not going to kidnap them. We can't like quote unquote kick them out of some formal structure of the Democratic Party because it's all decentralized. There's not like one unity of oversight over who calls himself a Democrat. That's true of Nick Fuentes, and that's true of the DSA types. And so, yeah, that's what I got is try to win the hearts and minds when it's time to like whittle down the candidates. That's all I got. But thank you, Lance, and we'll get to the usurp conversation.
Thanks, Lance.
Okay, folks, I'm so sorry for all the tech issues. This is all my fault. I don't know why my internet's acting up. I'll try to fix it so we don't have these issues in the future. But to
It is all his
summarize
fault, by the
once
way. It
again,
is all his fault.
we had just talked to Usurp about like why it is that I'm frustrated, and I gave two responses. One is like this imminent takeover fear that's being expressed by the WIC class and people like that, which I think is untrue and which was rejected by every person on Live and Learn. And then there's the kind of like vague, not getting to the heart of the prescription, specific concrete proposals. That's what frustrates me. But I'm not like frustrated that people criticize the left. I'm not like doing an accounting of all the minutes that people spend criticizing the left like other people do. So those are the two things. Maybe there's more, but at least now for you to chew on.
Yeah, no, I get some of that. One of the things that you said earlier, like when you were talking about the WIC class, you were saying about like how it's an existential threat. They view it as an existential threat, and you don't think in the short or near term they are really a threat. What do you? Can I just ask like what you view as the short or near term? Like, is that 4 years, 10 years, 50 years? What?
Yeah, in the next 10 years, I don't see them, the illiberal left, taking control of the Democratic Party.
Yeah,
And just to be clear, I don't view someone like AOC or Mamdani as the illiberal left. Who I view as part of the illiberal left are like, maybe Hassan, maybe the people who did who like write some of these slogans or whatever the fuck in the DSA chapters. Like that's who I'm viewing. Like not the politicians though. So like I just view that, and not just me. I think everyone on the Live and Learn panel, we all, and the reason I stress this is because there is this kind of like implication that of all the panelists, Pisco is the one who's like least concerned of the tanky takeover, but we all agreed on that.
Yeah. I think you did all agree on that. I think what people don't understand is how it does seem from everyone's perspective. It just looks like you run cover sometimes. See, you don't like in my mind. I'm not saying that they're right or wrong, but I'm just saying I think that's what people see. People perceive you as running cover for people on the far left. One of the things that I don't necessarily might not agree with you with is how you don't think that like the liberal takeover is within a 10-year period. Like I don't think that would actually happen. I think it might take a little bit longer, but I could easily see within 15, 20 years an illiberal takeover of the Democratic Party. I mean, we just saw in real time an illiberal takeover of the Republican Party in less than 10 years. I mean, you can in some ways say that the Tea Party movement was the beginning of what eventually led to Trump. And I think the Tea Party started in 2006, 2009. And by 2016, we had Trump in office already. So like, I think we should, like, we take for granted how fast things can change in US politics and just in life in general. Like 4 years, each election cycle is a long time. Like a lot of things can happen in a short amount of time. And I don't think that we should just treat what's obviously an intentional, deliberate attempt to usurp the Democratic Party and just treat it like it's a joke. And I think when you get, not jump down people's throat, but when you get on people who try to bring up that threat and reinforce that threat and talk about it, it seems as if you don't want to have the discussion or that time's wasted. And I do think because in my mind, like on a scale of 1 to 100, where would you rank from 1 being best to 100 being the worst? Where would you rank like communism, Nazism, and fascism?
I mean, I think in America, relative to their ability to gain power, or relative
just
to
like
their
like
ideologies.
Think about like you wake up
expressed.
tomorrow and you're in that system. Which one like rank them the worst from best to worst? And you're in like an American version of that system. As strong as America is today, that's how strong the system is there.
The one example of Nazism that we have of specific Nazism is Hitler and the Third Reich. Okay,
that's pretty shitty.
I think that's a pretty shit place to live, given that the war. Maybe there's some period of growth or whatever, and this is again applying only to German citizens. Obviously not Jews and other types of minorities and people who were discriminated against in the regime. But eventually, the war came back to like Germany and it destroyed hundreds of thousands of people that died, obviously. And so I really
But
wouldn't
even
want
like
to
as a
live in.
system, the war like notwithstanding.
That's what I'm asking. Are you
Yeah,
like
like
so?
with like
You're
just like
like
the system,
asking.
yeah, pure system, pure
Would you
system.
want to live in a Nazi
I don't even ask. No, I'm
system?
asking which one you
Independent.
would. I'm not asking because I'm not. I don't even want to put you in a position of having to pick which one you'd rather live in. That's why I'm asking, like on a just scale of 1 to 100, like the 3 different systems, like a pure communism system, like what we've seen in the world, a pure fascist system, like we've seen in the world, or a pure.
It's going to depend on the country, my guy. Like it really is going to depend on the factors you
Can
say I
just
shouldn't take
like
into
humor me?
consideration.
Can you just like humor me?
So you're asking
Like, I'll give
independent.
you my answer.
Wait. Can I?
Can I give you my answer?
I want to get clarity
My
on what
answer.
I don't know what you're asking.
I'm
So
asking,
I'm
like on a scale of 1 to 100, where would
we
you
just
rank
need to
him
we
from
just
1
need to
being the
slow we just need to
best and
slow down. I need to
100?
understand. I need to understand what you're asking, right?
All right. The question
Okay.
is.
So let's take it slowly. So
I
repeat
am
the
taking
question,
it
please.
slowly, but you keep
Okay.
interrupting me. My question is, on a scale of 1 to 100, 1 being the best and 100 being the worst, where would you rank a system like fascism, communism, and Nazism? Because in my mind, I would rank all 3 of those as 100. Because all 3 of those are completely
100 being the worst.
Yes, 100 being the worst.
Yeah.
Because all 3 of those are illiberal systems, and
Now-
what they're not, maybe because there's 3 of them, it's 3 sides of a fucking weird ass 3-sided die. They're all the fucking same. It's just a different flavor of who is being persecuted, who's being killed, who's being pogromed, who's being put in camps. It's all fucking the same. And I don't understand like this weird mindset. I guess because we never went to war with them. Luckily, they only just killed tens of millions of their own fucking people. So who gives a shit? But I don't understand how like we're able to have people pretend to be fucking Mao. Like they're LARPing. Like in my mind, there should be no difference in dressing up on stage as Mao and dressing up on stage as Hitler. They're one and the same. I think it's fucking disgusting how we're allowing this.
You want
to
to keep
happen,
virtue signaling, or do you want me to answer your question?
Well, it seemed that you couldn't understand it, so I wanted to give you a little
No,
bit of detail.
I still don't understand it. So you want me to rank them in
No.
terms of evil. Wait,
Okay.
you want me to
If you
rank
don't
them
get
1
it,
to
I'm
100?
wasting.
You wait. So I need to understand what you're asking. Is that okay if we pick it apart to make sure we understand it?
Go ahead.
Okay. So you're asking me on a scale of 1 to 100, where 100 is the worst, how
What
do
I
you
said
rank
made
these
sense,
different
right?
ideologies? And by rank here, you just mean in terms of evilness, I'm guessing, right?
If you want to use the term like evil, sure.
I want to know what you mean. You're asking the question.
Which one? Like I don't like. To me, it's hard to answer this question because I gave like my example and exactly my rationale for my answer, and I don't understand how you can be so like you cannot understand what I'm saying. So I don't know
Sir,
how to break it down.
You're
simpler.
asking me to rank things 1 to 100. I need to know on what basis I'm ranking it.
What do you think?
Is that
I'm
a
asking?
fair question?
Can you answer what you think?
I proposed one. I said I assume that you're asking me in terms of how evil it is.
Okay, what do you define as evil then? Bad. Yes, evil. Let's go
Yeah,
with evil.
yeah,
Let's go with
bad.
evil.
What ought not occur? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I offered that. That's
Bad
why I'm
for
asking
somebody
that.
who's living there. Not a good system to live in. A terrible.
Oh,
place
that's
to
okay.
be.
Okay, so then that's slightly different. So you're asking me where I would live, or what do I think is most evil?
Let's go with the first one first. Let's see where that.
Okay,
lands
what's
you.
most evil? And when you say most evil, you mean independent of whether or
Am I
not
fucking
the country's going to
crazy?
go to war, independent
Or is this like
of
so
like
fucking
the
pedantic?
peculiarities of a given place. You want me to just assess it on ideology alone,
Sure.
correct?
Sure.
Okay, then I would put Nazi at 100. I would think that even Marxist-Leninism is not as bad as Nazism. Nazism as an ideology by itself includes this desire for war and conquests and a Lebensraum,
And
which it necessitated a war in
communism,
the bloodlands.
ideological like concept of communism includes an entire worldwide revolution that includes violence and war.
It's not entailed by it. No,
What do you mean?
Marxist-Leninism does not.
Isn't that the natural end result?
You're asking me to assess the ideologies in and of themselves, just as themselves.
See,
and
okay,
I think
wait. This is, I think, also one of the big problems. One of the big problems here is that, like I said, I answered the question. I would rank all of them as 100 because they're all terrible.
Yeah, I'm saying that I think Nazism is worse than Marxist-Leninism.
Okay, I think they're equally bad, and that's the view that I think more people should take. And I think that's my main argument here. Because I think people
can reasonable minds disagree about whether Nazism is just as bad or a little more bad than communism? Is this really what we're debating?
No, I'm trying to say that they're all they're all equally as bad.
They're all bad. I'm not a Marxist-Leninist. I think
you're saying
bad.
One's worse than the other. I'm saying they're both 100. They're both 100. They're both equally bad.
They're both
we should
equal.
treat them the same.
Okay, so then should we have gone to war? Should we not have gone to war on the side of Stalin? I mean, I don't know what you're. Should we have made war with Stalin instead of having him as an ally?
I mean, we should have in 1939 when they invaded Poland alongside Germany, but we
Okay.
didn't because luckily we were staying on the sidelines and just paying the British and giving them equipment
Okay.
until
Is
Operation
this what this is all
Barbarossa
about? So,
and
so
Hitler actually
clearly, I
backstabbed
think
Stalin.
Marxist-Leninism and Stalin is bad, right? We're just doing this virtue signals like,
No,
oh,
that's the
he
problem.
thinks
It's just-
Nazism is worse, but I think it's equal. That's what we're debating.
Because you wouldn't for a second ever think of like allowing a Nazi in your tent, and I think that, in my opinion, you should treat a avowed.
What do you
communist
mean,
the
let
same-
intent, dude?
like be cool with them running in our primaries. Like just.
You think
the
I'm
same
cool
way
with
that
Marxist-Leninists running in primaries?
You're cool with the DSA.
Wait, when you think I'm okay? I'm okay with some DSA members, and so are
You're,
you, aren't you?
No.
You-
okay,
are-
yes.
you-
Okay.
yes,
wait,
you are, right?
so
You are
what
okay with some
happens?
DSA members, correct?
You wouldn't be this generous with the Nazi
Just
party.
answer it,
That's the
please.
problem.
You
I
yourself.
know, because you've had this conversation 25 times.
Are you refusing to answer? I'm
and
just asking you. Like, just like I am okay with some DSA candidates running in primaries, and in fact, some DSA candidates I prefer to non-DSA candidates. You're fine with some DSA candidates running in
I
primaries,
would not vote
correct?
for any DSA candidate. No, in the same way I would not vote for anybody who was a national
No,
socialist.
sorry, no.
No.
Sorry. The question is whether you would vote for them. The question is, are
I'm
you
not
okay with them
no,
running?
No.
Any DSA candidate?
Yes.
Okay, that includes AOC.
Yes.
You're not okay with AOC
And
running.
if she said
Why?
she came out tomorrow and said yes, I could, because that ideology is fucking garbage.
But AOC is not a
I don't
Marxist
care.
Leninist.
I
She's
don't
not a
care.
tanky.
If she thinks, then she's not smart enough. If she doesn't understand that that ideology is so tainted and such fucking garbage, that if she's dumb enough to say I'm one of those people, then she shouldn't be in politics. Sorry.
Okay.
Because people, for some reason, because
what's
for
worse?
some
Ma-
reason,
what's
people
worse?
just think that
MAGA.
communists
Okay.
are just like whatever. They're
So
cute.
what's worse?
Like, but
what's
no.
worse, MAGA or communism?
Right now in this world, MAGA, but they're both illiberal, so they're both 100.
So you think MAGA
both
is equal to
100.
Nazism?
They're illiberal.
MAGA is just as bad as Nazis.
They're illiberal.
No. So to ask the question again, do you or do you not think that MAGA is just as bad as Nazism?
When it comes to a illiberal perspective, when it comes to the death of Jews, no. To an illiberal perspective in my government, yes.
Wait, but isn't the metric going by evilness, and Nazism does include?
I tried to just because I tried to say just.
Yeah,
in
you're trying to
because,
avoid.
No,
you're
because
trying to,
no, because you know what I wanted to avoid, Pisco. You know what I wanted to
Yeah,
avoid. I wanted to
what's that?
avoid you being like, or someone to be able to say, "Hey, I'm not Jewish. I can live in Nazi Germany, so it would actually be okay." Like, let's say you're someone who's a teacher. I think if you were a teacher, like just a white normal teacher, you might, if you had to live on who was going to live
Look
and
at
who
how
was going to
ridiculous.
die,
Can I respond
you
to that?
might say that, hey, I'd
look
rather
at how
live in Nazi
ridiculous.
Germany
Look
instead
at
of
how
communist
ridiculous
China
what you're
as a
doing
Mao.
is.
It makes sense.
So you're saying we're isolating Nazism independent of anti-Semitism, which arguably is its organizing principle, and independent of war making, which is arguably its second pillar
And that's why I also try to add
of Nazi
fascism
ideology.
to add that third one, because people get fucking hyper fixated on the most pedantic side details when I'm just trying to explain that they're all 100 bad. They're all
So
just as
I'll
evil.
appeal to the good faith of the
you're
audience.
trying to focus
I'll appeal
on-
to the good faith of the audience.
Okay,
When
fine.
he asked whether or not Nazism and communism are equal on the scale of 1 to 100, did you understand Nazism to be independent of anti-Semitism and independent of expansionary military goals and war making? I didn't understand that, and so that's something we needed to elaborate. And so if you're asking the question, okay,
If you
Nazism but
couldn't
remove the
understand that
hatred
from
of
my
Jews.
example, I don't know what to say.
Do you think your example made it clear that when I was picking between Nazism and communism, I was removing anti-Semitism? How was that made clear by your example? That's the
I was
first
just
time I'm
trying
hearing
to-
of it.
Because in my example, I demonstrated that I wasn't necessarily trying to look at each particular detail and to try and think like each part, brick by brick, which one's worse. I was just thinking in general. So when I made it so every one of those three examples was 100, my example was, wow, they're all 100.
Okay,
because they're
so now
all
let's add
illiberal.
the anti-Semitism. So now let's add the anti-Semitism to Nazism and say now with Nazism given
Okay, let's add the
anti-Semitism.
anti-Semitism into communism. Done. Boom.
Well, would you say that that anti-Semitism is entailed by Marxist-Leninism?
I mean, it's built into it.
In what respect?
I mean, I'm pretty sure in every single communist system that's been
That's
set up.
looking at that's looking at historical facts.
Yeah,
You
but it's
tend
also
to make
built
it
into
independent
it.
of
It
it.
wasn't Karl Marx the one of the forerunners and like creators of communism, like super fucking anti-Semitic?
Karl Marx,
Yeah.
the anti-Semite.
Probably. I don't know. Everyone hated Jews back then, or he was probably Jewish. If he's not, I know that that anti-Semitism is something in communism, and I might be wrong. Maybe, am I wrong?
So
Tell me.
many of the leading communists were Jews.
Okay.
And I mean, like, that doesn't mean that there weren't, like, obviously anti-Semitic communists.
Then how come
and
anti-Semitism showed itself in every single communist utopia?
because Europe was anti-Semitic.
Mm-hmm. All right. Then I was wrong on that. Fine. I will take that
ask a
back.
question.
Go ahead.
Do you want Lance? I would prefer for it just to be us, Lance, right now. But Usurp, if you.
I don't care. Yeah, go ahead. I mean, do whatever you want. You're the host.
So what I want to get to, Lance, we'll get to your question, but is this back and forth between us? This back and forth between us is like, this is tangential, right? Like, let's say that it's true that I think that Nazism is like somewhat worse than Marxist-Leninism, or even, let's say, significantly worse than Marxist-Leninism. Let's say that's true. Who cares, right? Isn't there a sufficiency, like a threshold of evil that I clearly think Marxist-Leninism is stupid, debunked, socialism is like, or I should say communism, and like these socialist countries have debunked economics that don't work. Like, I don't agree with this shit. So
why is Nazism
why are we
worse
doing
in your
this?
mind?
Why are
Like,
we
what
having
do
a conversation right now
Can I
about
ask
this?
real quick? Can I ask, like, what makes, was it like just like the anti-Semitism and the persecution against Jewish people alone that made Nazism worse? Or was it like the targeted murder? Like, why in your mind?
So I think Nazism is bad. Number one, because it expresses a lie, which is this racial science and hierarchy. And so, I mean, and that I think entails some level of deprivation of rights, which I care about, and leads to bad consequences in my view. I think that Nazism, as a core fundamental ideology, relies on this notion of Lebensraum and like room for the German people, and necessitates expansion.
Doesn't communism necessitate expansion too?
No, not necessarily.
What then? Like, why? Okay, it just so happens that like most
I'm just
every single communist thing try to expand.
Even if it is, so I understand you to be asking questions independent of the historical record and what actually occurred. I thought you were asking like the ideology qua ideology independent of historical facts and what happened.
Am I right or wrong? Let me, because I might be wrong in this. Am I right or wrong in thinking that communism, in the theory and in practice, will eventually take over the world, and every state in the entire world will have a communist revolution? Isn't that technically the end state of every state that starts communism? Correct or not?
Yeah, I think that communism in general is international in character.
Well, no, like that is like the intended goal of every state that begins. So like that seems pretty
the expansion as but first of all, I do want to get off of this, but this is so fucking boring. But yes, I think
my question was about how to get you off, because this is a derail.
This is a humongous derail. But to respond to you, I think the expansion entailed by like Lebensraum, which necessitates genocide, right? We're talking about, it was entailed in what was being proposed. It necessitates genocide, and the kind of ideological expansion and revolution.
Like, communism expansion wouldn't entail genocide?
No, it does not logically, definitionally entail genocide. But again, it's not crazy. I mean, you're assessing the ideology. You're assessing the ideology.
He'd be fine.
All right, you're assessing the ideology independent of historical record, historical fact, whatever. And what's the point of this, dude? Okay, let's say they're equally bad. What does that matter?
And I think like I've made my point extremely clear. And what happens now is we've gotten into like this nitpicky, pedantic thing. My entire point of coming into this conversation was that when I was watching you on Live and Learn, I saw, you have a conversation with Hutch where you were frustrated about how people were treating and how much, of a threat people were treating the DSA. In my mind, I would treat a little threat like a little tiny smoke, a little tiny fire of communists in my
party. Like Nazis.
Yes, because in my mind, they're both illiberal systems. Like, if we're going by death count, communism killed more people directly. Like, so I don't understand, like, why we're able to, like, look at the Conservative Party and, like, they allow Nazis in their party. We judge them for that because it's fucked up because they have no standards. But when we're over here saying like, oh, you know what? Yeah, the communists are over here and they're avowed socialists and they're in the DSA and they say they actually do want to abolish the Senate and abolish the prison system. And yeah, like the AOC who was coming in as a DSA in the beginning, she was not that crazy. She was just like a normal like lefty, whatever, like pie in the sky.
She said abolish the police.
And I was, why are you focusing on that instead of letting me finish my point?
Do you want me to address what you're saying? Ever? It just like the common consensus is that AOC has moderated, not
She
gotten
ha-
more crazy.
She has moderated. I was saying that when she first came in, compared to the crop of DSA candidates that won their primaries this year, she was less crazy than the ones who came in this year. That's what I'm saying. It seems as if they're getting more and more extreme as they come in. And I'm afraid that the next batch of DSA candidates in 2 years, in 4 years, are going to be even more extreme than the ones in New York City today. And that is my fear. And I don't think we should be jumping down the throats of people who think that it might be a smart idea to address this issue before it becomes an actual threat to the party that they claim they want to be.
So let's just take it step by step. First, on this notion of jumping down throats, to the extent that Democrats are making smart, good critiques of dumb politicians or stupid policies or whatever, I don't care. Go for it. Did you ever hear me say, don't critique Graham Plattner? Did you ever hear me say, don't go after, the DSA platform? Did you ever hear me say, don't critique Hassan Piker? No one's saying you can't
No, but
critique
you do
lefties.
critique people for critiquing them too much.
No, I make critiques of people who have false critiques. That is people who say that the Democratic Party's going to be taken over by liberal forces when there's no evidence of that. There's
No
no
one can
evidence of
predict
that.
the future. No one would have predicted that fucking MAGA would have taken over the Republican Party in 2009, dude.
So,
You
so,
can't
so so
predict the future.
at most you should be indifferent. If you can see that there's
No,
not a
just
good
because
basis to believe.
no, I shouldn't be indifferent. If I take a genetic testing and I feel like I have like a higher case of developing a certain type of cancer and there's something I can do to prevent it, I would do that. I wouldn't just be like, well, whatever happens, happens. C'est la vie.
No. So the only thing I'm contesting is the truth or falsity of the prediction or the assessment
The
that
truth
the
or falsity of
Democratic Party. So it's a descriptive claim about whether or not the Democratic Party is or is not close to a liberal takeover. That's what the
I
first.
think we're at the very beginning of that process potentially, and I think that we should
So
stop.
are we close or are we not close to that?
I don't know because no one can predict. How do you expect me to answer that?
So there are people who think that we're close to a liberal takeover.
What do you think they mean when they say we're close?
That like this is a existential and imminent threat. There
When
are people who
they
express that
say,
view.
and what do you think that means? Do you think that they might say, "Hey, in 10 years this might happen"?
I take them to by imminent here to mean like the soul of the party, the fight for that needs to happen now because if it doesn't happen in the next few years, like we're gonna lose the party, I don't know, in the next 5, 10
Like
years.
I take them saying that is like them saying, "Hey, this is the beginning of what could potentially be a takeover of the Democratic Party." Instead of just treating them just like, you know, jokes and clowns, we should treat them seriously and stamp them out and like as a group say we don't like they do not represent us. They're not the Democrats. We don't like those people. Instead
Okay,
of
so
acting like the
let's
Republicans
start.
did.
So let's just narrow the claim. So first, it's not that it's imminent. We're not on the precipice. You would agree, even by your own account. There,
Is
it's like
10 years the precipice for you?
the imminent to me would be like a year or 2 years, 3
Okay,
years,
so
4
I
years.
don't know. I would be curious to know if Wick thought that when he said it's like imminent or that when he says it's a threat, that he means it's going to happen in 1 year. I would now. I'm not going to say that for guarantee because I actually don't know. I haven't talked to Wick about this, but my guess is he was probably thinking something like me, how it is realistically possible, unfortunately, that it could happen within the next 10 and 15 years. And guess what? We're not that old,
And
dude. We're
could
both
here
gonna still be
meaning
alive.
decent chance that it happens in the next 10 years.
I think it's like I can't give you a prediction, dude. No,
Uh,
you couldn't like if you asked somebody
I'm
in the
asking what it
Republican
means.
Party.
So do you think there's a decent chance the Democratic Party becomes illiberal in the next
I
10
think the
years?
threat is great enough where we should take the threat of them now seriously because
Do you
right
think there's a
now,
decent chance that they become illiberal in the next 10 years?
if they take over, yes.
Yeah, okay, but that surely price in your.
So you want me to give you a percentage?
No,
What are
no,
you
no.
looking for?
So when you just responded there, like given that they take over, but surely your prediction should be tailored without that assumption in
What?
mind. I'm asking you. I would think that if the party takes over, of course you think that there's a decent chance. You would think that they already took over. That is to say, the DSA. So it's pointless to put that as an assumption. You just said, assuming they take over, yes, there's a decent chance. But
No, not
basically, I'm
assuming
asking you.
No. I think that there is a potential that they could take over if everything goes right for them. And if we stay
By
here and do
potential here, you
nothing.
mean decent chance, right? Like a
Yes,
significant chance.
and what do you mean by decent? What do you mean by decent chance?
Significant.
What's significant? Over
5%.
50%, 51%?
1 to 5% significant.
Yes.
Statistically significant.
Yes.
Okay,
I
I
think
think
there's
that's crazy.
Why?
That's my view. I think it's crazy because, as we've seen, the DSA has had limited success in extending. They will definitely be able to wield influence, no doubt.
The
But
Tea
they have
Party.
had, so number one, they have little success in extending towards more competitive areas. Where they've seen success, it's highly blue districts. Number two, the people who have been promoted by the DSA are largely palatable. The politicians, that is. Here we're talking about AOC, Brad Lander, who I know is not an official part of the DSA, but this kind of candidate, Mamdani, these are popular, palatable figures. And so that's my response to that. The reason is because they have shown limited ability to grow beyond where they exist right now. And to the extent that they have grown, their candidates are acceptable and sometimes good. AOC is a good candidate. She's a good person. And so that's what I'm saying.
I think they have grown. I think they are way more, like, more people, like today, 3 years ago, nobody knew what the DSA was 5 years ago. Many more people know who the DSA is to now. Hassan's going to be on fucking CNN this weekend. Like, this stuff's getting more and more mainstream. It's like, it's not like going to happen in 3 or 4 years. It's happening now. And that's why I think people need to actually pay attention to it.
Okay, like, I'm not saying don't pay attention to it. I hope that's
no. That's
clear.
why I think people need to address it.
I'm addressing the propensity, the likelihood the party falls to illiberalism in the 5 to 10 years. I think it's not. There's not a good chance of that. That's all I'm saying.
When the Tea Party first came in, they won, like, I forget. I can't give you an exact number. They won
this
like
argument
13
proves
seats.
too much.
Wait, stop. Let me. The next election, they lost seats. So if you were sitting in 2012, you would have thought, wow, the Tea Party movement, that's going to go away. You would never.
Do you know what it means for an argument to prove too much?
Okay, go ahead.
It means if true, it would commit you to an unacceptable, conclusion in a different case. So here I'll give you an example. That argument, well, the Tea Party would be true in 2016, right? Like, oh yeah, Bernie Sanders, he lost the election, but look, he's gaining prominence. He was able to mount a real challenge against Hillary Clinton, and so we're in real danger of an illiberal takeover because of Bernie Sanders in 2016. You wouldn't say that, but you could just as easily say, well, look at the example of the Tea Party. Look at Trump.
Then Bernie Sanders wasn't coming out and saying, I'm a fucking communist socialist. He was saying, I'm basically a Democrat, but I want all of us to have free healthcare. Like, that's
this is like revisionism on Bernie Sanders.
If you think he was coming
out being
like he's going to bring around
you're treating Bernie Sanders like he's Bill Clinton right now.
Okay.
I mean, Bernie Sanders is, in some sense, the model for a lot of these DSA type candidates. They're invoking his rhetoric and his terminology.
Done his entire career, but.
Okay, then that's an argument in my favor.
Because we're not going to be so lucky. Just like the next fascist isn't going to be as fucking retarded as Trump. We're not going to be lucky. The next actual DSA member who gets into Congress or becomes a member of the Senate is going to be as ineffective as fucking Bernie Sanders.
The point I'm making is it's too easy to just say, well, look at the Tea Party, therefore any conclusion I want.
It's a lot easier to say,
well, look at Trump. Well, look at Weimar Republic, therefore. Okay. That's not convincing to me. I mean, those are cases that, yes, they happen.
Those
and
are
yes,
like historical examples that we're just going to ignore because it makes our argument look bad.
I'm not saying that I am ignoring them. I'm saying, what are the key attributes and key factors that exist in those movements that are parallel in the DSA movement that make them comparable as opposed to not comparable? Just invoking them and saying, well, that happened quickly, didn't it? That to me is not convincing that we're in that moment, because it would prove other things that, like, I wouldn't accept that we were close to a tanky takeover in 2016, 2017. I wouldn't accept that just on the basis of, for example, let's say massive DSA wins now, 2, 3, whatever, victories, 3, 4, 5 victories, that we're going to see a 60-seat onslaught in the midterms or in 2028. What's the record for that? I mean, what really? And in a way, the Tea Party was compatible with a lot of the, I don't know what to say, like the bare bones structures of the Republican Party. They fought a lot for sure, but they came together. And Trump
and it led to Trump.
Trump is not a
And that's
Tea
the
Party
problem.
ideologue, right? Like
no, but he's
the
I
Tea
think
Party.
he's a result of the illiberalism.
You say
and
that, right?
Okay, if you don't think so,
And
that's fine. That's
no,
okay.
there's like a proto-Trumpism about the Tea Party, no doubt
Yeah,
about
and that's
that.
why I'm worried that we're
but
in the
but
beginning of
it's
the
not rooted.
proto-Trumpism of whatever the
It's not
fuck
rooted
is going to be the
ideologically,
damaging
right?
lefty version of him. And I don't want to
It's
just
not.
sit here on my dick until wait and find out what
It's
that
not.
is.
It's not rooted ideologically. And Trump continued the neocon policies of intervention. He continued, tax cuts. He continued deregulation.
That's
And
not the
so
point.
people overstate the
That's not the
degree to which
point.
Trump has ideologically
It's
shifted
about
the
somebody
Republican
taking-
Party.
It's about somebody taking control of the party and hijacking it for their own fucking personal use, and that's what I'm worried that the DSA and the communists,
So
these
what I would
fuckstains are
look
going to try and do.
what I would look
And I
for
don't
are
think if I
what
could
I
look
would look.
back in time,
Oh my
I
God.
would yell at the MAGA, be like, "Yo, treat this shit seriously."
Yeah. So me, Live and Learn, everyone on Live and Learn, and me have the view that the Democratic Party in its current state is not analogous to how the Republican Party was in 2015, 16 to be ready for that kind of cult of personality, for this kind of takeover.
Great. I don't understand.
That's
why.
our view.
I don't
And-
understand
and-
why. Because that's crazy.
Yeah, we
'cause
can give
and
we
you
can.
turn
What would it take to
anybody-
convince you? What would it take to convince you
I-
that
a
we're
different
not
view on
susceptible?
human psychology? Because like we're talking about like masses of people here, and like it's. I don't know. Like maybe I think that humans are more like malleable.
Is there
than other
anything
people
I
are.
could show you that would convince you that the Democratic Party is currently situated is not very susceptible to a Trump-style takeover?
After seeing U.S. politics in the last 10 years, no, really.
So it's
nothing would surprise
unfalsifiable.
me
There's
anymore,
nothing
bro.
I could show you.
We have a
even
fucking
hypothetically.
retard, an 80-year-old retard on his finger with the nuclear button with the football. Like we have a dude like
Okay, so
helping
this
Israel
part
level
of the
Gaza to build
conversation.
beachfront property.
So then this part of the conversation should conclude because there's literally, you just said, nothing I could say that would convince you that the Democratic Party
Nothing right
is
now. There's it could
correct.
happen. There could be another election or two, and I would need to see things start to change. I would need to see people speak about these DSA members the way that they should be spoken to, like how they're fucking
So,
Nazis.
but nothing, nothing
until
right now.
then-
I could.
No,
There's
'cause
no
in
evidence
my
I can
mind,
pursue
I
right
see us
now.
going in this direction. No, and apparently there's nothing I could tell you to change your mind either. So I don't know why you say
Sure,
it
you
going my
could.
way.
Sure, if you could point to significantly more illiberal politicians that have been elected, if you could show
I'm not
the
saying we're
Democratic Party, if you
I'm
could show
saying
the
we're
Democratic
getting
Party,
to, like I'm
if
worried
you
that
could
we're
show the
getting there.
Democratic Party,
I'm
oh my
trying
God,
I'm trying to get it before it becomes a tumor. You're just waiting for the tumor.
please stop purchasing this. Really, please. So listen to what I'm saying, right? I think that there are things that you could show and produce to me that would make me think that we are in imminent risk of an illiberal takeover, which once again, every single member of Live and Learn says that's not likely. Just to be clear, it's not just me.
Cool.
I'm not the one on the island, okay? But so for example, if the Democratic Party platform included illiberal policies as a
The DSA
token
does.
gesture to the Democratic Party, right? You're talking about the DSA takeover of the Democrats, right?
Yeah, but the Republican Party didn't have sucking Israel's dick as their party platform before necessarily. Look at what Trump now. And
What?
By sucking his dick, I mean getting us into like sucking his dick so hard he convinced us to go into a war in Iran, not just normal everyday both parties giving them weapons and deals. There's a difference between the two, obviously.
I mean, I don't know what to say. Like
Republicans and Democrats both
that's how you
supported.
define.
Everybody supported Israel prior to October 7th. Everybody, both Democrats and Republicans. What do you mean? I'm just saying Trump was the only one who sucked his dick so deep and so hard and so thorough that afterwards they were able to convince him to bomb Iran with them. No other president did that.
Okay, I don't know how that relates to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like that the evidence of an imminent susceptibility to takeover would be, I think, shown by these kinds of things, like illiberal candidates winning in numbers more than just whatever Chevalier, if you consider her to be illiberal. Illiberal policies being adopted by broad members of the party. Major candidates on the national stage for president adopting these illiberal policies. These kind of like poll numbers showing that we want Marxist-Leninism is on the rise, as opposed to just like the term socialism to mean like, frankly, in my opinion, government does stuff. So there's data that you could present me to be like, oh wow, the Democratic Party is like really positioned at the moment to become a cult of personality, like Trump was, or to become ideologically captured in this like negative way. I'm just not seeing those signs, and they're aspects of our base that I think that we're more self-critical than the Republicans are, and more educated as a base, more diverse coalition, which requires adhering to different polities and making compromises and that kind of stuff. And the track record we've had of quote unquote radical candidates who, at the time, you might now try to sugarcoat them and say, oh, they were moderate the whole time.
I'm saying not,
Of
I didn't
Bernie
say they were right
Sanders
the
and
whole time.
AOC,
They weren't as
they
radical as
they
the ones
did
today.
they did fall in line and work with the Democratic president.
Okay,
So what's the fear?
you would,
What's the
like,
evidence?
so-
What's the evidence that we are susceptible?
So my issue is that you're basically, based off what you just said, you're waiting for the illiberal candidates to be elected, and you're waiting for the illiberal policies to be enacted before you act.
Hey,
I think that's
focus.
a bad idea. That's literally what you
Focus.
just
Focus.
said.
Focus. Focus.
That is what you
Focus.
just said, bro.
Focus. I'm asking what now, in terms of evidence for the susceptibility to an illiberal takeover. What's the evidence for that now, irrespective of what we're gonna do? What's the
The
evidence for
growing
it now?
popularity and acceptance of DSA members and people.
Yeah, so
Like
I think
never
that's
before.
my response to that is I think that that's consistent with us not being susceptible to an illiberal takeover. And the reason I think it's consistent with that conclusion is A, the limited nature of the DSA's success, B, the palatability
Mhm.
of the candidates
Have they
who
been
are
growing?
winning under
Have they
this
been getting
cycle.
more and more successful?
I think the DSA has gotten that this latest cycle in the primaries has been the most successful they've ever been. But I just told you
Okay.
that is consistent in my mind with the conclusion that we're not susceptible to an illiberal takeover. The
Them
reason
getting
for
more
that is,
popular
as I'm telling you and repeating, the reason I think it's consistent is A, because it's limited in terms of its scope and where they're winning. B, because the candidates largely are palatable. And here I'm referring to Mamdani, AOC, etc.
What about the unpalatable ones?
Yeah, so the unpalatable one in your mind is Daria Eliza Chevalier, right? I mean,
Mhm.
that's in your mind, like, and I think
And in
that
your
there's
mind,
just
hopefully too, right?
correct, right? Like, I know that her
And it's weird that
views,
Mamdani
many of her
got
views, like
endorsements.
on race mixing and
Yeah,
on
pretty fucked
like
up, eh? Ukraine.
yeah, the Ukraine shit. But the thing is, we have seen examples of those people before. Rashida Tlaib on Ukraine funding is bad. She's bad on Ukraine,
Yeah.
but by and large, she falls in
That's-
line. AOC said abolish the police, abolish prisons, and she moderated. She fell in line. Okay, on the specific, I would say she's probably more, quote unquote, extreme than AOC was at the time. But it's not enough for me to think that there's a significant threat. It's not like she's the leader of the party.
I
She's
know
going to
she's not
need
the
to,
leader
in
of
my
the party.
and if
So
that
it's not a
changes,
threat. She's not the leader. When would it be a threat in your mind?
I'm telling you the kinds of things that it would take. That is to say, illiberal policies being
So you
promoted
want
by.
actual shit to
Oh my
actually
God!
actual policies. That's
No,
exactly what I said.
I'm telling you, I'm telling you the evidence it would take
Mm-hmm.
to indicate that we are susceptible. And
It would
so, number
actually.
one,
The only way that you could determine that we're susceptible is if we actually have already elected the illiberal people
no,
and they're
that's
currently
no,
enacting the legislation.
that's not what I said. No, that's not what I
You
said.
just said, "I'll
No,
know."
that's not what I said.
Okay.
I never said enact the policy.
You said.
I never said they get elected. That's not what I said.
You
And
said
nothing,
once
nothing.
these
I
policies
didn't say
start to
that.
get. Am I crazy?
Yes, you are crazy. I never said
Yes, you
that.
are crazy. He didn't say that.
I didn't say when the policies are enacted, when the fucking boots are already on our throat.
But, okay.
I said when the powers that be start to embrace and push for these illiberal policies,
Okay.
I'll take more note. When the population of Democratic voters, according to data, support these liberal policies, I'll start to take more note. When I think that there's some groundswell of support for a given policy, I can't give you the exact number.
Yeah. But
But
okay, so I can see what you're
you can
saying,
present
yeah.
different cases, but like this is the kind of thing that I would be looking for.
Okay,
And
can I ask one question real
now
quick?
your view is now just to reiterate your view is nothing could convince you right now otherwise. So I'm telling you there are things that convince me otherwise right now,
So
and you're saying
one of the things
nothing
you
right
just
now
said,
can convince you
right?
otherwise.
Can I ask one of the things? So one of the things you just said that you could see would be like leaders of the party pushing for and advocating for illiberal policies. That
Yes,
would
we
be,
we need a vanguard. Hakeem
So
Jeffries
you-
comes out and says we need to get rid of this voting shit. Or Hakeem
So
Jeffries comes
my-
out and says
okay.
Hakeem
perfect.
Jeffries comes out and says we need to abolish private property.
I think we should address the threat of communists and socialists in the
Please
party.
stop giving prescriptions at this moment in time. We're just asking for what it would take for you to have an assessment, regardless of whether you say it, regardless of whether you propose some inoculative things in the future. We're just assessing the degree to which you think the party currently, as it stands, is susceptible to take over from the liberal left. And so, regardless of whatever you want to say about, I don't want to wait around, I don't want to sit around, we're just sort of addressing that diagnosis. And on the diagnosis front, I've told you the
So
kinds
you
of
say,
things.
can I answer the question so I can make sure I got it? You say
Okay.
until the leaders of the party start pushing for that, right?
That's one example of I can give you
Yes.
more.
Okay.
So, for example, Schumer comes out and Jeffries comes out and the whips come out and say, we need to abolish private property. The leaders come out and say, we need to get these Jews out of this country. The leaders come
So
out and say,
only then-
we need to genocide Israelis
That's-
and get them all out of Israel.
So it's
The leaders
only
come
when
out.
they're the most extreme. That is only
No,
when
I didn't
they're-
say
literally gave
only.
this as an
Holy
example,
shit.
not
Those are
only-
literally the only examples you're giving.
No, I'll give you more. I'll give you more. We poll Democrats, and they say, 80% say they want to get rid of all private property. We poll Democrats, and or something like, let's say,
We have to get
40%.
40%.
So we're giving different examples. So one is public opinion polling.
In
Another,
my mind, because that's the thing. I agree with
dude,
you. I
you're
understand-
insufferable.
No, I understand what you're saying. You're saying these are the things that you need to see, and to a certain point, I kind of get it. Yeah, I would to truly know if that's where we're going, I would need to see the people start to act that way. I kind of understand it. That is when I would be able to stand there at that moment in time when all those things are happening and say, oh shit, no, we're going there now, guys. This is gonna get fucking weird. My thing is that makes sense, but I also think there is a benefit, and we should be addressing it before we can say for a fact it's going to happen.
And
I
your
don't think
view
we
of
need to wait
me,
that
okay,
long.
so I mean, we're looping a little bit. I want to take a step back and just be like, in general, the kinds of things that I look to see whether or not the party is susceptible to liberal forces are things like a broader consensus around illiberal policies, a broader polling data that suggests illiberal views, and the kind of results that we see in elections that are consistent with that outcome and not inconsistent with another better outcome, which I think is basically that we're having, yes, further left politicians winning, but that they're largely palatable or located in particularly blue places and not expandable beyond that. That's my diagnostic criteria as such. In addition to, honestly, psychological reasons, and I see Josiah listening. He can speak on that as well. That there just are psychological and demographic differences between the different relevant constituencies that, for example, make the Democrats more diverse and more needing to appeal to ideological differences, and that make Republicans more susceptible to cults of personality, at least in the current moment. So those are the kind of factors I'm looking towards susceptibility. On the prescription front, when did I say don't address illiberalism? I'm always in favor of addressing illiberalism. I fight for liberalism. I'm a liberal. So what do you get from me that I'm against fighting illiberal ideas or values?
Honestly, because I don't think you see the same stuff that I see. I think that is really what it comes down to. And you run, and there's a reason that a lot of people think that you run defense for tankies, whether
Yeah,
it be
why?
intentional
A
or
lot
not.
of people.
I don't know, because probably people
Yeah.
listen to you.
And what do I say that's illiberal? Name one policy that's illiberal that
I
I
never
propose.
said that you are a liberal. It just seems that you, for whatever reason, randomly will run defense by jumping down fucking Hutch's throat whenever he criticizes the far left too much, and it starts to annoy you, as you say.
So it annoys me when people say things that aren't true or accuse me of sweeping for tankies, which, by the way, Hutch says that he doesn't accuse me of doing. He doesn't think that I'm doing, just to put
Okay,
that out there.
cool.
He said that. So that annoys me is when false statements are made. But I never, on the grounds of illiberalism, defend someone who is proposing illiberalism. I might sometimes, on liberal grounds, support, for example, Hassan Piker global entry stuff. People just get owned when they talk to me about that issue, but put that to the side. That's not sweeping for illiberalism. That's me being the best liberal, defending on liberal grounds even people with whom I vehemently disagree. And that's not sweeping for tankies. And
That woman,
but even assume that it was. Apart from that, can you find a single time that I'm pushing for illiberal policies or I think liberalism is good.
So
Never.
I'm sorry to
never
interrupt
stated
just
that.
real quick because I'm late to this conversation. I'm about to go back on mute because I'm in the process of taking the trash out. But one thing I would be interested is hearing the opposite question from Usurp and others, which is I think it's a fair question to ask Pisco and myself. What would it take for us to regard the illiberal left as more of a threat that requires our more active
Mm.
attention? But
That was actually
likewise, I
my
would want
question.
yeah, right. No, I think that's perfectly fair. I know that's what you were asking, but I would also ask of you and
Mm.
Stephen and others is at what point would you stop manning the watchtowers against the illiberal left? Consider, that we have a mass movement here, tens of millions strong. Do we literally have to be completely devoid of illiberal lefties in the country for you to say, okay, I'm going to focus
Mm.
100% on the right? And what would it, I want to flip the question on you. You don't have to answer right now, but I would
No.
like an answer
Yeah. No.
while I listen.
I get that because, like, in my mind, I think it's difficult to answer because, like, especially when it comes to predicting the future, it's difficult because, like, life ebbs and flows in weird ways, and um, like right now, it seems that the liberal left party and if you like is on the upswing in a sort of way. Like, not saying that Mamdani is like an illiberal left communist, but like he did endorse somebody who is pretty crazy and who's a pretty avowed Marxist Leninist, and when you endorse somebody and you
Wait, is she an avowed Marxist Leninist?
well,
She might have some policies that make you like double take and are bad, or and maybe a liberal even. But is she an avowed Marxist Leninist?
I believe she is, but I don't think that's necessarily the main
Okay,
point
maybe I
of
missed
what I was
that.
saying. Anyway, like it does seem like it's like one of the most popular political figures on the left right now is Mamdani, who is a DSA member. And I think right now we're on an upswing. And you know what, Josiah, you're completely right. In a year and a half, like, their ascent could crash right into the ground and they can be just as irrelevant as they were 10 years ago in 2 years. And in which case I would say, okay, let's pivot. But it just seems to me right now that they are on an upswing. I mean,
No, but the
Hassan is
question
more
asked
popular
was,
than
what
he's
would
ever
it
been
take for
before.
you? It's like the question is,
I
yeah,
would need to
granted
see
that
their
there's
popularity start to wane and to see more people in the general public, in general media, really push back against these
they're
people.
minus 25 popularity. Harry Ensign just showed the poll. They're more unpopular
I
than the
know,
Tea
but
Party
also
was.
they're also getting more and more airtime and being treated more and more seriously.
Yeah, by whom? By like the Fox News
CNN.
people. Yeah, by CNN, who's like
I'm just
looking to
saying,
get
yeah,
a merger under Trump.
So until I see all these people stop promoting them and like them get put back in the irrelevant corner they deserve to be in, just like with the Nazis,
Does Mamdani deserve to be in an irrelevant corner?
The jury's still out on him, but his endorsement of that person really fucked me up. I liked him before that. I thought he was doing good, but also he's only been mayor for a year and a half. Like what, a year and a half? It takes a
and he's more popular than even among like.
He's doing good. Populists are usually popular. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So the threat, but the jury's out. You're saying on whether Mamdani would be part of this vanguard liberal takeover, right?
I can't predict the future. I don't know what's truly in his heart, but if you were to ask me before his endorsement, I would have said probably not. No, it looks like he moderated in a similar way that AOC did when she got into office. But his endorsement of these other DSA members kind of makes me go like, that's weird. Why would you do that? Like, unless you kind of like when you endorse somebody who has crazy, you're lending your reputation, your name, your word to that person, and that means a lot.
Okay, we can get to prescription in a second, but Josiah, I don't know what you think of that. Like, my whole take on that is like, if it's truly like, as you sit here, nothing could change your mind today. You really do have to wait for waning support in the future, even though right now the
if
general
you can
popularity.
show me a piece of paper or a piece of evidence that guarantees in 3 years this is going to be an outcome, yeah, but like I don't understand like this confidence in predicting the future, because I don't believe that like what I'm thinking right now is guaranteed to happen. I wouldn't say, hey man, like empty out your bank account, put it all on that red. Like I don't think it's guaranteed. I just think it's a risk, and I think it's a risk like worth addressing and worth taking seriously before it becomes an actual like demon in our party. Like, again, these people's goals are to fucking stab us in the back. So I don't know why like we're treating them as anything other than backstabbers.
And by they, you're referring to the DSA.
Correct.
Okay, we can get to prescriptions if you want. I mean, like, let's say that I granted this, like, the outlook that there is a, even if it's not overwhelming threat, like, yeah, some of these people are fucking crazy and they shouldn't be in charge of shit. And I do agree with some of that. Like, I do think that some of these people should not be in charge of stuff. I was not a fan of Jamal Bowman, and I am a fan of AOC. but I'm not a fan of some of this like populist left brain rot. And so like, all right, let's say I'm there with like a lot of these are bad ideas that need to be calibrated and people need to be put in line. Obviously peaceful and patriotically, but like, okay, now what? What am I doing what am I not doing that I should be doing? And if this conversation sounds familiar, it's the exact same one we've had like
Honestly,
2-3 months ago.
the crazy thing is like because I don't think you're going out there like simping for all these far lefty like people. Like you're going to support Mamdani because I think you even voted for him, but
I did vote for him and I endorsed him in the primary too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so like I understand. Like I'm not going to judge you for that, but like I do think that whether you like this description or not, when you and Hutch get into arguments, and it seems it always involves like the left in some way. Whenever you guys get into a tiff, I just think like if that ended, if you just like if that optic.
Hutch seeks out these conflicts. You understand that? You guys treat Hutch like a baby. You know that Hutch
No, I understand
messages
it,
us and it's like,
but you
let's
also
fight today.
love to-
He messages Josiah like, hey Josiah, can we
But
do a
come
little
on,
scrap
do
today?
you not like? You can't say it's only him. It's 50-50 and you know it. But I'm just
No,
saying.
no, I'm not saying that I don't also seek out
but I'm just saying like
debates
that.
too. But
is, like,
you're
look,
acting as
if
though
you
like,
took that
oh,
out-
poor Hutch. He
I'm not
seeks
saying
out this conflict.
It's not the Hutch part. Like, listen, Hutch is a big boy. He can take care of himself. It's the optics of people that consider it a threat. And it seems that like, hey, if you're a liberal and you consider the DSA a threat, other liberals will like talk down on you and say you're crazy and say you don't need to actually focus and you're wasting your time. Like we shouldn't have like our allies yelling at us for saying there's a snake in the corner. Like that,
Yeah,
if you got rid of that alone,
I'm not yelling at people for good critiques of DSA. I'm yelling at who I consider to be like hysterical fucking
my thing is to say, I
McCarthyites
don't think
who
he's
are
being
saying the Dems are
hysterical.
like the Dems are about to. I think that the perception that the party is going to be taken over by illiberal forces in the next 5-10 years is hysterical. I do think that. Now, apparently, that belief by itself is like part of your prescription is that I shouldn't have that belief or I shouldn't express that belief. But it is my belief. I think it's
that,
hysterical.
Like, I think that could be like if you in your mind are you probably thinking it's like not an exact number, like 0.001 chance of that happening.
Less than 1%.
Less than 1%. Like I think you should bump that up to like a 5 or 7.
I don't think so.
I don't think it's like I don't think we should
if it was a 5 or 7, I would agree it's significant, and I would be
because like I think
highly
Hutch does
highly
it
concerned.
well. I think Hutch does it good. Like he 99% of his focus is shitting on Trump because they're the one.
Yeah, but Hutch doesn't share your view on this. You understand that?
He
Hutch
doesn't need to share my view on it 100%. But I'm just saying, like he has like in my mind, what he does is good. He focuses on the lefty attempted takeover of the party while also understanding that Trump is bad and the Republicans are our main enemy. I'm not saying that, like we have to agree 100%. But
yeah. So what's the prescription? I guess I'm missing it, right? Like, so you're saying I should be doing X that I'm not doing, and what I thought I heard you say was like
chastising other liberals for considering the DSA a bigger threat than you do. I think that is the one thing.
So even if I don't agree, I should like withhold my genuine disagreement.
You're asking the opinion of someone who thinks it's a 7% chance of a threat. So I would think like in a way like. Yeah, because we have a different opinion on what the outcome.
So I should let you win, even though I think you're wrong. I shouldn't
voice
my
we're just having
disagreement.
a conversation. We're trying to like figure out where.
No, yeah. So I'm looking for the prescription of what I should do, and it sounds like what you're saying is like don't disagree with me on this view on the percentage chance of the illiberal takeover.
No, I'm saying like. Wait, what do you think I said?
I thought that I'm asking like, what am I not doing that I should be doing? And you're like, don't go down someone's neck or don't like disagree with someone.
Don't shit on other liberals for treating the DSA as a threat.
Even if I disagree with them, sorry, not just any threat.
I say that
an imminent existential illiberal threat.
I say that like I don't think you should do this because I think in an ideal world you would see the threat in the same way I saw it. So you would bump that number. So like I understand if you don't think it's that big of a threat, and now that I understand that you think it's less than 1%, I'm going to understand why you have that reaction with Hutch now.
Okay, but like,
I thought that, like, like when I think it's a 7% chance, I'm like, oh my god.
No, but Hutch and I agree on this.
Okay.
That's not why I'm like debating with Hutch. I just want to repeat again for everyone listening. Hutch and I and Josiah and Soypill and IRI, every one of us agreed that this Hydra, a liberal threat, is pie in the sky. Hutch said openly that's why I was saying, hey Hutch, you disagree with Wick.
I would
and
wonder
he's like,
if you
yes.
would ask Hutch if he thinks in 10, 15 years there is a 5% chance if things go as it is now, unabated and unchecked. If I would be curious if you ask Hutch if there's a 5% chance that could happen in 15 years, I would probably think he would agree with me.
I don't think that's true. I mean, we talked about it yesterday on the pod.
But
I don't know if
think
you
like
missed it, but
people thinking like again, but we didn't know what our percentages were until we dug down to it. So he might be thinking the same thing that I was thinking when he was talking to you, that your percentages are close. But once you figure that out, that's
wait,
when
did
you
you
can
listen?
truly
No,
understand.
the reason why Hutch thinks that they're an existential threat is because he thinks that they materially increase Republicans' chances of winning. That
All right.
they harm the
Then
brand.
maybe he
That's his
disagree. I
argument.
mean, we could have different views, but I mean, like, yeah, we're not going to. Like, I'm not saying
No,
I'm
but
coming here representing anybody else.
Can we stay focused, Usurp? You're saying what I shouldn't be doing is jumping down his throat for this view on the liberal threat. And my response to that was, Hutch and I agree on that aspect. There's another reason he thinks that they're an existential risk, and it doesn't have to do with the threat of an imminent takeover. That's what my response is. And so
But
it's
you're
not
still
really
like-
an actionable. It's really not an actionable prescription because
Okay, because
it's not
I'm
something
sorry
Hutch and I
that
disagree with.
I wasn't necessarily coming here giving you a prescription. Then I don't. Is that how every conversation has to end? It has to end with a prescription given.
So in this conversation, where people say we need
That
to
was
do
just-
something, right? So this is what people say, Usurp. They say we need to excise them from the party. We need to kick them out. We need to draw a red line in the sand. We need to just treat these people as enemies. That's what they say. And so I ask, hang on, what do you guys mean by that? Do you just mean criticize? And I'm like, oh yeah, great, criticize. But if you mean something else, that's why I keep asking, what's the prescription? What does it mean to do the kick out of the party, excise them from the tent, whatever you're saying there? That's why I keep asking what the prescription is
Don't
that
support
we're not
them.
doing.
Don't engage with
Don't
them.
support.
Treat
Okay,
them
but then
like
we
the
get into.
Nazis that
So,
they
but
are.
when we get don't support them, I ask, don't support them in the general.
No, I mean if they're going against a MAGA candidate right now, listen, vote for me no matter who right now.
Okay, so then
But
in what sense
I'm
do you mean
also
don't
trying to
support
think,
them?
I'm trying to think farther than tomorrow.
Okay, so then what
I'm
do you
trying to
mean when you
think
say
possibly
don't
10, 15
support them?
years
Then
now. I'm trying to
it sounds
think,
like
trying to
it
think
sounds like
10,
you're saying
15
there
years
are
in the
some conditions
future.
in which I would support them even now, even today, even though I think that there's a 7% chance. And by
Yes, because if
them,
it
I
meant that
assume
the
you mean
Senate was on the line, I would hold my nose and possibly do it this year. But I would
yeah.
also
So
be
so
looking
so now I need
15
to I
years in
need
the
further.
future.
So when you say okay, I would hold my nose. Now I need to know. Okay, then what do you mean when you say don't support them? Because it sounds like you say begrudgingly support them in the general. Maybe you mean in the primary.
I mean that because I don't want the general support to begin now and continue because I don't want them to grow over the course of years and years and years and years.
I know that's what you want, right? Like I'm asking what you want us to do about that. And so what you want us to do about it, I heard you say by excise, by kick out, you mean don't support them. But then I ask, well, by don't support, you mean don't vote for them or endorse them in the
Yes,
general? You're like,
unless you're
no.
put in an impossible situation. And then sometimes you're just going to have to bite the bullet if it means not giving MAGA.
And support them. So it sounds like it's a contradiction. Both support them and don't support them.
So you're only
What's the
looking
impossible
as
situation,
far as
just
this
for clarity?
election, though.
So you say put it in an impossible situation in the general. So what's the impossible situation?
I'm saying, like, if you're voting for somebody and this is going to be the difference between the Democrats getting the Senate and letting the MAGA control the Senate, I think it's okay to be like, oh, shit, well, this sucks, but I'll vote blue no matter who this election because MAGA is in charge right now and they're in the executive and they're in a more immediate existential threat. But I would also like to begin the practice of not treating these people like our allies because
Wait,
I
is the
worry in the next
impossible
15 years. It's gonna be bad.
is the impossible situation just control of the Senate?
No, it's just like any
Well, like for
equivalent
example,
thing.
no, I just to clarify, I'm sorry, just I because like I mean like in a general election, or you would say we should sacrifice the outcome of a general election as long as the control of either of the chambers is not in question.
Not today. No, I wouldn't sacrifice either chamber of commerce or Congress today. I would not do that if I
No,
had to
I'm
do it.
sorry. No,
Oh,
no,
go ahead.
no, I'm sorry. You misunderstand. So
Sorry.
let's say for example, let's say we are likely to win control of the House by 5 seats.
Got it.
Okay. And let's say 4 of those seats are going to be DSA members or Republicans. Now, would you give up those 4 seats if you knew that we had 1 surplus to keep control of the House? You understand what I'm asking? We wouldn't lose
Okay.
control of the House. It would just be down to 1.
That is a very particular calculus. I would probably prefer a little bit of a buffer, so maybe I would vote for 3 of them.
Damn, man. Like, so then what is this? So
5
then
of
what
them?
do we
I would probably
disagree
vote for-
about
I would,
then?
honestly, I would probably vote for all 5. But again, my whole problem
Yeah,
is
so what do
like,
we disagree about?
because like in the moment, because right now the most existential threat to all of us is MAGA and Trump right now. So like
Yeah,
when I'm talking about
that's
this election,
you
but
sound like me and Josiah,
and
but you're not
but
voting
I'm
for
also
tankies.
trying to instill the fact that we should be thinking more long term as well. You
Great.
guys are only thinking like to this week or this month or this election. I'm trying to say, hey, we should nip this in the bud so it's not a problem in 15 years, because 15 years goes by like that. It's gonna,
Agree. We should
we're gonna be
we
50,
should
all of
criticize
us.
bad ideas. Yes.
Yeah, so actually, we're not looking at just a week ahead. So Pisco and I, as far as our policy preferences and the things that we advocate for, we're looking at what we consider to be a true existential threat to the Democratic Party and to the country, which is the very narrow window that's closing
Yep.
on unified Democratic control. So we want to win as many seats as possible, flip
Now.
the Senate,
Yep.
flip the Senate with a Fetterman-proof majority, because the data is coming in. It seems like with each passing day that he's getting closer and closer to flipping to Republican.
He
And
keeps
we wanna
making these
take
comments
Yeah,
openly.
and we want to take control of the House as well, with a Democratic president, and then aggressively wield power to make changes to institutions, which, quite frankly, is something I think more up the DSA alley than, let's say, like the feckless moderate Chuck Schumer, Tom Suozzi type.
It's just
right?
true. Yes.
So, which is part of the reason, Usurp, that they're getting elected, right? Because the American electorate is certainly not down with abolishing the police or abolishing prisons.
Or expanding
But
the
when-
courts. Just to be
Right.
clear, if you're a DSA member, you're more likely to be a vote in favor of expanding the courts. And so it shouldn't be any
Right.
surprise that sometimes I prefer the DSA candidate if I think that policy is necessary.
Right. So we're not just looking at the week ahead. We're looking at trying to capitalize on this very narrow time frame that can determine, what Democrats will be able to do for the next potentially 20 years. For all the reasons that I usually lay out in my videos and in conversations with Pisco and Stephen and others. So I kind of reject that framing that we're just thinking about the next week. But we're also concerned, I think, about a threat that's much more probable, which is the Democrats being locked out of power, of sustained power. I think that's the kind of the threat that we need to be focused on, and not, the DSA fringe being on the ascendant, going from 3 seats to 6 in a body of 435 people.
One of the things I think that also, and Josiah, I think that makes 100% sense. I completely understand where you guys are coming from. One of the it's just rough whenever like the DSA is celebrating about winning a seat, that like every single time they do that, it's like, oh, they won a seat from a normal Democrat. So that's one less, like they didn't help us in flipping a red seat. They just they took a moderate's voice and replaced it with a potential like some level or some
Just
flavor
can we
of
pause right
extreme
there
left.
real quick, because now I think that there's a potential conflation issue. In general, left-wing people, the more left-wing you are, the more likely you are to vote for a Democrat. That's in general. That's data. And the more moderate you are, the less likely. So maybe it's true for the, dead-ender left, the tanky left. Maybe that's true. For the voters, that's not true.
Okay. Now I forget what I was saying.
Well, you said that it's frustrating to see DSA winners in a primary boast about how they basically just stole a seat from a moderate.
Yeah, and I completely understand how you guys are saying that like we need to like shore up the threat against MAGA today, and if that means voting for these people. But Josiah, if I posed the same question to you with the 5 seats, but it was John McCain as president, would you still vote the same way with the DSA?
Yes.
And it wasn't, and MAGA wasn't here. Like there's an alternate universe where it's just like neocon conservatives.
If John McCain was president, would I still back DSA candidates?
Yeah. Like let's say we went,
certainly, because I would want to have as much control over the House as possible.
Okay.
Right. And part of the problem is that McCain by today's terms is obviously much more moderate, but you got to remember,
that's what I'm trying to, I was trying to think of
since
like we stayed
yeah,
there.
since we're talking, but since we're talking about the courts, like McCain was also threatening to keep Scalia's seat open if Hillary Clinton
Yeah, he
won.
was fully on board.
I'm not saying he was an angel. What I'm trying to imply is that like they're not like the fucking crazy fascist that they are today. You know what I mean? It's just like,
no, of course not. But it also
Republican
Yeah, but it
conservatives.
also led to it. So it
Yes,
also
no,
led to
I
it. So
know,
like,
but
so
that's
like,
what I was trying to like discern when asking that question, because like
no,
it's
I think it's I understand what you're getting at. It's a
yeah.
fair question, but here's the problem. So I think that trust, I can't speak for anybody else. I mean, I can speak for me. I think my trust, to the extent that I ever had any for the Republican Party, is irrevocably shattered. So let's say 2028 rolls around and it's Marco Rubio. I don't trust Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio abandoned, Marco Rubio was kind of initially cut from the McCain cloth, right? Kind of a
Yeah.
neocon, principled conservative, somebody taken seriously.
What do they say?
But
He's the only one who knows he's going to hell.
right,
Yeah.
exactly. So he is. So when I hear some people like Stephen A. Smith or Bill Maher talk about, if it's Marco Rubio in 2028, then my vote's in play. Or actually, Maher said that about J.D. Vance. There's nothing Marco Rubio could do that would make me view him as anything other than a fascist or fascist enabler, because he sacrificed all his principles, not just as a member of Congress, but to work for the administration, right?
Mhm.
So I don't trust the Republican Party anymore.
Nope.
As far as I'm concerned, it is unacceptable for the Republican Party to ever get power again.
Mhm.
Now,
Like,
I will
sounds
unacceptable in
some
this.
like crazy like, oh, we all repent and it's like 20 years and everybody's gone. And it's
Yeah,
like a whole new
it's
crop of people.
we repent and we
With the weed, the garden.
become
Yeah.
we cede all of our power to you because we can't be trusted with it, and we got to go down the road of redemption.
Mhm.
But I don't trust the Republican Party. And when I say I wouldn't accept the outcome, I mean obviously I would accept the results of an election. But what
Yeah.
I mean is, yeah, I would not be satisfied with the outcome with a Marco Rubio or John McCain, especially knowing what I know now. So you're basically, what your hypothetical is getting at is, under what circumstances would I look to a more conservative candidate as opposed to a DSA candidate? And my general heuristic is, there are probably plenty of circumstances where I would turn to a more conservative Democrat than like a Daria Leza Chevalier, right? But it would never be a Republican. With the data, with the information I have now, I would never trust any Republican,
Yep.
any Republican
Same.
over a
And I don't
DSA
think,
member.
and I wouldn't say that you
Yeah.
should. And I think in this election, because of the current state of the world that we
No,
are in,
well, what I'm saying is,
100%.
I would put Chevalier in the White House before I would put Marco Rubio, without
Easily.
hesitation.
Not even a question.
Yeah, wouldn't hesitate.
Yes.
Because
no, I
because
agree with
the
you there. But my fear is like, say her name again. I can never fucking remember it.
Chevalier.
Chevalier. My worry is a Chevalier
DAC.
president.
That's what I do, because like it's Daria
DAC,
Leza
yeah.
Valier. Yeah, it's DAC.
Perfect, yeah, DAC. I worry
Yeah.
about a DAC presidency in 15 years. In the worst case scenario, the Democratic Party looks a lot more like the Republican Party does today, and that's my worry.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
in my mind, I think we should just like do the bare minimum of doing, like, just when these crazy ones come out, of actually
Doing
saying, hey,
what?
no, just condemning them fully, not again, like I said earlier, it doesn't matter. But yeah, we should condemn them fully and not put them on CNN.
But
Like, I
look at
don't think-
Josiah's position, right? Because Josiah said he wouldn't have voted for Chevalier in the primary, and he said that that she's radical and that
Yes.
he hopes that she changes. Like, what's
Mhm.
wrong with that? Why isn't what Josiah did the
No,
bare
I
minimum?
agree with you, because I agree that in this current world, you have to vote your actions on the ground. I'm just talking about how, like, the media and how people who have a voice
Mhm.
should be treating these people. I'm not saying, like, listen, you can go yell and say these people are evil and evil and evil, and I don't like where this is going, and I'm worried about the potential future that this
Yeah.
person could lead in 15 years. But I'm also a realist, and I understand the potential future that can be happen next week if Trump wins and Republicans control it. I'm going to understand that I need to take this medicine now, and I'll worry about my other medicine later. Like, this one's more imminent, but I just think we could do both. And I don't know. It just doesn't feel
Yeah,
as if people think that threat's possible. Like I said, I think it's at a 5% chance, where Pisco thinks it's at like a 0.1.
Yeah, so a couple of things. I mean, he mentioned this earlier, and like I said, I was just doing chores around the house and I had my AirPods in, so I wasn't able to respond when I jumped in. But just there are fundamentals about the Democratic Party that are very different from the Republican Party. And again, don't take my word for it. The Bulwark, they've talked about this a gazillion times. Bill Kristol, David Frum, Sarah Longwell, Tim Miller. Not that the Democratic Party is incapable of illiberalism, but it's just much less likely than the Republican Party, because you have, number one, just a much more racially diverse coalition, ideologically diverse coalition, policy diverse coalition. We are much more prone and have historically been much more inclined towards circular firing squads compared to compared to the right. We are much more likely to not only expel members for faux pas or moral infractions or policy failures, but also our leaders. Joe Biden was the incumbent president. We chucked his ass out, and it was a very risky move. Like with the benefit of hindsight, I think we can all agree that it was certainly the best choice. But in the moment, it was, everybody was terrified about that particular call. Stephen was terrified about that call. Democratic leaders were terrified about that call. And yet we basically bullied him into, dropping out of the race and becoming a one-term president. The
For
Republican
Plattner,
Party,
all it took was
yeah,
that allegation. I mean, and this is just
yeah.
even
I
historically
agree. I
too.
agree that it's the
If you
state
go
of
back,
the Democratic Party
hang on a second.
today.
So
I do not disagree.
And listen, the Democratic Party is different than it was historically, but like if you go back to even like the 19th century, or if you go back to the 60s, the Democrats, just in general, I feel have always been more apt to look inward and to self-critique, but certainly in
Yeah,
recent history.
yeah, and a couple of other things too. Like it's funny you mentioned Plattner because Plattner's instructive. Plattner, when that last allegation came out in the Politico story, it wasn't just me and Pisco and Hutch and IRI. It was Emma Vigeland. It was Hassan Piker. It was Kyle Kalinske. It was all the people who were ride or die from him even before he won the primary. And you had Emma Vigeland basically go on an apology tour saying she feels like shit and she feels like a fucking idiot and all this stuff.
Yeah, because of what the
Well,
allegation was. But if he came out that he was like a secret, actual super tanky commie, like an actual Marxist-Leninist, they'd be cheering that.
Well, but what I'm saying is there are probably some, I mean, certainly there are some qualities about him that they were obviously willing to tolerate. I was willing to tolerate certain allegations against him and certain policy positions about him because I want to flip the Senate. But my point is, even those people that you probably I know you obviously dislike Hassan. I don't know how you feel about Emma and Sam and the guys at the Majority Report and Kyle and everybody, but they dropped Plattner like a hot potato when there was no polling. Like his polling stayed relatively stable as the allegations came through. Again, it was a risky move to get rid of Plattner. I think it was the right one morally.
Once that last allegation dropped, it was over. Like once that last New York Times article came out, it seemed like it was like within 24 hours.
I didn't see any polling. Number one, I didn't see any polling to that effect.
I saw all the media step back like simultaneously because this was such a damning accusation. Like there was no wiggle room after this one.
Let's look at the other side. Donald
Republicans
Trump,
do not do that.
Max Miller.
Yeah,
right. So what I'm using as a very specific example is when it comes to being willing to finally draw a red line, even the lefties you so despise are morally superior to the very best Republican you can name because they all fell in line behind Corey Mills and Max Miller and Donald Trump and all sorts of people who either Matt Gaetz, they were willing to bite their tongue for the sake of power. And so my point is like, it's kind of funny to think about, but as much as you hate Hassan Piker, you should hate every single non-anti-Trump Republican more than Hassan Piker. And that's a good litmus test right there. When it came willing to just say, fuck it, I'm out, I'm done, they drew a line that the Republicans will never.
Listen,
never.
I agree. Republicans are actual fucking demons. I do not disagree with you. But not just collectively. I mean the very best Trump supporting Republican. I agree.
Pundit
this
and
comes
politician.
This comes from somebody who has clients who I have to go to who have Newsmax on their TV, and I have to help them.
Yeah.
So what are we missing here? So
wait.
What's the problem? What do we disagree about?
Let me see. I guess my disagreement is that like I don't have faith in the guardrails anymore. And when I say that, like I don't know how else to ask. Can I just ask a question? Like I'm not expecting an actual answer, like a hard number, but like how long do you think, in theory, it would take the current Democratic Party, the way it is today, to turn into an illiberal party? Like, do you think that process would realistically take 50 years? the way the Democrats are like set up today, or could that happen in 15, 20, 25?
And by could you mean decent chance here, right?
I'm just saying, like, because like you think that, like, I agree that like Democrats do a really good job of like self-policing each other, but I believe that human beings are very, very, very capable of switching and like going a different path really quickly in a way that like wouldn't have seemed possible 5 years prior.
So when you ask the question of desire, are you asking mere possibility, or are you asking a decent, significant chance with respect to how long it would take?
I'm asking, like, in theory, like, just take the Democrats as they are today. How long would it take? Let's say they are becoming liberal. How long would that process take? Because I think
Under a reasonable scenario, or under any
reasonable-
scenario is the question.
under reasonable scenarios starting
okay.
today.
Yeah, so I don't even know how I'd begin to answer that because we don't know what role AI will play in things like that,
Mhm.
like AI disinformation and social media and further radicalizing people.
Because
I
like
think
in
it
my
also depends.
mind, like
I think
human
it also
beings.
depends on. I think it also depends on other external factors
Mhm.
too, like what the economy looks like over the
Mhm.
next few years, the wealth gap in this country.
Now, do you think
You
that
know
could,
whether
like, do you think enough dominoes are potentially lined up where we like have a 5% scenario of running into one of those realities?
No.
I think, yeah, no, I don't. Now
Okay.
again, in terms of what is possible, anything is possible. That's why I don't even know how to answer that question,
Exactly.
especially
Yeah.
with. But that's why I go back to my initial question, which was your. I'm not trying to denigrate your fear. I'm really not. The only
No,
the
I
only
understand. Yeah.
fear that people have expressed in comment sections that I have a particular disdain for is this idea that we're truly on the cusp of the Hydra style takeover.
No.
It's
I mean, the
that's
only
just
thing
fucking
that
dumb.
would be like
That's
Republicans. That's the only way that would
yeah,
actually happen. But
that's just really fucking dumb.
no, like I
But
don't think
beyond
that
that,
we're that close with Democrats, like with tankies.
right?
Absolutely not.
But beyond that, like I'm trying to be respectful of your fear because it comes from the fear that anything is possible. But to me, it's like the fear that you have could be used to justify an endless watch on the left. That's why I asked kind of like the beginning. It's like, what would it take for you to like basically take your eyes off that particular watchtower, come down from
Oh,
that particular
actually,
watchtower? Because technically anything is possible, right?
yeah,
And
because
we've seen politics take unexpected turns over the past 10 years.
in my
So you could
mind,
justify just standing up there and focusing on it indefinitely.
I think my view on it today is a lot different after the last 10 years. Like if the last 10 years in US politics hadn't happened and it had like kind of just like went Obama to like Hillary and then we went to maybe a Republican and it was kind of like going a normal way, like not MAGA, and these DSA members started propping up in the same way they are today, I might not have the same fear now, but like I've seen a major US political party in the United States turn illiberal in 10 years. And I'm not talking like, oh, Bush is a fascist because of like Iraq. I'm talking like rounding up and shooting Americans in the street. I'm talking about like ejecting people who are here legally. I'm talking like real fucking crazy shit that you used to only see in history books. So um my calibration of like, or my expectations of what can happen expanded after that. So I think that's why my fear is more about like, I think that a lot of people in America, like we have this sense of like invincibility, but like we're just regular people. Like there's just because we're Americans and we're like the top, like shit can get really bad really quickly. And I think that the long peace and the fact that everything's been pretty decent in this country, all things considered, for since 1940s. I think Americans have a different, like a weakened perspective on that. And I might be just super fucking doom pilled. I might be like a little paranoid, but just in my mind, I think there's like just a slight laissez-faire attitude. Now I'm not
About communism in this country since the 1940s?
I don't know, man. I never thought I would see somebody like unironically pretending to be a mass genocide maniac on stage and getting props for it. I never thought I'd see that.
You mean Hassan Piker on the mouse suit?
Yes.
Yeah, but that's it's stupid to wear the mouse suit. I condemn the mouse suit. What
I
more
know
do
we
you
all
want
condemn it.
on
No,
that? Right? Like Josiah
I
said
want
that the
I
college
don't.
Democrat.
I'm not saying you did
Josiah said
anything
the
wrong
college
there.
Democrat.
I'm not saying you did anything wrong
Josiah
there.
Josiah and I have taken the position
that this guy from the College Democrats should leave his job for excluding all of like
Agreed.
whatever DGG.
Yeah.
And so what more do you want? And that's a perfect example of like
I don't know.
what is
man.
the
I'm worried.
prescription?
I'm worried that people thought that that was cool, because I never thought in this country.
That
Sure,
Mao
some
is cool?
people. Well, some people. I'm sure some people did, right? Like,
But like
but
being
that's what I
taken
mean.
as a
Like,
serious political commentator as well. On top of it, it's not just a fucking fashion icon on the street. He's a guy who's like trying to push a political ideology, and he's larping his Mao, and people think it's based, and I think that's bad.
yeah. So again, a couple of things. Like, again, I'm trying to be as good faith as humanly possible and take your concerns because I get it. This is a time to be afraid. I part of the reason why I was, until quite recently, a 2 monster a day guy is because I had a hard time sleeping at night. A lot of anxiety about the state of politics. It's not just a job for me. Like, you have skin in the game. You're genuinely concerned about it. It's why you know, I get one guide so easily by a lot of you in the comment section go in because like there's genuine emotions. Like I'm, Pac-Man has a stoicism about him. Like he's just a very Zen-like quality. I don't have that. Like there's a genuine fear that I have about today's politics, but it's mostly the threat from the right. All of which is to say, though, my concern for you is that in the absence of the total absence of any appetite for socialism or communism or anything like that, that you're going to increasingly become a nervous wreck and increasingly become paranoid. Like there are 8
I
billion
don't think.
people on this
Okay, come
planet,
on. I don't think I'm
340
gonna
million
be
people.
like turn
Well,
schizophrenic. I don't think it's
340
fair.
million 340 million people in this country. And in any sort of mass social and political movement, you're going to have, a number of radicals and a number of crazy people. It's inherent to every mass social and political movement that's ever existed and ever shall exist. And the only real question is to what extent is it reflected in the leadership, the animating spirit of the movement, the thought leaders,
I'd
the
like to stop it
political
before it gets
leaders,
there. That's what I'm saying.
Right,
That's the
but
only thing I'm
but
saying.
but this is the thing. Again, this is where I think I can't
And
speak
I
for
and
Pisco, but certainly me, where I keep spinning tires is the only way I know how you stop it is if it doesn't exist at all. And
no,
that's never
that's
that will never
no,
happen.
no.
And B,
You can
there's no way
prevent
for
it,
you.
and you can
So
fight
what
it.
do you want us to do? The question remains, what's the prescription? And don't say something like treat them like the enemy. Don't pretend that they're
I'm not going to
Democrats.
answer
Like,
it, Pisco. I'm
okay,
not, because I've already answered this like 5 or 6
no, what
times.
is it? I mean, like I asked this a
Pisco,
trillion times.
if you're still lost, I got nothing.
So you can't put in a sentence
No,
what
I just refuse to do it again.
All right. I mean, there's not a lot to work with then. I mean, if you're saying that there is this existential threat and you want us to do something, call it excising, drawing a red line, kicking them out of the party, doing X, and we're like, okay, how do we actualize that? What do we do? And what's the response? It's like, oh, I'm too tired or too annoyed to repeat it.
No,
And so,
what
like,
did I say before? How did I answer it before, Pisco? I want to see if you're actually listening.
so what I remember you suggesting to me was
Because you asked
in
this question
response to
3 times.
Hutch, like, don't act as though this threat is
Is
not serious, right? But
Yes,
then I'm like, but what if
that's
I
it.
think that the threat is not significant of the tanky takeover, which Josiah agrees with me that it's not a significant threat, at least not at
Correct,
the
and I
moment.
disagree, and that's why we have a conversation.
No, but like,
Congratulations.
okay, but like, let's say that I never speak up about it again. I'm like, really? That's the prescription? The prescription is don't speak up about your opinion about the risk if you or like lie about my belief that it is a risk when it's not. That can't be the prescription that we're talking about here.
Okay, cool.
So
Because
so
like in
what?
my mind, like if you stopped chastising people for thinking it's a bad thing, you would be
For what's the bad
perfect.
thing?
Anything else to say?
But no, stop with
So
this. We're like, wait, you want me not to chastise people for saying X is a bad thing? I said Mao's a bad thing. I said Mao suit is a bad thing. I think liberal ideas are a bad thing. What am I, what
so
is the
for
thing
what
I'm,
it's
go
well,
for
for
it.
what it's worth, and again, I can't speak for Pisco, but I expect this is the case. I know it's the case for me. To the extent that I chastise people, user, is when they take a swing at me. So when someone comes up and effectively takes a swing at me and says, "Hey, you need to focus on this more," or "You need to say X, Y, and Z," then I'll turn around and say, "Okay, justify putting my attention on it. Explain to me why I must." So maybe Pisco's just going around picking random unprovoked fights with liberals who are worried about, a communist takeover of the Democratic Party. But what I suspect is the case is that people are bitching at Pisco that he has not reacted the way that they think he should, in which case it's fair game. He's going to turn around and say, no, I'm not reacting the way you want, and here's why. I think you're overstating the risk. And so, ironically, it's kind of like the same thing we've been hearing from the left here lately, like Kyle Kalinske and Emma Vigland and others, like don't punch left, don't punch left. Well, if you swing at liberals, what should you expect other than liberals to swing back, right? I get frustrated with the whole thing. I'm like,
Yeah, I
liberals shouldn't be
expect
swinging
Emma
at leftists,
Vigland
but
to
leftists
swing
shouldn't.
back. I
Say what?
understand. I expect like Emma Vigland
Yeah.
to swing back because like we're directly critiquing them, so that makes sense. And I expect somebody who like comes to you, Josiah, and starts the conversation. I expect you to respond to that. It's just it's the unprompted, like I think, like you said, calling people out for saying or calling people ridiculous for and then what happens is like when you call somebody out for doing that kind of unprompted, a whole conversation starts. It takes up.
Yeah,
40
but
Well,
minutes.
my
bro,
understanding
so
is Pisco is responding to people.
I'm
who-
responding to you. So the other guy who added me was this guy Bishop, who's too much of a bitch to have a conversation. Like people are adding me saying that I'm dodging the issue,
No,
and
I
so
agree. I'm not talking about this conversation. I'm talking like in my mind, I've seen you in the past do my criticism to others. I'm not saying that like you responding in this conversation is bad. No, I wanted this conversation. This is a good conversation.
no, but like when am I provoking fight? Like, except when it's tongue in cheek on Live and Learn, and it's like a fucking joke, and I'm
I
like,
mean, those jokes, the ones that like blow up into like 3-day conversations like this.
no, but I'll say something like, "Oh, well, haven't you guys heard? It sounds like Hitler's gonna come." Like that's obviously like an allusion to the discourse
No,
that's happening
but you
right
know
now.
I'm talking like you're not every time you do it, it's a joke. I mean, I don't think you did it like last time was a joke. The conversation you had on the last Live and Learn, like
No,
that's what
no,
I'm talking about.
I'm usually serious about my views, but I'm like, when am I pushing and going after people unprovoked? On usually the critique is I don't spend enough of my time. That's the same thing that Josiah gets is we don't spend enough time going after lefties. So like, yeah, if people attack me and say, "Oh, you're ignoring this huge threat," and I'm like, "Well, I don't even think it's that huge of a threat."
Mhm. So like if
I'm not.
people like yeah, and so like then so you don't think it's that big of a threat, and other people think it's a bigger threat.
Yeah,
How are
like
those
I
two
think there are
groups
people
supposed
who
to get
have
together and have a
discrete.
conversation?
I think that there's a group of people who have like some bad ideas and who have done cringe things and who should be called out. But like beyond that, I'm
So
not
like
sure
my
what else should be
prescription,
asked for.
like my prescription of like
Yeah.
not jumping down the throats or whatever you want to say, unprompted to people who say it's a threat. Because like that is literally my only critique and my only ask of this conversation. Thank you, Josiah, actually, for being able to fucking vocalize it for me. But like if that could happen, I got no other fucking problem with you right now. Like that's
So,
literally
so
it.
I would say this, usurp, and this is kind of I've had to make this piece along the way too. And since Hutch was invoked, I use him as a good example of this. There was a time where Hutch's focus on the left obviously used to drive me nuts. We used to fight about it all the time on Live and Learn, and we'd fight about it on his stream, and we'd fight about it in private. We just fought about it all the time. And I've since I do not agree. I still don't agree with Hutch, but I have since accepted that this is his role in the commentariat, that this is his niche,
Yeah.
that this is his area of interest, that he can reasonably justify his decision. Hey, there's a problem on the left, and I'm going to focus on that. Like you said earlier, that Hutch is 99% focused on Trump. That is, I love Hutch. That's not true. He obviously he recognizes Trump as the greater threat, but go look at his
Yeah, and I
content.
think that's
He
what I
does
mean,
not
like,
focus.
yeah.
He does not focus 99% on Trump. But my point is, that's his space. That's his lane.
Mhm.
And the way I look at it is like I'm concerned with lung cancer, and Hutch is like dealing with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, right? Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma is dangerous. It's not as dangerous, and it's certainly not as common as lung cancer. And so, if we had to triage, we would be focusing on lung cancer, right? If we have to triage, my way is always right. But just like we have specialists who deal with other things, that's what Hutch does. Hutch is dealing with a perfectly legitimate illness or disease in this metaphor, which is the illiberalism of the left, and the communist egg in the Democratic coalition, and that's what he's focused on. Again, I'm not going to do it, and sometimes I'm thinking, man, we could use somebody more hands on the lung cancer thing, but his thing is like, no, it's over here. And so my point is, I think this is just going to be like an eternal tension in the space, and that's why like I didn't take it, I stopped taking it personally when Steven reacted the way that he did on his stream. Like there were times that he said shit that got on my fucking nerves, but I'm like, okay, but this is just the tension. His priority is different, and he wants me to see things his way,
Like,
and
because
I
we're all
want him to see
fighting
things
at the end
my
of the
way.
day. We're all fighting for the same
Say what?
objective. We're all fighting for the same objective at the end of the day.
Right. And so I don't think you and Pisco are going to truly have it settled here. I think what you guys are going to end up having is basically this long-standing this long-term understanding that he's going to get on your fucking nerves at times, and you're going to get on his fucking nerves at times, and
No
that's just
person on this
unfortunately
planet that wouldn't be the case, right?
right. This is unfortunately just a chronic tension that we have to we have to negotiate, and we have to manage in these coalitions.
Yeah, and we all have like ideas
so-
of how we all achieve the same goal that we have, and
Well, I don't
we
know
have
what
different
your
opinions.
idea for how we achieve the goal is. I withhold my opinion on the significant amount of risk that exists or doesn't exist with respect to this takeover.
How would
That's
that affect our goal of defeating Republicans? And
I don't think that it
preventing-
will at all. That's
yeah,
that's my critique. Is like I don't understand how your prescription addresses the issue of the quote unquote coalition
Because I
being
think if
too
there's less
expansive.
infighting and less of these 24, 48-hour loops, the better. The more that we can then focus on.
That's what Josiah. That's Josiah's position, bro. Josiah's like, let's fight against the greater threat. And yeah, and surely call out some allies when they do stupid things, or I use the term ally. Oh my God, kill me. But call out people who are part of the Democratic Party and who win primaries when they do stupid things. But don't lose sight of the bigger threat. That's what Josiah's position. That's what you just said.
We can all fight the biggest threat, which is MAGA, while also not treating the backstabbers nice and not. And again, like you're gonna ask, what does that mean? But I think like,
criticize them when they do bad shit. Criticize Hassan.
I think
when
we
he's
should
cringe.
criticize them before they do the bad things. Because I think they're inherently bad. Because like,
okay,
I don't
spend
think
time.
if you heard it earlier when I was saying like in my mind, and I think one of the things that might help you understand why I think this is like in my mind, communists are just as bad as Nazis on the worst day. Like they are equally bad. So I would treat a communist trying to join our party the same reason or the same way I would treat a Nazi. So if that,
no, you wouldn't.
I would. Yes.
You mean a Nazi independent of their anti-Semitism?
Even with their anti-Semitism, because
even with
equal, doesn't matter. They're both literally just equal as bad.
So someone walks in with a swastika, you're going to treat them the same as Hassan walking in.
With a swastika, just went with Hassan. I would treat them both with the same amount of disdain.
Equal. All right. I mean, like, so if we take the view that we will treat this
bad in my mind, that's like what I tried to explain to you.
So if I take the view that maybe I'll treat the swastika guy like a little bit worse.
Okay.
That's our big disagreement.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Is that the?
If that's what you want to drill it down to, if that's what you want to narrow it down to, go for it.
I'm trying to isolate the thing that we disagree on, and it sounds like you think
I was trying to
communism.
explain to Josiah like why I have such a negative view of the DSA and why I think they're such a big threat. Because in my mind, they're like it's literally the worst thing in the world. It's one of the worst things in the world you can be. Like if we lived in a truly communist society, it's going to end up just like it did the last times it was attempted. It's going to end up like shit. A lot of people are going to die, and we're all going to be fucking miserable. Just like if we all lived in a Nazi society, a lot of people are going to die. It's going to fucking suck, and we're all going to be fucking miserable. So like I treat those enemies in the same way. I treat them both as enemies in the same way, and I don't know why people don't think the same way. And maybe that's what I need to. I need to try and convince people that these communists are fucking terrible. Like it would lead to just as much death and destruction as a Nazi rule.
No. Listen, I'm not going to begrudge you your disdain for communism, and I'm not going to try to persuade you to treat them anything less than how you do. I just, while you were talking, I'm just sitting here thinking, like, I saw a clip while I was scrolling earlier. I didn't get a chance to look at it, but I think it's Francesca Hong who is competing against. I'm blanking on his name, but for the
Mandela Barnes.
Mandela Barnes, yeah, for the primary in Wisconsin to be governor. And I saw a clip just briefly, or a description of the clip, where it says that she was asked about DSA, and she's like, I'm a proud democratic socialist, but I don't agree with everything on the DSA platform, and I'm not here to advocate for everything on the DSA platform, whatever. And I was thinking about that, and then I was also thinking that Crystal Ball had the lunatic, just a straight up lunatic, who is running against Adam Smith in his seat. and because she had Democratic Congressman Adam Smith on, and then the next day or the day after they had his challenger, and this lady is like frothing at the mouth, screaming, just a total whack job, and you can see Ryan Grimm and Crystal Ball both like try to calm her down and like, are you sure it's a good idea to call Zoran Mamdani basically small potatoes, and that he hasn't accomplished much, and pick fights with Mamdani when Mamdani is achieving policy outcomes, trying to work with the Democratic Party and accomplishing this, that, and the other. And the reason I'm bringing this up is just like random examples of where, as we speak, the DSA platform that you understandably loathe, these people are having to run away from that shit. Like the actual people who either are in office or want to be in office, Zoran Mamdani, Francesca Hong,
Yeah,
the
he
only
runs
person I've
away, but
seen who
still
is like running.
endorses.
Say what?
He runs away, but still endorses the crazy ones.
But not
Like
necessarily for their crazy positions, right? So when
I'm sorry,
Mamdani
but
was asked, well, what, like for example, when Mamdani was asked about Chevalier, because he was asked this multiple times, he didn't say, "Fuck yeah, man, her tweets are based," and "Fuck yeah, I also want to abolish prisons." Like he did a long sit down with Ana Lucia Navarro on the New York Times podcast like a week ago, and he's been confronted about this shit, and he's like, "No, of course we have to have prisons. Now, obviously, I want to go about them a different way. I would like to see, we have to incarcerate people less. I would like to take the burden off police officers and have them just respond to violent threats and have like mental health crises be managed by other people and blah 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 blah, all this shit." But when pressed, he says, "No, I don't support abolishing prisons or abolishing the police." And so I just,
But why did he
I'm
endorse
not
her over
saying,
the more moderate Dem?
because he felt that she was running an authentic campaign on affordability.
And they're more
And
aligned politically, even notwithstanding the previous comments.
That's what
And he
worries
wants to
me.
have he wants to have more control over
That's what
the
worries me.
direction of the party. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't
Wait,
mean
how
that
would Mamdani control somebody in the house?
What do you mean? If he's a kingmaker, and if
it
there's
wouldn't be like a direct control, but Peace was talking about,
like influence and
playing
just like
kingmaker of New York
whispering in the
politics
ears,
and
yeah.
and having people who are more aligned with his policy positions than establishment Democrats. He's wanting to flex his political muscle. But my point is, they're having to run away from it. And now you might say, well, they have to do it. But then I'd ask why. And the reason they have to do it is because DSA is not anywhere close to being in a position to take over the Democratic Party.
they have
If they have to,
constraints in a way that
yes.
Trump doesn't have constraints with his own
And
base.
if they have to run away from the very cringe shit that we're talking about here, I mean, Hutch had a post about it earlier today too. I saw he's like, that's what it was. He was responding to Francesca Hong. That's where I saw this, and he's like, it doesn't really bode well for DSA if all the members they endorse are having to run away from their entire platform. And it's like, that's a great point, Hutch. That's
It is a
why
great point.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
worried
think
they
you
won't
have to
have to do
fear
that in 10
DSA.
years. I'm worried they won't have to run away from it.
Based on what, though? Based on what?
Based on seeing that Republicans were able to not have to run away from literally destroying democracy and shitting on the Constitution.
But when
but
Josiah
again,
talked about the
it's two
differences
different. It's two different parts. But here's the other thing too. That's another here's the other reason here's the other thing I would invite you to think about. And again, I'm not saying that you shouldn't look at this as a competition and that you shouldn't stop trying to fight for control or maintain control of the Democratic Party. But the current conditions in the current political climate are creating the circumstances by which DSA's base in the House of Representatives, its caucus, can go from 3 to 6, right? So part of what I think you should also do is then turn to moderate Democrats and establishment Democrats and say, hey guys, you need to get your fucking shit together. I'm afraid of this DSA takeover. Apparently you are too. So you need to win and you need to start delivering. Fuck the filibuster, pass things that are popular, and show that moderate Democrats or establishment Democrats know how to govern and know how to fight. Like, I'm curious, Usurp, like, surely you recognize that part of the problem here are the people losing to DSA, their failure, their incompetence, their unwillingness to use the power and opportunities at their disposal. Do you have shade for them? Do you want to wring their fucking necks
I
for?
mean, it would depend. Like that person who lost to Chevrolet or whatever her name is, like I don't think that person was probably not doing a bad job, like so bad that needed to be replaced by somebody who has like really
No, the point
extreme
is just like
beliefs.
if they're losing to these candidates, then maybe
I think the only
maybe-
reason that that person lost was solely due to the Mamdani endorsement. Because if Mamdani
Whether
had
that's
stayed
Why?
out of
Why?
that race,
But
I do
why
not
would
know.
that? But why would that be enough? If he
Because
was
he's
a
a
multi-year,
kingmaker
but if
in
he,
New York City politics
but
specifically.
Espiat, whom Chevalier overthrew,
Hmm.
he was a known quantity. He was an
high
incumbent for
ranking.
years,
Yeah, but Mamdani
high
is like
ranking.
hot and new. He's the most popular
No,
politician
but
right
my
now
no
in New
no
York
usurp.
City.
But what I'm getting at is these candidates. Look, I spent a lot of time after Kamala Harris lost, and I still do this, wagging my finger at people who didn't vote for her. I said in conversations with people that I was telling um, Arabs and Muslims and Palestinians that despite what was going on in Gaza, they should still vote for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And I was very frustrated when the general election was in full swing and people didn't turn out. And I was upset with commentators who did not endorse Kamala Harris. But I also recognize Kamala Harris and Joe Biden failed, that they are not blameless. They too fucked up. They were not perfect candidates who were failed by the rest of us. They too failed. And so my point is, to the extent that you're upset with DSA, I wonder how much some of your frustration should also be with the people who have been in power and on whose watch conditions have deteriorated such that people are tossing them out. Like,
Schumer, Mills,
yeah,
Biden.
Joe Biden, Obama, it's like,
I will
it,
treat the people who are intentionally attempting to backstab me different than the people who try and fail to win.
I'm not saying that you need to treat them the same. I'm not saying you need to hate them, right? You hate DSA. I'm not asking you to hate these incumbent establishment
Mhm.
Democrats. I'm wondering if you're frustrated with them. You guys need to do better. You need to message better. You
Yes, of
need to show
course.
that you will fight. You need to tell the people when your elections, hey, when you give me power, I will wield that power to crush your enemies. Where's that fight? Where's the fire?
Yeah, I
See,
think that's a good thing, but I don't
that's
think it's a good
why.
thing that like what's replacing them are backstabbers.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not saying that it's a good. I'm not
I
saying it's a
know,
good thing.
but
I'm
like
saying
I can be mad at both. I can be mad at the Democrats for failing to beat
He's
Trump.
asking you if you are mad at them because,
Yes,
like,
obviously, I don't like the fact that Trump is.
So
But I
what
can be
would you
mad at two
tell?
things.
What would you tell moderate Democrats then, who are at risk of losing primaries to DSA candidates, or who are, theoretically on the chopping block from the next wave of progressive challenger? What would you tell them? I know what I would tell them. What would you tell them?
I haven't thought about that. I don't have an answer. I'm not a political strategist.
I would say while you have your jobs, show that you will fight. And if you come
Okay,
back
yeah.
and say, well, listen, I'd love to fight, but I'm in the minority because you motherfuckers put me in the minority. You gave power to the Republicans. I
Mhm.
would say, then go to the voters and say, if you give me, look at John Ossoff. John Ossoff is a great example. He's
moderate.
not far left, but do you hear how he talks?
Yeah,
He has
I'd be
this line
thrilled
that
if
goes
more people
viral
were
all the
like
time.
that. Yeah.
Well, it's not just the charisma. He's saying, reelect me.
Yes.
Give
I want people
me
that
a Senate
I won't
majority.
elect somebody. I want people that will fucking build the wall, but not at the border for another reason.
Then that's the
who I
best way
will
to
elect.
undercut DSA is not to focus all this
Right.
time like hemming and hawing about who I choose to criticize or not criticize
Can we
or
not
any of
do?
these
Wait, how
influencers.
can is it? Wait, you can't do both.
No, I'm not saying that, but all I'm trying to say is have more than not at all focus on the failures of moderate candidates. And this is not some like
Okay.
insane situation that moderate candidates can't win. People like Ossoff show that there is a lane, there is a possibility here. And the moderate candidates, Spanberger won by an impressive margin. Mikey Sherrill won by an impressive margin. Let's not pretend that the party is about to turn the country communist, right? So that's the kind of thing that I get frustrated with is this like constant whining and whinging as though we're about to lose the fight to communism when there's so much opportunity.
Okay.
And yeah, it's not just opportunity, but also I want establishment Democrats and incumbent Democrats. Like basically, if you're in a position of power right now, no matter what your policy preferences are, I want you to be afraid that you're going to lose your job because I want that
100%.
fear to motivate you that if and when you get power, you'll go, okay, guys, we get it. It's not business as usual. And if we want to keep our fucking districts, we better be prepared to jail Donald Trump and his fucking family and tear down all the fucking shit that has his name on it. And the only picture left of Trump in the White House is going to be a picture of him and Epstein. And like all this, what they need to communicate
I agree
is
with
that they're
all of
willing
this.
to wield that power aggressively in ways that they have not before.
Okay.
And that is why that they're in danger of losing. That's why their approval rating is what it is. You
Okay.
look at the polls. I don't think my Democratic representative is doing enough to fight for me and fight against Donald Trump.
So do you think?
Part of
So do you
that
think that
is on them.
So I agree with you, but I also believe that like other people can influence it, right? It's not just like the politicians
Yeah,
speaking.
yeah, and we do when we see them do base things like
Gavin
Josiah.
Newsom, Proposition
Gavin Newsom
50.
is a
Yes,
perfect
I
example
agree.
of that.
Yes, I agree. I don't disagree.
And
We're
you'll see
agreeing.
you'll see us promote and push and say, listen, when Gavin Newsom was based on redistricting and he took a political risk, he
Mhm.
should be rewarded for it. He should be benefited for it. And that's all I'm trying to say is like there's another side of this equation too.
And I wish because I agree with you, say, I wish that if you saw Mamdani endorse a crazy DSA person, that would make you look at Mamdani and go, that's fucking weird. What the fuck are you doing, dude?
We
So
do
both have our
look.
wish.
Well, wait a minute. We do look at Chevalier as weird, and I'm not happy that Mamdani endorsed her. But the reason that she got elected and the reason that she had so much wind at her back wasn't just Mamdani's endorsement. Like it's kind of a circular, like it was a feedback loop, right? He
People
didn't
are
just
sick of the
endorse her.
establishment. I mean, the
Right.
Democratic Party's approval rating is at record lows, and it's not just because of lefty bad faith critiques. It's because people are sick of fecklessness. This is not just me saying it. This is Ezra Klein just released a podcast about it. Oh, I see Ryan Getty in the listeners. Yeah, this is Getty as well. That there needs to be some sort of positive message, and liberals and moderates need to have some form of communication that's better. So, like, this is not a critique that's purely tanky. The
you
establishment
disagree
has
with any of
failed
this?
its voters. Hutch, are you there?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, now we can.
Happy birthday,
See, it's
buddy.
not just me.
Yeah,
X
happy
fucking
birthday, bro.
sucks, dude. This
Happy
website
birthday.
sucks. Happy birthday.
Thanks. Here's what I want to jump in to ask Josiah and Pisco. I don't hear you guys recognize the fact that, like, I don't know how to reconcile your advice to the Democratic Party
Finally, it's fair.
with the idea that Joe Biden was by far the most aggressive and progressive president of my lifetime.
What did there to reconcile there?
He used. I'm saying he did the things that you guys are saying the Democratic Party should do. And I feel like when you guys use this language, it's not like there's no room for improvement, but like I feel like when you guys use this language, you give credence to this idea that the Democratic Party is like this amalgamation, this like hive mind that can choose to do more, but they're just not. And you're not reckoning with like just the constraints that Biden had, for example, but he had an entire alternative lefty media machine spinning 24/7, running oppositional adversarial coverage of his presidency, despite the fact that he was like, if you would have told me that he was going to be president 20 years from when I was like 19 years old, I wouldn't have believed you with all the stuff that he did. And yet when you go into those spaces, he's regarded as just like a light Republican.
Yeah, there's no inconsistency in our view there. I mean, do you hear us defending people who malign Biden? We don't do that. I don't see the contradiction. I mean, I supported Biden. I thought he was the best president of my lifetime. And when people give bad critiques, that's bad. But what am I supposed to do about it? Like, I'll criticize the people who do that. I can't shut them up. I can't kill them. What is the thing that's contradictory?
But I think that you view them as more allies than not. You know, like I think you view that space as more allied than. I'm not talking about Hassan specifically. I'm talking about the whole fucking space. Everyone in that space, man.
When you say more
Everyone.
ally than do you just mean like more ally than MAGA? More ally than what? What's the reference point?
I mean literally more allied than not. Like I see them as working straight up against the Democratic Party and essentially like for the Republican Party. And I think you guys see them as like imperfect allies. And I just don't understand how you can have that perspective given their rhetoric. They're so hostile. The way they spoke about Kamala Harris, you know, you can say that, Majority Report and Emma Vigland did the bare minimum of saying, like if I was in a swing state, I would vote for her. But what does that matter if you've spent months accusing her of like literally supporting genocide?
So I understand ally and enemy to be with respect to goals, right? And people are allies with respect to some goals and enemies with respect to other goals. So with respect to electing Joe Biden, many of these people were not allies. But like, in what sense are they an ally is what matters. So no, they're not an all-purpose ally, such that we share the same political goal, and certainly in long-term ideological goals, I'm sure there's vast differences. But we're talking about how to actualize this observation and what to do. What is the prescription? I think that these people are allies insofar as their votes matter in the ultimate determination. Like these people, I mean, like Mamdani, AOC, I mean, the actual politicians, Chevalier, they're allies with respect to the goal of taking the House. They're allies with respect to gaining political power. That's the respect in which they're allies.
Well, I mean, to me, that's a little debatable. I mean, they seem to be picking candidates that are not of the best quality.
That's consistent with what I just said. It's consistent with what I just said, that they are not picking the best, quality candidates, and that for the purpose of winning over the House, these candidates are allies with respect to that goal. And I don't really see a contradiction there. Now, what people want to do is say, well, they're not general purpose allies. They're not general purpose friends. And that's just going to be like, okay, fine, I grant that. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, I'll grant that they have this like backwards ideology. Hassan bad. What is the actualization?
It's not just Hassan. Leave him out of it entirely. It's that
okay. So who is
space.
that entire space?
All of them. Mehdi Hassan, Crystal Ball, Kyle Kalinske, Majority.
No,
Report, all of them.
True.
No,
Mehdi
I'll
Hassan
I'll die on the hill of Mehdi. Mehdi, even after what was going on in 2024, was actively.
I'll grant you. He's the least problematic of that bunch, but he still indulges the same kind of counterproductive rhetoric.
So, but I just don't understand this form of analysis.
What do you mean by counterproductive rhetoric? Like, give me an example of something that Mehdi does that you view as counterproductive.
He gives oxygen to the populace and the populist rhetoric. I mean, if I could browse through his Twitter feed, I'm sure it wouldn't take me too long to find. Again, I'll grant you, like he's the least problematic, and I do respect him as a journalist quite a bit. He's like literally the best in the game. And
what's wrong with saying, for example? Go ahead, Josiah. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just to say this is just we're destined. Well, let me ask you this: when you say it's the least objectionable, because you said that they're enemies of the Democratic Party, do you regard Mehdi Hassan as an ally of the Republican Party and an enemy of the Democratic Party?
Listen, I will grant you. Like I think with him, it's generally a mixed bag, like a genuinely a mixed bag. I have mixed feelings about him.
What does an unmixed bag look like?
Remove him.
Yeah.
Besides me, obviously.
What is an unmixed bag?
Yeah, like an unalloyed friend.
Yeah.
Everyone you just mentioned except Mehdi, like Majority Report, Crystal Ball.
No.
They like Majority Report endorsed Kamala. That's not enough, right? Because they talk shit.
No. Hang on a second. Majority Report is like one of the worst offenders in this space. Like, yes, every 2 to 4 years they'll say, you know what, plug your nose and vote for the Democrat or whatever. Have you listened to their show? Like, I listened to a lot of their programming. They are so unhinged. They are unbelievably unhinged.
Matt Lech, totally unhinged. Emma, far less hinged than Sam. But I remember during the 2024 election campaign that I remember vividly multiple videos and not just like dedicated segments, but call-ins, when viewers would call in or fans would call in and Sam had to say, you should still vote for Kamala Harris, because sitting out or voting third party, all that's going to do is enable Donald Trump. And Trump is worse. He did it in call-ins. He did it in segments. Matt Lech, who maybe left
you. I would just encourage you to just randomly watch 5 to 10 of their most recent videos, and you'll hear that the tone is constantly
okay. Granted. Okay, let's work with it.
So you guys call that accountability.
Wait. So let's grant it.
That rhetoric. Hold on. You guys treat that rhetoric like, oh, they're holding the party accountable, and just
I'm trying to
those forces are reminding the party to do more. Otherwise you're going to lose your seat. But apply that standard to Biden.
Is that a debate about whether they're net positive or net negative for the country? Is this what the debate is about? Or I thought the debate was about allyship.
No. It's about whether or not they're a net positive for like the coalition. For the
So
Democratic
okay, the
Party,
coalition. All right, so let's discuss. Adam Kinzinger, Liz Cheney, are they allies?
They are so much more allied to this cause, the
And
cause
here
of
we
like
go, the
pro-democracy,
pedantic examples of
anti-MAGA,
Peace
supporting
Princeton.
Democrats
Jesus
than like
Christ.
99% of the lefties in that space.
Notwithstanding the fact that they completely disagree with us on many domestic policies, notwithstanding that they are considered allies, right? And notwithstanding that we have massive disagreements, notwithstanding the fact that Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger were supporters of Trump until they weren't, right? Notwithstanding that, they're still allies, correct?
But the key difference, Pisco, is they don't pretend like there is any similarities or that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are even in the same fucking universe. They clearly understand.
Nor
at
does
this
Mehdi.
point. At this point,
And Mehdi does?
And I don't think Sam does. I can't speak for Emma. I would if I were to guess, if someone were to say, Emma, are the Democratic and Republican parties equally good or equally bad? Now Matt Lech, I would grant you, he might be like, it's like 100% Hitler versus 99% Hitler. But I know that's not the case for Sam Cedar. It's
Emma and
probably
Sam
the
would
case
say
for
it's like
Hassan, but fuck
55,
Hassan.
45.
It's
Emma-
definitely the case for Mike from PA. That's why I say
65
fuck Mike from
45
PA.
what? I think it's 35. 65 35 what? Like
that's
there's a
what I'm saying. They
conceptual
would
issue
say-
here. What does
No,
it
no,
mean
no,
to be an
they would-
ally?
They would say that the Republican Party is marginally better than the Democratic Party.
Okay.
That's what they would say. That's what they would say.
okay.
Both
Who would
Matt
say
and
the
Sam.
Who would
Both-
say the
both Matt-
Republican Party is marginally better than the Democratic Party?
both Sam and Emma.
I
They
think
would
he means
both
that
say
in
No, they
the
that.
sense,
wouldn't.
Like Democrats
Yeah,
are
but yes,
slightly
they
better.
would. Absolutely, they would.
Okay, but let's say we grant it. That means now I doubt it. I'm going to be honest with you. I doubt it. I doubt that if I asked them that they would say Democratic Party is marginally better. But maybe they would. Let me grant it. What is the thing that's like the I don't know, the denominator here? What are we calculating? What is the thing that we're comparing? What is the thing that we're like blinded by, that we're doing that's horrible or bad or that's not recognizing the true threat or enemy? I don't get the point of it. What's the so what?
I'm saying that I think both of you guys have blind spots to just how adversarial they really are.
Too. Jesus.
I think you both think that they're more natural allies than they really are. And I think you guys mistake belligerent, oftentimes completely false smears as accountability.
No, so I would say that somebody who says that the Democratic Party is preferable to the Republican Party and that you should vote for the Democrat over the Republican is somebody that I consider at a bare minimum an ally of circumstance. At a bare minimum, they are the Stalin to our FDR.
With respect to the goal of getting rid of Trump, right? An ally with respect to a goal, right? There's a goal with which we're an ally. And that's the way in which I'm understanding the term. And so with respect to that goal, Dick Cheney's an ally. With respect to that goal, Liz Cheney's an ally. So it just depends on what goal you're talking about to whether I consider them an ally.
I don't hear Liz Cheney.
you Hutch would have told Stalin to fuck off during the Second World War because because he wasn't sufficiently friendly to Western democracies. For me, it's not about forming close friendships. It's about recognizing that the Republican Party is worse and that you should vote for the Democrat over the Republican. Now, would I like them to be more effuse in their praise of the Democratic Party? Yes. But I can't go around and make it my life's mission, nor will I try to just be on their ass every time they offer a criticism of the Democratic Party that I disagree with. I'm staying focused on Trump. If I look back and I'm like, okay, Sam, they should still vote for Democrats, right? Yeah. Okay, good. Check, box checked, and then I move on. That is how I look at them. What's wrong with that?
Like a criticism is something like, you could try to make the argument. Obviously, I disagree. We've argued about this 1,000 times, but you could try to make the argument that, for example, like Biden didn't negotiate well enough to get more of the provisions of Build Back Better or whatever. Okay, you can have a good faith disagreement of that, and you can make it that would be like a criticism. When you paint the entire Democratic Party as though they are like literal warmongers who straight up support genocide, that we are beyond criticism at that point. That is like you are speaking about.
I don't understand what that means. We're beyond criticism. What do you mean beyond? What is it? What makes it beyond criticism?
Because you're equating the Democratic Party with fucking Hitler. Pisco. It's not a light criticism.
So let's be clear about something, right? Do you agree 80-20 issue that there was a genocide in Gaza among Democrats?
Do I
80-20
agree that
issue.
what are you asking me?
Among Democrats, is it an 80-20 issue that there's
Do
a
you
genocide in
think-
Gaza?
Pisco,
That's
don't
my
do this.
question. You can answer it
do
or
you
not.
think- hold on. Do you think the Democratic Party are warmongering genocide supporters?
No.
Okay, then why the fuck are you
But-
fighting me on this?
No.
Like, why do you think?
So-
why do you think the polling is 80-20? Do you think it's because of this? Like,
So I'm asking the question. So do you agree it's an 80-20 issue that Gaza, that Israel committed a genocide against the Palestinians in Gaza? Do you agree?
I agree with the polling shows, sure, about the
Yes.
perception among Democratic Party voters, but you're ignoring the fact. Why do you think that perception exists, Pisco? Do you think the fact that that entire media ecosystem runs 24/7 programming accusing the Democratic Party?
I think it's yes, I'm sure. I have no doubt that the commentary has played an active role. So are the images and videos and
So are the
footage.
facts.
So is the reporting. So are the facts on the ground. So is the consensus of genocide scholars.
See,
and
if
it's all these
it was
things.
all the facts and the reporting, people would care about Ukraine just as much because it's just as much of a genocide.
The
going on
Democrats
there.
do care about the
Not at the same
genocide in
level,
Ukraine.
not the same level.
Maybe not. I mean, you can check the polling. I don't actually know the percentage of support Ukraine versus support Palestine. I haven't seen the comparison there. But yeah, the Democrats
Talk
do
about the
care,
genocide
and consistently more than Republicans regarding Ukraine. And you would never say, would you, that someone who takes a stance against, let's say, for example, there's a Democrat who is not willing to give aid to Ukraine, as there are, by the way, you have Rashida Tlaib, etc., that if there were a commentariat class that was dedicated to shitting on Rashida Tlaib and any other Democrat doesn't vote for Ukraine, that somehow they wouldn't be allies with respect to the goal of ousting MAGA. They're just different things, right? They're not an ally with respect to the goal of Ukraine emancipation and ending the genocide in Ukraine. They are an ally with respect to something else. But, and I'll bite the bullet on Nick Fuentes, with respect in 2026 to the goal of getting Republicans out of power, with respect to that goal, Nick Fuentes is an ally, but he's not a good person. Ideologically, you could say, not an ally. I'm happy to grant that ideologically, not allies, by which we mean like there's not a
Would you share a
compatibility in
stage
terms
with
of the
them?
dogma. It depends on who, right? And that's
Nick
going to be a
Fuentes.
factoring in reputational risk. That's going to be factoring a bunch of different things
Fuentes.
that isn't coextensive with this analysis on allyship or non-allyship. We're living in vagaries because you got nothing. There's no prescription here. What is the prescription?
Well, and I'll also put just like I did a simple Google search, and again, like it says, roughly 80% of Democrats express active sympathy for Ukraine and the conflict, according to recent polls.
It was more about like the obsession and the genocide and like shitting on the Democrats for what they're doing. Like I think it's just
but that's non-responsive. So even if I grant you that they are selective in their outrage, the commentariat, my point is, Pisco's question was, to what extent does the idea that Israel's committing genocide in Gaza, how popular is that sentiment, or how common is that sentiment in the polls? And the overwhelming majority of Democrats certainly express more sympathy for the Palestinians than Israel. I don't know what the polling is.
80% of Democrats are not allies. They're not allies.
No. Hang on a second. Like, considering what is happening in Gaza, a genocide is not the same thing as actively accusing the Democratic Party holistically of supporting genocide, of like
in enabling it,
of consciously, knowingly supporting a genocide.
So let's take that claim now.
For Palestinians to be murdered en masse.
So let's take that claim. I mean, if we go back to the 2024 election, do you think that there's majority support that believes that the Gazan genocide is a genocide among Democrats?
The Democratic Party, absolutely.
Yes, and notwithstanding that, and the fact that and who was the president at that relevant time?
Oh my God! I just got you to say that you don't think that the Democratic Party supports genocide. You disagree with that rhetoric. You're laundering their rhetoric for them right now.
I have my view, right? My view has to do with like what I take support to mean is like it's your conscious object to like kill off in whole or in part the Palestinian people. I don't think Joe Biden wants that, but I'm trying to reflect this notion of allyship, and if it excludes some majority of Democratic voters, then this concept isn't very useful to me. That's what I'm trying to get at. And so regardless of the fact that I don't think that most Democrats have as their conscious object, genocidal intent, such that we could call them a supporter of genocide, if there is a majority of Democratic voters who do two statements, right? Two propositions. One, there is a genocide in Gaza, and two, Biden is the president. Notwithstanding that, they support Biden. Then it's not this like issue of it being incompatible with being an ally to consider that members of your party are prolonging or supporting a genocide. I don't think it's incompatible.
Even if you think it's irresponsible or politically or at the very least politically or electorally irresponsible rhetoric to adopt from a commentator, you also have to understand that they're not like me in the sense that their rhetoric is not always geared towards optimizing the best electoral outcome for the Democratic Party.
I'm
Like
not
if you
asking for that. I'm not saying
no,
just
no.
be
So,
just
but my point is, like, if you were to ask Crystal, like, let's say Crystal, because I know she's used this phrase before, and you were to say, what gives her that rhetoric? Don't you think that that's going to redound to the disadvantage of the Democratic Party at the ballot box? She would say, maybe, but I genuinely believe that Democratic politicians are actively enabling a genocide. What do you want me to do? Lie?
well, at that point, I mean, they're just they're constructing like the most evil caricature they can possibly fathom, instead of even showing a capacity for just a shred of nuance.
So if there were a
Like,
Democratic presidential candidate who's like, okay, I'm against Ukraine funding, I don't really think there's a genocide of Ukrainians, and you were like calling them out for genocide apologia and lack of support for Ukraine, would you be an ally if push came to shove, and you made those critiques, but you nonetheless said endorse the candidate? Are you an ally in your view?
But Pisco, I similarly do not like any kind of like Democratic politician expressing just full-throated support of Israel and opposing,
That's
like
not what I'm asking.
humanitarian treatment of Palestinians.
I'm pushing
Like,
on
I
this
hold the
notion.
same-
What Josiah is telling you is there are people who have good faith and, in fact, majority critiques in the Democratic Party who take this view, and whether or not they're stupid, whether or not they're deluded, it doesn't mean that they're not allies with respect to the goal of ending fascism and Trump in this country. And it just matters what the goal is that you're considering allyship under.
I don't think it's a good faith accusation, again, to say that the Democrats are enabling and like participating in a genocide.
Good faith turns on the intention of the speaker. That's what I'm mentioning with good faith. It's like not you can have a belief unless you're willing to say that 80% of Democrats are not good
that
faith.
Belief in good faith if you're like
okay, so then you're in the minority. So you acknowledge, usurp, it's an 80-20 issue among Democrats. Are you accusing 80%?
No, the 80-20 is that there is a genocide happening, right?
Okay.
Not who is responsible and who is like enabling the genocide.
Well, now it's different. I mean, there's new people in power, surely, but like if you were to ask at the time of the election whether or not Biden was promoting a genocide or facilitating a genocide, would you be surprised if the number were as high as like 20, 30, 40% among Democrats?
Yeah, because that's what the entire online left-wing ecosystem has been screaming for years at that point. Of course, yeah.
But again, as a factual matter, if you believe that what happened in Gaza is a genocide, as a factual matter, the Biden administration did facilitate and enable it to some extent. We were providing arms to the group, perpetuating, the genocide. So again, say what?
Let me hit you with a yes or no. Okay, the Biden administration, they were successful in pressuring Israel to allow for humanitarian aid to go into Gaza in the first place, and the Biden administration was responsible for the evacuation of Rafah, which estimated saved tens of thousands of lives in a single offensive. Would you say like
these are all merits arguments? Yeah, I mean, we grant that. I think that is evidence inconsistent with the rationale that Biden or Kamala specifically want to see the elimination whole or in
so
part.
How do you get to that position?
This is the nuance. This is the nuance
that they
ignore.
ignore.
You can't. He doesn't get that if he alienates Israel and Netanyahu. Which
Yeah,
is what
so
everybody wanted him to do.
what you're offering is a merits argument about why they don't, in fact, have this conscious object to create a genocide in Palestine. What is oftentimes the accusation from the other side is, regardless of whether they had the specific intent, they were reckless about it. They should have known. You have people, insiders in the Biden administration, dropping out and like quitting because of this, or saying that they're not enforcing, the provisions of law that prevent this kind of, giving over of aid, whether done intentionally or recklessly. And so that's all merits arguments. And someone could have. I mean, I guess I want to hear you say, is it impossible, or in your view, improbable or inconceivable that there could be millions of people with a good faith belief that the Democrats prolonged or recklessly promoted a genocide?
Normal, everyday people. Yes, but I think our media representatives have a higher standard.
And those people, independent of the fact that they hold that view, with respect to the goal of electing Kamala, were allies, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then there's nothing incompatible with those positions. Now, I think what is trying to be done is pick somebody who's generally unsavory, say Nick Fuentes or say Hassan Piker among these circles, and like get the person who is quote unquote sweeping for the tankies to call them an ally, as a general purpose ally, whatever the fuck that means. We don't need to endorse their whole outlook. We don't need to endorse their whole character, all that shit, to say that with respect to the goal of defeating Trump, it is preferable. They're allies to getting power, not Hassan specifically, but some of these candidates, and that I'm
It
going
might
to
have
treat
actually been, no, I
those
actually didn't
people
really
differently
understand
than
the
I treat
question.
MAGA, and there's nothing inconsistent or wrong with that.
What? Let me ask you a question. What do you think are the odds that that whole media ecosystem will accuse the eventual Democratic nominee for president in 2028 of supporting genocide? Would you say the odds are
I
good
don't-
or bad?
I think decent,
Pretty
decent,
good.
decent odds, yeah.
Then how the fuck are they allies? I love you guys. You're my
So
boys.
what is it? What
I
is it?
love you guys.
What
You're
does
my
it mean?
boys,
To,
but
wait,
how
wait,
the
wait.
fuck are they
What is it?
allies if
So what
they-
does it mean to be an
you know
ally?
they're gonna
So
do that?
what does it mean to be an ally?
They're gonna help the
What
fucking
is-
Democrat win the election and be
Okay,
on the
so
same
is
page.
Biden an
And
ally? Is Biden an ally for Kamala Harris?
What?
I don't even what question? Yes,
So, like,
of course.
because he
Yes,
did a
you're the
bad
one that
job
fucking
and he
anointed
lost his
her.
mind, he's not an ally?
If you're judging just based on the instrumental effect of a group of people or particular individuals, whether or not they're allies, that is to say their net effect, then you're going to drag in, like, maybe David Plouffe gets dragged in. Maybe Kamala Harris herself is not an ally. Like
Yeah,
this
wait a
notion
minute.
of
So like Hutch, would you consider? I don't know if you'd use this word. I think I certainly believe it applies. I don't know if this would be the word that you would instantly ascribe to them, though. Somebody who votes for Democrats, a Democratic voter, just a random person who votes for the Democratic Party, do you consider them an ally?
That's like no.
I'm just
I
asking.
think,
Just answer the question. You
no,
asked.
I need.
We
no,
answer your questions.
No,
Okay.
I need more than that because otherwise Nick Fuentes would be an ally. Is that your
with, res-
standard?
with respect
Is
to
that
a
your standard?
with respect to a particular goal. If it's the case,
Yeah.
so you gave a
no,
you gave a
who
you gave a
thinks this
test for what
narrowly?
would you gave a test for what would count as an ally, someone who helps you achieve the result. If it were the case that Nick Fuentes' Groyper movement does help Democrats get elected in 2026 by your own metric, Hutch, let me finish it. By your own metric, you'd be an ally, yes or no?
No, it's about being an ally to the cause, not one election or
You guys are
another
so
election.
narrowly thinking.
Then change the metric.
So wait a
you
minute.
just
So
you
how
had a,
would you regard? How would you just regard a random American who votes for Democrats? What would you regard them? What term would you use to describe them? I would argue your vote is the single most important thing you can do in a democracy. It's not the only thing you can do in terms of advocacy and assistance and allyship, but it's the most important thing and probably the most necessary thing, especially for an eligible voter.
But
How would you
Josiah,
regard a Democratic voter?
But Josiah, the concept of a coalition transcends one single election or the other. This
Give
is
the
How would you
criteria.
regard a Democratic voter? How would you regard a
I don't-
Democratic voter?
It depends on the. I don't. It depends on the context, Josiah. But you understand
Are they
what
an
I'm
enemy?
saying, right? Hang on. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So there's
but
multiple. It's
you- but
multivariate. You're saying
A political movement is something
you
that is
you
about
are
something,
you are
building.
you are 7 steps ahead, Hutch, but in the wrong fucking direction. So instead of just trying
I
to
can't
avoid
get
what
you
you
to-
think is a gotcha, just
I
answer the question.
But I can't get you to just accept the understood definition of a coalition. You're trying to restrict the idea of like, is someone an ally about whether or not they
I'm not
voted in an
trying to restrict
election?
anything. I'm not, because again, you expect people to answer your questions, but you don't answer mine. So answer my fucking question. What do you regard
You watched
a
the
Democratic
SAS.
voter? What is the word you would use? A person who votes for the Democrats.
I would call them a Democratic voter, Josiah.
Not enough to
That's
know
it.
that they're an ally. In other words.
No,
Okay.
not enough to know. Obviously not. No.
Okay, so my point is that the thing I was getting to that has absolutely nothing to do with what you were talking about was this. If you look at the polls, a majority of Democrats, a majority of Democratic supporters still voted for Kamala Harris, right? But also, if you look at those same polls, a majority of Democrats regard what's going on in Gaza as a genocide.
Mhm.
And if you look at some polling questions, a majority of Democrats believe that the U.S. is enabling Israel's actions in Gaza. My point is, it follows that there are millions of people in this country who saw what was going on in Gaza as a genocide
And voted for Kamala.
who
anyway.
understood that the Biden-Harris administration, at least by their understanding, was enabling it, and they voted for them anyway.
How many people couldn't stomach it?
So wait a minute. So my point is, when you say, if you regard the Democrats as enabling a genocide, you are not an ally. You are not part of the coalition. By definition,
No,
that's just not true,
so-
because
That's
there
not
are
what I
people who believe
said.
you did
This
say
is
that.
not- No, Josiah, we're having a conversation about like media figures, people with platforms and digital bullhorns that run programming 7 days a week.
Where the people
Why would
learn
they-
their
would they-
shit
Why,
about
why,
all
why,
this.
why would,
That's
why
where
would that
people
be different for
learn.
them? So let's
These
assume
people
that
are
they're
in the
different
street.
for someone with
Why-
a massive platform.
so if they're just giving voice to a position that commands majorities among Democratic faithful, why would you treat them differently in terms of good faith, bad faith, or allyship? If they're giving voice to these commonly held critiques.
I don't think this is a serious question. I really
What
I
don't.
don't think
what
you have a
about
serious-
it is
I don't
not
think- I
serious?
don't think you have a serious answer. I don't think you have a serious
this idea,
answer.
come on, you guys are smarter than this idea that we would regard like the median voter in the same way, in the same
Hutch.
conversation about like culpability in
No, an
you know, like-
allyship.
Hutch.
I don't want to change the metric. The metric
Hutch,
is coalitionist or allyship.
I think you're too smart to believe that somebody in a position
you
of
getting with this
influence who
allyship
believes
thing?
and says that the Democrats or the Biden-Harris administration enabled a genocide means that they're not an ally. I think you're too smart to believe that because that's a genuinely stupid fucking thing
I
to
think
say.
you're too smart to not understand that these people have had the knives out for the Democratic Party for fucking years. They have regarded the
Is it your
Democratic Party.
position? Is it
They-
your
they have
position that a person of
regarded-
influence?
Hang on. They have regarded the Democratic Party as a fundamentally evil institution for years. Let's just not even talk about Gaza. Would you disagree with the fact that the vast majority of those people like genuinely espouse the belief and promulgate the belief that the Democratic Party literally does not give a single fuck about voters, doesn't want to improve their lives, is completely beholden to corporate interest and APAC money.
Let's name names: Hassan Piker, Cenk Uygur, Breaking Points, Kyle
All of them.
Kalinske.
Hassan Piker,
every
yes.
single one of
Cenk
them.
Uygur, yes.
All of them.
Mehdi
all of
Hassan,
them.
no. Sam Cedar, no. I would say that he thinks that the Democratic Party is too beholden to corporate interests and doesn't care enough
I don't
about
think
the
you.
base.
I don't think you watch enough Majority Report. With peace and love, I don't think you watch enough. I don't know. If
Okay,
you
so
ever
so
watched them.
I just tried to answer your question. I tried to even go more specific with specific names. So now
Well,
here's
hang
my
on.
question:
Do
Is
you
it
watch
your
Majority
position?
Report?
Is
Do
it?
you
Yes,
actually
I
watch
do.
them?
Is it? I
Like
do.
regularly?
Not every day. Beg your pardon?
Okay,
He doesn't have time. He's making 30 videos a day. He can't watch every single.
Listen, I respect the hustle. I'm just saying, I do. I watch them very regularly, and they have been saying this for years. This is just a firmly established narrative that the Democratic Party is completely beholden to corporations. They do not give a fuck about it, a single fuck about the voters. Like the ACA was just only existed to like line the pockets of insurance executives. They've been saying this for years.
You're no. You're being reductive because they also give the Democratic Party flowers on like President Biden's progressive policy. Sam Cedar fought on that. His like
That
labor
lasted like 6
Do you
Department of
think they gave
Labor,
him more
shit like that.
flowers or more condemnations?
Probably more condemnations because
So
he
what the
still
fuck are
wasn't
we
what
talking about?
Well, we're using your
Wait a minute.
criteria. I thought.
Wait
I
a
thought
minute, usurp. Are you telling me this is where you are doomed for dissatisfaction? If they don't believe that Joe Biden is enough, they are not going to praise him more than they criticize him. You can't police. You can't police. What you want is for them to get rock hard at the thought of Joe Biden. That's not
That's what
going
you
to
think
happen.
I'm saying.
Yes, when you say, oh my God, how can they bitch more about Biden than give him flowers? Maybe it's because they think that for all of Biden's successes relative to other Democratic presidents, he is still woefully inadequate in their eyes.
Remember,
I
all the
can't change that.
successes, all the
You can't change that.
successes.
What you should care about is whether or not they give him credit for his successes. That's a reasonable demand to make.
All the successes of the most successful left-leaning politician and president in American history. The best president that you all said that we've ever had, and that wasn't fucking good enough. That wasn't good enough.
He's not the most successful president in American history, and he's not the most
You're
successful
No, you're our lives and our
president in
lifetime. I
American
apologize.
history.
Our lifetimes. Our lifetimes.
Yeah, grant
You all
that.
said that earlier.
But who? That's all consistent.
I said yes. So I agree with that. I agree with that too. And they would also agree that Biden was the most progressive president in their lifetimes too. But,
but
what
they would
if
add
that's
a
not
caveat.
enough?
Josiah, they would add a caveat and be like, "That's a really low bar,"
What if it is to them? What if it is? What if it is? What if it is?
You're laundering
What if
their
it is?
framing. You're laundering
What
their
if it
framing.
is?
What does that mean?
What if
Laundering
it
the
is?
framing. What do you mean by that?
You are
laundering the framing?
conflating.
What if it is? What if it is to
Josiah,
them, Hutch?
Josiah, I love
Hutch,
you.
what if it is?
Sweet child, I love you. You You are laundering their framing by now by conflating.
Oh my God, dude, you're out of your
good
fucking
faith
mind. No,
critique.
you're just so
No,
upset
No, but you
that
just
Sam is not a
dominated me,
liberal
bro.
the way you are, the way that
No,
I am, the
that's
way that
not what I'm
Pisco is.
upset. I
That is
have
what you're
good-
upset about.
I have
You're
good
laundering their
relationships.
framing.
No,
You're
that's not
laundering their
Josiah.
framing by
Josiah.
saying that they have higher standards
Josiah's off the fucking
for
planet right now.
for a
Josiah.
Democratic president on the whole than we do. They
Josiah,
have, I would argue, in many ways, unrealistic
Listen,
standards.
There is a difference.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
There is a difference between saying that you weren't a fan of this or that Biden policy. Okay, that's a critique. That's what you're.
That's very
conflating.
generous of you. That's very generous of you.
But what they do is beyond criticism. I just don't understand. It's beyond
It's
criticism.
not. It's beyond criticism because they're making a holistic assessment of the entire institution and all of the politicians that exist in that institution. They're not saying we wish the Democrats would do more. They're saying that the Democrats are profoundly corrupt and profoundly evil. That's what they're saying. They're saying they do not give a fuck
I've never
about votes.
heard listen, you want to provide a timestamp link sometime with all the fucking watching you do the majority report? Send it to me. You send it to me.
Maybe they do.
Listen to me. I will dedicate tomorrow's show to scrubbing through all of these creators'
God.
videos. I'm just gonna pick random videos on their feed.
No,
over the
dude,
last,
no,
like, 3
I gave
weeks.
you a
will
name,
give you
Sam Cedar.
50
Sam Cedar.
receipts
I
of
want
them
you
engaging
to
in this-
give me a
Yes,
time.
Sam
I want you
Cedar.
to give me
Yes,
a timestamp link
Yes,
of Sam Cedar saying
I
that
will
the
do that.
Democratic Party is evil.
I will do that. I will do that. I will do he might not just say the words. They are evil.
Oh, okay.
but he
Oh, I'm
will-
sorry. See, right.
Bro,
Okay,
you
there
can
we go. There we
characterize
go.
Someone is evil.
Got it.
You can
Okay.
characterize someone as evil without
Right,
saying this
right,
person's
right.
evil. You understand that, right? Like,
I
Okay,
don't
so
dispute.
if they
I
do,
don't
what's the follow on from that? I mean, then they're not not in the coalition, by which we mean what?
they think that like median Democratic politicians and people like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and fucking anyone that they deem the establishment are evil. Okay,
That's circular. You're saying, okay, that's the criteria by which we know they're not in the coalition. And when we know they're not in the coalition, then what? What does it mean? What is this thing that we're examining? There's a
You and me
huge
have had this
conceptual issue.
conversation 1,000 times.
But there's never a good response to it because it's just
What
this ally, coalition. Are they a friend to the Democratic Party? Granted, they're not. So what? Then what needs to change?
We've been round and round on this. All I've said is that a simple acknowledgement that that's how they function, that that's how they behave. That would be a really good start.
We have
But I-
acknowledged,
but I
for example,
don't.
let me give you some examples. So I think that since the 2024 election, Crystal Ball and Kyle Kalinske have come around and have said that they regret that they were sheepish and not endorsing it in 2024. And by and large, their coverage of the MAGA, the MAGA government has been largely, hugely negative. And in that respect, we are like aligned on being against MAGA. Now, I don't forget the fact that they were sheepish / not endorsing in 2024, and we criticize that and we
Bro, they
talk about
the-
that.
They
But
talk the same shit about the Democratic Party right now, both of them, constantly. Do you guys
so
watch a lot of
that's
Breaking Points
compatible.
and Kyle
That's
Kalinske?
compatible with them having changed their mind in terms of the lesser of two evils and what it makes sense to endorse in the future. That's all compatible with that.
I promise you, Kyle Kalinske is not going to endorse the 2028 nominee. I will bet you guys $100 each that he won't do it. I know he says he's going to do it, but it's going to be someone like Kamala and Gavin.
There's going to be some bullshit
He's going to
excuse
say
that
no.
comes
He's
up
going
at
to
the
say,
end.
I promise you, he's not going to do it. And I think
I
you guys
already have a $20 bet. I already have a $20 bet with Steven about Kyle endorsing Haley Stevens over Tom Rogers or Mike Rogers if Stevens wins the primary.
He might do that, but I promise you, by the time we get around to 2028, he will find a reason.
One
to say
election at a
no.
time. I'm in 2026. One election
Okay,
at a time.
but then if that happens,
monitoring his shit.
how will that change your mind if Josiah is right? Would you now consider them allies?
No, that's not. That's not. You need to.
Then what is this test then? I mean, then what is the test calculating
Pisco,
for?
I should not have to explain to you why someone is not an ally if they could describe you and your movement as profoundly, unequivocally evil. Why do
If
I have
that's
to
just what it
fucking
means to be an
explain?
ally, okay. So if that's just what being an ally means, then fine. I guess that's what being an ally means. That if you believe that the Democratic Party is evil, you quote unquote are not an ally. But you could be an ally with respect to removing the Republican Party. And why isn't that like something that we should consider as opposed to this like general purpose ally ideological conformity? Like, okay, granted, they're not allies in the general sense. Who cares?
It's about whether or not you think that they're like a net positive or a net negative for the
I
Democratic Party
suspect
coalition.
people like Breaking Points and Kyle Kalinske and Crystal Ball are just by virtue of them
castigating MAGA are net beneficial to Democrat voters. That's an
I-
intuition. I can't prove
Listen.
it, but can you prove that they're a net negative? How do you prove that?
Listen, respectfully, I mean, we're both just opining here, right?
Yeah.
But like,
none of us can prove
respectfully,
any of this.
I just get the sense that you don't watch a lot of their content. I do, and I promise you, they go after Democrats like just as hard as they go after Republicans all the time, every week.
They don't, and here's why: because both Crystal and Kyle will acknowledge that the Republicans are worse. So by definition, you're objectively wrong. They can't go at them.
They have to say that now. Do you understand that? They have to say that now. But
they cannot. But by
definition,
by definition, they don't do it. Now they may have done it in the past. They may yet do it in the future. But
I trust them.
I don't think you watched. I don't think you watched their videos. I don't.
Okay. Well, I've heard them say. Maybe you haven't. Maybe those just happen to be.
I
watch them 24/7. Maybe you happen to miss the shit where they say, "Yeah, what Trump is doing is far worse than anything we've ever seen from Democrats." Okay. I don't give a shit that you don't care. What I said
that doesn't make someone an ally.
What I'm saying is, if they say between two options, one option is worse than the other, then by definition, they don't think the two options are equally good or equally bad. I win, you lose. That's my point, Hutch.
The definition of an
That's
ally.
my point.
Then what is the so what is the so what? So like, should I stop going on breaking points? Should I not interact with Kyle Kalinske? What is the so what of all this?
I'm going to say it again. Just Pisco, who is my boy and I love. Just a simple acknowledgement.
I love you too. I acknowledge that they shit on them.
Acknowledgement that they are not on the fucking team, and they never have been, and they never will be, no matter how much lip.
They never will be. So Kinzinger, after supporting Trump, he can be on the team, but Crystal and Kyle can never be on the team.
Pisco. Obviously, everybody can fucking repent.
But then why did he say they will never be?
Because it's a turn of phrase, bro. Jesus, it's the way humans speak to each other. Holy shit.
I mean, like, listen. If you make
we're not fucking lost.
It's about pattern recognition, okay? I mean, I just like look at the trend and I just kind of extrapolate from there, okay?
Okay, so that's your prediction, and apparently, if you're shown wrong on Haley Stevens, that won't change your mind.
I didn't say he was wrong about Haley Stevens.
No, if conditional on you being wrong that Kyle will endorse and this bet that Josiah has, if Josiah's right, that won't change your mind. So what would change your mind?
Kyle and Crystal have to like make some concessions right now because Donald Trump has been so cartoonishly, unfathomably bad.
What would change your mind?
They have
Nothing.
to take that position.
Nothing. They have to become.
Two election cycles, two presidential election cycles of them showing that they changed their behavior.
I didn't say that, Josiah. I didn't say they have to become shills. That's not what I said. Why are you bastardizing what I just said?
We're asking
You're a bastard.
We're asking for the bare minimum.
If you had been a part of Chorus, if Brian Tyler Cohen had approached you to be a part of it like they did with Pac-Man, they would have savaged you just the same, bro.
Yeah, we would have hit back. And we would have hit back. And we would have hit back.
They would have thrown you under the bus fucking immediately because they sense blood in the water. Do you even dispute that?
They probably would have criticized his eyes.
It's very possible. It's very possible.
No, I think it's likely, but
you're trying to tell me that these people are fucking allies, and
you're
conceding that they would have.
So if what you mean by ally is like a friend, is that what you mean by ally? A friend?
I'm gonna KMS.
Was Stalin an ally? Was Stalin an ally during the Second World War?
I'm actually gonna KMS.
No, if you have this,
was Stalin an ally during the Second World War?
Oh, so your birthday's over. You don't have to be nice anymore, Hutch.
Yeah, this is us being nice. Now we're gonna start being mean.
Now we're gonna be mean. Can we just be honest? Like, Hutch, if there is a lack of clarity on the concept that's being invoked and its implications, then it's just going to keep raising itself. The fact that like ally, coalition, tent, all this stuff is like unconnected to particular prescriptions and unconnected to like some like through line here, that's going to be a problem. And you being exasperated about it, like, yeah, I am too, because I don't know what you're talking about.
But to me, it just seems so crazy that I can get you guys to acknowledge that they would literally throw you under the bus and call you a genocide apologist, paid propagandist if you were a part of Chorus, and I can't get you to like understand my perspective that maybe maybe we
maybe
shouldn't be
then what?
treating these people like friends, you know? Like maybe we shouldn't be treating
Like
these
be
people like
polite
we're
to
on the same
them,
page.
like acknowledge when they're right, treating like a friend. There are many things that go into my perspective of a treating like a friend. Like I have MAGA people who are friends, and it's not all connected to their politics. Treat as friend is something that I don't know. It's not intuitive to me that just because someone throws you under the bus publicly because of the core situation, that that there's some necessary entailment that they're not your friend. Now, if you mean something else, like a net positive, a net drain, antagonistic towards you, or if there's some other prescription, then say it. But just guessing out loud and with his vagaries like, oh, they're not a friend, they're not a friend, they're not a friend. I have friends with people who stumped for Trump. I have friends who are like dyed in the wool Republicans. No, there's nothing inconsistent with being like
Well, what do
directly
you mean
contrary
by
to political aims.
what do you mean by political? If by political you mean,
Oh,
you
so now
know,
you're doing this little meta
inherent,
performance here. I mean,
what do you
like
mean?
like
What do you
honestly,
mean by? It depends on what
relating
you
to
mean by. What you mean
yeah,
by
yeah, yeah.
meta.
So you're frustrated that like I'm sorry you can't cash out this coalition tent business. Now you're saying okay. So what I mean by political is relating to how power is divided in this country through government offices.
Well, if by power, do you mean like kinetic energy, or do you mean, you know, like something else?
The ability to impose your will, one's will, an object, and that I take to be a semantic primitive.
Well, by ability, do you mean something that's intrinsic?
Capability, yeah, I mean capability, and that I take to be a primitive. I can't.
You gotta throw a yes or no in there.
Yeah, so it doesn't work on me, Hutch. It doesn't. So Hutch, it doesn't work on me, right? Because I know what I'm talking about in terms of what I mean when I say this language. But when people say coalition and tent, it's all vagary bullshit, and there's not a single prescription that you give other than treat them as the enemy, treat them this way, don't pretend they're Democrats. Vague bullshit. That's all we get.
Well, what do you mean by me? I mean, like, what are we?
Dude, so that's all you got. You got the meta performance. That's it. That's it. So what's the prescription? What's the prescription? What do you want us to do?
He's not a doctor. He can't write a prescription.
Listen, just don't use rose-tinted glasses. That's all I'm saying. That's it. And I
Listen,
don't
Okay,
mean
okay,
hold
we
on,
don't. Okay, we won't, and we
said
don't.
what we've
Hold on,
wanted.
Pisco, before you ask, I don't mean literal
Calmly.
glasses. Okay, I don't mean literal rose-tinted glasses. It is an expression.
Turn
It's
of
meant to
phrase.
express. You know, like
This,
don't.
yeah.
You know, don't maybe talk about these people. Treat these people as though they're on the same page as us. Because I don't
Yeah,
think
yeah.
they are.
So treat them as and that is like, and I do.
Depends
And
on what the
I
page is. It depends
Yeah.
on what the page is, because as for me, one of the pages is, are the Democrats better than the Republicans? And all the people that you listed so far, with the possible exception of Hassan, which is why I don't consider him an ally. And again, I use Mike from PA that because I see like his tweets all the time now, the fucking loser. They are not allies, but Mehdi is, and Kyle is, and Crystal is, and Sam is, and Emma is. Maybe not
What
Matt
would it
Lich.
take you
I
to
don't know.
convince you that they're not?
Depends what
They
you mean
would
by
need to
ally.
tell
If
me.
what you mean by ally is that they're willing to support the Democratic candidate, then that's what it would take. If you mean by ally a general purpose friend who doesn't fuck you over in public opinion, then them not doing that, right? So like it just turns on what you mean when you use these fucking terms like coalition, tent, and ally.
So for them to not be somebody that I would consider in the broadest possible sense an ally, even a situational ally, they would have to do like Kyle. When Kyle and Crystal were advocating for third party candidates in 2024, they were not allies. They were active impediments. They were not as much impediments as say somebody encouraging people to go vote for Donald Trump, but they were not allies. They were obstacles.
When
They
did
were
they become allies
adversaries.
again?
When they apologized and recognized that Donald Trump was much worse than they expected and that the Democrats are better, despite their criticisms of the Democratic Party. And as they continued to shit on the Republican Party, and as they continue to say things like they would drag their balls over broken glass, well, I guess not Crystal because she doesn't have any, but when Kyle says he drag his balls over broken glass to vote for a centrist lib-cut candidate if the alternative is a MAGA Republican, as long as they continue to say that shit to their vast audiences, then we're on the same page as far as at least one critical page,
with respect to that goal.
Real quick,
which is recognizing that the Democratic Party is better than the Republican Party. Now, there are other pages and other things in which they are probably not allies or not sufficiently ally for my liking. I would like them to go further and more enthusiastically support the Democratic Party, but I also recognize it's probably not going to happen because I'm liberal and they're leftist.
So if in 2028, if they don't like support the Democratic nominee over whoever the Republican nominee is everything they did this year moot?
No, it just means that they will have ceased to be an ally then.
So they can just like flop back and forth at their own will, whenever they say like, "Hey, I'm an ally now." No, I'm not an ally.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't change. It doesn't change their advocacy. So, like, let's say between November 5th, 2024, and let's say November 4th, 2025, 8. Okay, so the 4 years of this Trump presidency before the next election. Okay, let's say that they're saying things like, you know what, the Democrats are better than the Republicans, and the vast majority of their coverage is anti-MAGA, anti-Trump more than it is anti-Democrat. And that's certainly the case for Kyle, and certainly the case for Crystal. I do watch Breaking Points. They bitch at MAGA and MAGA corruption more than they do about the Democratic Party. Yes, they still bitch about the Democratic Party, but no, it's not
bitching.
more
It's
about
not
the
bitching.
Democratic Party.
It's not
Say
bitching.
what?
It's not bitching. Don't reduce it to just bitching, though. Don't do that. I'm not talking about bitching.
As opposed to what? What's the word you want to be used?
Pick a different
What do
word.
you-
Pick a
what do
different
you
word.
mean
By
by
bitching, I mean complaining about, criticizing, dogging, speaking
Undermining.
of negatively, undermining, whatever synonym you want.
I mean smearing. That's what I mean. Smearing.
Okay, smearing. So they
Yeah.
spend more time bitching or smearing, excuse me, the Republican Party than they do the Democratic Party. Now, if they continue to do all these things, and then when push comes to shove, they break their word, break their commitment, and say you should vote third party, or you should sit this one out, or the Democrats and Republicans are
Why-
basically the same. So who gives a fuck? Then they will have ceased to be allies.
But there are a lot of political creators that exist.
What's the point of
there
being
are
an
a
ally
lot
if you can
of
just say something
liberal,
and like what's
pragmatic, progressive.
Why do they get the benefit of just being post hoc
intelligent
sorry?
creators
Yes,
that,
agreed.
that we could all form like a collective network with? Why would we choose to network with people?
Oh, so
who
now
are
we get to
not- who are
prescription.
not
So,
those
the,
things?
so now we get there. So now the question is whether we should network with them. Well, I just think that like if it's conducive, let's say it's conducive for my end to spread my message on whatever Trump's doing, to go on these different platforms. Why shouldn't I do it, irrespective of the fact that there could be another kind of network that I appeal to? If I could also do that one, why not schedule in breaking points? I don't understand.
Maybe network is not the most precise word. I've never said or even thought that I don't think that you should go on their platforms. Like there's an argument to make, the utilitarian benefit of going on different platforms, even with people that you like, who have views that you abhor. That's fine. I mean like actually the building out like a larger sort of like liberal, cinematic universe online.
I don't know what that means, Hutch. Wait, building out the cinematic
listen,
universe?
Well, wait, Hutch. I think I understand what Hutch is saying, but here's my question: what are Pisco and I doing that's not commensurate with that? Do we not interact with you? Do I not interact with you? Do I not interact with Soy Pill? Do I not interact with Pisco? Do I not interact with IRI?
No, you do. I'm not saying you don't.
Right.
You both do. But I'm just saying, like, why not? Like, why not restrict the party to just that? You know what I mean?
How would we restrict it? The party is not this. It's a decentralized thing. It's not like the centralized thing where we can like kick them out of the party, by which we mean like out of the formal structures of power.
Party. I don't mean literal party.
So then I need to know what you mean when you say kick them out or draw a red line. So they're not part of it.
you can talk with them at the water cooler, but maybe don't invite them to the fucking barbecue at your house on Sunday.
And what's the metaphorical barbecue here?
So none of them have been to my house. Number one. Number two, in all seriousness,
it's a fucking expression.
I understand. I understand. So, but my goal, or one of my goals, is to further spread the word that Donald Trump is the worst and that Democrats are better than Donald Trump and the Republicans. Now, I have other goals on top of that. I would like everybody to recognize, like my stock phrase is that the very worst Democrat is better than the very best Republican on their very best day. And so I would love if that were one of the pervasive attitudes. But to the extent that I'm trying to maximize and trying to expand the area of effect for as many audiences as possible, that is the outer perimeter. Do you recognize that Donald Trump is the worst? And do you recognize that Democrats are preferable to Trump and the Republicans? And if the answer is yes, then I'll fuck with you to some extent, to one extent or another. And I will certainly use, like, even Fuentes. Like, would I go grab a drink with Fuentes? No, but I haven't gone and grabbed a drink with Kyle or Crystal either.
But he featured the Hunter Biden interview, and he praised what Fuentes said.
I spread coverage of the ongoing MAGA civil war and Nick Fuentes' conversation with Hunter, and Nick Fuentes calling for his, groypers to go vote for Democrats to further spread the MAGA civil war and further, sow that discord. And also to say, like, hey, there are people who were once enthusiastic Trump supporters who are now admitting he's such a corrupt piece of shit
asking for much.
That they would rather have the Democrats in power. And also Nick hates the Jews, right? So there are other reasons there too, right? That Nick is doing this. But where we are aligned is that he wants Democrats to win the next election.
But would you consider Nick an ally, Josiah? See, that's what they want to ask you. They want to be like, oh, but
For that,
you wouldn't call
for
Nick
that,
an ally, would you? Because they're obviously focusing on the connotation of ally, meaning like
sure,
friend, right? But
sure, I
clearly,
would
when you
not.
say that he's an ally with respect to a goal, that you mean that and only that he will
But
help you with respect to that
Yeah.
goal, and not the connotative thing, which is like
Bro.
be friendly to someone who's like abhorrent views.
I've
Yeah.
heard both of you guys clown on people like Jenk and Anna for entertaining the possibility of a kind of populist alliance with people like Tucker Carlson and even fucking Candace Owens. I've heard you guys.
No, I can make I'll
I've
address
heard you
that.
guys clown on that and call it naive.
No, because
I'm
we're not
saying-
Right.
we're not
saying
no
this
what
is
they're
the same
proposing is
logic.
something else. What they're proposing is something else. They're not proposing, first of all, in this labeling thing, like using Nick and like cynically to try to get his audience not to vote or whatever Josiah said. Josiah said something to Myron Gaines yesterday, which is like he said that he wouldn't vote for a woman, and he's like, great, I mean, we'll take it. And then yeah, like he could cynically use it. What's being proposed
Wait
by
a minute, asshole! No.
No,
He
no.
said- wait a minute. Myron said Myron said he wouldn't vote for Trump again or the Republicans again. I said we'll take it to that.
He said he wouldn't vote for a woman, and you're like, we'll take it. Yeah, just check the tape on that.
You asshole!
Yes,
That's
you
not
did.
what
Yes,
I
you did.
said.
Okay,
You brought up the Stalin example.
Wait. Let me finish. I want you made a criticism. You're like, this is inconsistent with your position on the right wing populist, left wing populist
I'm
unite
saying
theory.
it's analogous. I'm saying it's analogous. What
I
Jenk
don't
and
think it's
Anna do-
analogous. I'm trying to break the analogy because I understand the point you're making. It's a good point. It's like, isn't this inconsistent? And I'm like, no, because first of all, there's some predictive aspect to what Cenk was doing, was saying you should expect Trump to be sort of caged in by the right-wing populist base. That's crucially what he had the debate with Crystal Ball about, where Crystal Ball, in my opinion, owned him, and he never he didn't look good in that exchange. And so there's one on the predictions about what Trump would do. That's different. And then two, in terms of the political future, Cenk actually wants some sort of like formal coalition where Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson are like literally supported in races. I am not suggesting that. I am not suggesting that at all. That's very different than what we're suggesting.
And also, well, wait a minute. Let's follow up on this because I think you stumbled across something incredibly important here. So you don't think, just to be like super, I guess, crude about this, you don't think that Pisco and I are sufficiently hard or sufficiently skeptical on, Kyle and Crystal and Sam and Emma. But I think you would say that we definitely are on Cenk and Anna, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Definitely.
Okay. What do you think is the difference? Why do we treat some leftists different than other leftists like Cenk and Anna? Why are we meaner and harsher and more critical of Cenk and Anna?
Well, I think you're referencing just like the base sort of level of like saying that the Democrats are, at some level better than Republicans and expressing an intention to like vote for them.
Right. So the reason, I mean, again, I guess speak for Pisco here, but the reason
if Candace Owens tomorrow said that she would support Democrats, would you say, okay, you know what? I don't like her views, but listen, she said she'd support Democrats, so she's in the coalition.
With respect to the coalition goal of defeating Trump, with respect to that goal.
I do videos about Sean Ryan and Candace Owens and their dissent from MAGA and Trump. I love that. More of that. I'm like, more of that, please. This is good. This is good that they're fracturing the coalition, that they're even talking about either not voting for Trump or voting for the Democrats. This is good. And I would say that we don't have to consider them friends. We don't have to whitewash them. We just have to use them for a mutual goal of defeating Trump and electing Democrats.
But you're not talking about like using, Crystal Ball and Kyle Kulinski.
Well, because I think Candace Owens, because I think Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes are just objectively like worse people with objectively more reprehensible views.
Listen, I'm not talking about like a moral judgment of their character. I mean, like, just if you look at the entire history of their behavior and rhetoric, Kyle and Crystal, they have been in every single election, like oppositional to the Democratic nominee, every single time. And Kyle just like a few months after Trump gets elected and fucking starts killing people in the streets, and he goes, you know what, Trump's pretty bad. Maybe the libs are right about that. Like, you think that that's a meaningful concession, and I think it's just so superficial. He has to do that, like he has to take that position.
You don't get the credit for taking that position when it's the popular position.
Exactly. Yes.
So Kyle and Crystal only do what's popular?
For their audience, yes.
To make
yes,
money, yeah.
absolutely. Are you kidding? Have you seen Kyle's entire Twitter,
So-
like a YouTube feed? He's of
So
course
Kyle's
feeding them.
audience. So if Kyle's spending most of his time complaining about Trump and MAGA, which he does, you're saying that's more popular with his audience than complaining about the Democrats?
You have lit a fire under my ass, sweet Josiah, because I am going to audit the fucking shit out of their channels this
Wait,
week.
answer it. The
I'm
conditional.
I am going to spend hours watching their videos, and I'm going to make a highlight reel of all the times that they construct a caricature of like the median
That would be
Democrat
that
as,
would
like,
still be totally
evil.
non-responsive to what I said, because I would be what I said was that they complain or bitch about the Republican Party more than the Democratic Party. So even if you found
care about
10,000
that standard,
instances
though. I don't
of
care
them
about the
complaining,
standard.
but that I know, and Hutch, my boy, whom I love, who just celebrated his 35th birthday. He's very, very young. He's barely
Just
35.
Just a kid.
That is my standard for part of the alliance. That's like one of the that's probably the single most important. That's the bare minimum. That is the necessary threshold that a person must cross. Now you might say, Josiah, your standard should be higher, but I don't give a fuck. My standard is to win elections. And I would say that having an area of effect, which includes people who say that the Democrats are better than the Republicans and Trump is worse than the Democrats, I can fuck with that. Now I'm looking at Kyle's page right here.
No, don't look at the thumbnails. Listen, I'm telling you, bro, because I watched these.
No,
videos.
I know.
I actually watched these videos, and
I
during
understand.
those critiques, he'll throw out the errant line of like, and this is why, like the establishment Democrats, secretly wanted Trump to win because they don't, like they do that shit all the time. I will make a highlight reel for you. It will be fucking 4 hours. It will be a Martin Scorsese fucking Netflix movie.
That's still totally. That's still non-responsive, because I keep coming back to who do they complain about worse, and do they say that one side is worse than the other? And if they complain more about the Republicans, which they do, and if they acknowledge that the Republicans are worse, which they do, that satisfies that bottom bare minimum threshold for me.
If I
they are granted entrance into the tent. They may not be given premium seating, but they are in the tent as far as I'm concerned. Hey, do you think Trump is worse than Biden? I sure do. Okay, do you think that the Democrats are worse, or that the Republicans are worse than the Democrats? I sure do. All right, come on in.
This should be apparent to you, Hutch. I mean, you were the one who's the king of the hypotheticals on segregationists and all these other like unsavory characters. I thought this was your notion of the tent.
But we got away. But hang on. But see, we got away from the thing that I was wanting to ask about, which is Anna and Cenk. So the fact that Pisco and I are willing to verbally beat the shit out of Cenk and Anna as much as we do shows that we are willing to cross swords with leftists in consistently harsh and mean ways. But the reason we do is for our standard, they are insufficient when it comes to the question of Trump and the Republicans and Democrats. And as far as like Cenk wanting to form coalitions with
Marjorie Taylor
Kirk and
Greene,
others,
Tucker Carlson.
it wasn't to vote for Democrats. It wasn't to vote for Democrats. Like, he's wanting to lift these people up and overthrow the Democrats and overthrow the Republicans. And, that was his goal. Like, if he was like, yeah, I want to bring Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene in to help expand the Democratic tent, or to help empower Democrats against Donald Trump, then I might treat Cenk and Anna differently. But Anna, is more of a both sideser than Kyle and Crystal combined. And Cenk has fell down that road and started into Trump apology. He went in the opposite direction of Kyle and Crystal. That's why we beat the shit out of him and Anna, verbally and rhetorically speaking.
Which, no, by the way, all the people saying that the Pisco sweeps, you have no response to that. What's the response to me being super, super harsh, critical all the time on Cenk Uygur and TYT? Really, what is the response there? I don't. I know Hutch, you're not the one making that accusation or whatever, but there is a difference, and Josiah just laid it out. And we're not saying anything more than what we're saying. What we're saying is, with respect to the goal of defeating Republicans, on that goal, yeah, we have a common cause. But on other goals, we might not. We might not have the common cause of them, being honest and upfront all the time about Biden's record, or not calling all of our candidates genocidal monsters. It's just a different set of purposes and goals that might inform our determination as to allyship on different relative grounds.
Well, I mean, what would you say if I said that you were a little too trusting of people, if all it takes is for someone after literally 20 years of doing, Dems bad, Dems bad, Dems evil, literally 20 years of that, all it takes to get like the confidence of someone, or to allow them to within your like circle of trust and regard them as a political ally, is for them to say that Trump is worse than Biden.
Because it's constantly self-enforcing, right? So again, they have to. If Kyle and Crystal tomorrow were to go back to their old ways, I would no
They
longer
already
regard them as
are.
allies. That would
They
be
already-
it.
Listen,
No, they're not. They're not, because for them, their old ways.
I'm gonna make the
I
highlight
know,
reel.
and what you will not have in that highlight.
I promise you,
What you will not have in that highlight is them saying that Donald Trump is better than Joe Biden. Or that Donald Trump.
We're back to my thing. We're back to my point, though. That is a ridiculous standard. That is.
I don't give a fuck that you find that ridiculous. That is an
but
eminently rational minimum standard for me. These are influential commentators that I can't stifle out of the space, and neither can you. So what do I expect of them to bring them into the tent? Do you use your platform to complain about the Republicans? Yes. Do you complain about the Republicans more than the Democrats? Yes. Do you acknowledge as a direct comparison that the Democrats are better than the Republicans? Yes. Well, given that I can't snap my fingers and Thanos you out of existence, welcome into the tent, because the goal is to beat the Republicans. Now, by your
standard, Kyle is more of an ally to you than I am.
Why?
Because I talk more. I focus.
No. You meet the minimum.
Almost
he
entirely on the left. Look at my channel. It's all like, look at the crazy.
No,
left.
that doesn't follow. Josiah said Josiah's giving you the minimum requirement to be in his tent, by which he means
I'm
the
not
goal.
even in his tent, because I don't.
No, you are. You do say that you'll vote for Democrats and that the Democrats are better than Republicans.
No, but he said they talk about the Republicans being bad more than they talk about the Democrats.
Well, that's just additional evidence.
That is one of many things to check. You also go much further in the
other ways
of the Democrats than they do.
I asked.
None of that is inconsistent.
But Hutch, the fact that you don't check that particular box has been a source of constant tension.
That is true.
Us, of constant sexual tension between us since we started to interact. And by the way, Usurp, if you're still in here,
yes.
You said you made me laugh earlier, and I corrected you, and Hutch inadvertently corrected you too when you're like, Hutch is 99% focused on MAGA, and I'm like,
shit.
no, the fuck, no.
We have a bunch of requests, guys.
You heard it straight from Hutch. Hutch himself.
I
is
know.
like, no,
I was saying
that.
When I said that, I also meant like if you put him in a war room right now and focus on what's in. Like I think Hutch, you would realize like in our eyes right now, like the biggest threat is MAGA, right? That's what I meant.
Yeah, he would say that.
Yeah. Of course.
That's why I meant by 99%.
No, let's be honest. Like, Hutch would be Star-Lord. Hutch would be Star-Lord in Infinity War. While we're trying to subdue Thanos, he's
like, where's Gamora?
Yeah, he's like, talk about force the vote one more time. No,
you brought up the Stalin thing. You brought up the Stalin thing, but FDR and Truman did not regard Stalin as a fucking friend. They knew that.
First of all, FDR was arguably a fellow traveler, but even still, of course, the Soviet Union, with respect to defeating Nazis post Barbarossa, were allies with respect to that goal.
Yeah,
right?
They weren't friends, but they were allies. They weren't friends, but they were allies.
And there was propaganda to support, like, what is it, Uncle Joe or whatever. Yes, and they were trying to get the Soviets on side for that purpose. Now, obviously, they're not all-purpose allies. They're not like friends in every respect, but with respect to a particular goal, that's the sense in which they're an ally.
I mean, it's a very apt comparison because they knew as soon as Hitler and the Japanese were done, that shit was going to pop off with Russia.
Yeah, they might, and it might hear Josiah. Do you hear Josiah deny that?
No, once the alliance has outlived its usefulness, do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care.
They were never not skeptical. They were never not skeptical of Stalin. They were never not keenly aware of the threat that he posed and how he ran counter to.
You hear Josiah
saying they never fucking shit on people.
Verify. That's why I said this thing is constantly perpetually self-enforcing. So
but
again, we don't even have to wait. We don't even have to wait. We don't even have to wait until 2028. I gave the very specific example, and even Pisco was like, "Whoa, just I wouldn't take that bet."
On Haley Stevens,
of Haley Stevens in the Michigan. If Haley Stevens wins the general, and Kyle does not acknowledge that she is preferable to Mike Rogers, and therefore he hopes she wins the election, people to vote for her,
That's a bold
then
bet.
he will have betrayed his public commitment to drag his balls over broken glass to support, the centrist
Bingo.
Democrat libcuck
I don't
over the
think
MAGA
you-
Republican. And that would probably, I even said, like, that would either be the total end of any sort of professional association I have with Kyle,
Or be very
if
adversarial.
if we move forward, it would be more like Jenkinana, how I treat Jenkinana, because then it's like you've moved into Jenkinana territory where you don't give a fuck about
But
the
Hutch, it
outcome.
wouldn't move you.
Yeah.
That's the difference. Is it would move Josiah, it wouldn't move you. If the opposite occurred.
No, it would not. One Senate race in Michigan in the middle of this like Trump administration. No, that would.
That's it. No. But that's not the only test. I'm saying that's the next. That's like the next test, right? So then after that, let's say he passes that test, okay, and then it'll be the next election, then it gets to 2028. 2028.
Listen,
And if
I could-
he doesn't
I
back
could-
the Democratic candidate over the Republican candidate, then he'll have passed the test until 2028, and then we part ways there.
And do you expect us, if they don't, do you expect us not to like criticize them and excruciate them? That I won't go on Kyle's show to talk about it with him, or that Crystal's doing it? Like where do you expect us to react?
No, I think you probably would. I'm trying to get you there now because I think
No,
I think
you will
I
react.
think you,
But in 2022 or in 2020, you're going to be defending them if they're all of a sudden calling JD Vance as president bad. You're going to be like, well, they're our allies now.
2022.
You mean in the future?
2030, 2030.
Yeah, 2030,
2030,
Yeah,
32. You're going to think like, oh, well, at least they're on our side now, even though every time when
Yeah, I don't get this whole thing
Wait,
because
wait,
you guys are
wait.
acting like Josiah is like, the Lucy meme where Lucy has the football and Charlie
I
Brown.
wasn't playing football with them in 2020 and
Correct,
2024.
yes.
We had no
Yeah.
relationship then. This is what you guys, I don't understand it. If you think that time is just like,
Do you
it's
need
like
a relationship
circle,
to
it's not
judge their
linear or
actions?
something, like we exist
So-
in
so-
multiple timelines at once,
Do you need to be
that I am
friends with them?
simultaneously here in the present, but also in the past. I had no fucking relationship, professional or otherwise, with Crystal or Kyle in 2020 or 2024. I didn't start doing political
This is the
commentary
first time
until
Josiah is going for the
2023.
football. Yeah. So just usurp. Will you
But
acknowledge?
you can still judge their actions of the past before you got in the
Oh
game.
my God, I did,
He
which is
did.
why it was fucking stupid. Kyle knows how I feel about that.
but I don't understand. Wait, I don't understand the nature of the relationship. If you conceded to me about 45 minutes ago that they would throw you under the bus and call you a genocide apologist if you were involved with Chorus, like baselessly, they would smear you.
Well, number one, I didn't say that. I definitely think they would do that. I don't know. I said that that could very well be the
Why
case.
not?
I don't know
Thousands
because
of
I don't.
100%.
I don't know that. I have no idea if they would have reacted the same way if they knew that I was in there. Maybe they would want to have me on their show. Maybe they would want to talk to me just like
Because
they,
that is
Crystal and
special.
Kyle. Maybe because Crystal and Kyle had you and I on to litigate disagreements. Hutch, that was my first interaction with either of them face to face was with
He's
you.
Just like get treated special.
Well, I regret forging that bond.
Why?
right
Why?
now.
Why would it be bad for Josiah to like go on their shows, to know them, to influence them when it comes to court opinions? I mean, Kyle has literally come out and has credited Josiah on court expansion maximalization as one of his
Now
core
being the number
policies.
one, he says it's got to be the number one priority of the Democratic Party, more than
And
healthcare, more than every
explicitly
other thing that I've
credits
advocated
Josiah for
for.
this. Why would that be bad? Like, what about this has been negative? Why do you regret it?
Because I don't think that they're on the same page at all, and I don't think that they can.
Well,
be
they
trusted.
may not be in the future. They may
They
not
can
be in the
say a lot-
future,
They can
but for
talk a
now,
lot, and they can talk a lot, but when the fucking moment comes, their past actions show what
And
they're
when-
made of.
right?
Will
So
your
usurp.
opinion-
I
will
don't.
your opinion
So
change?
usurp. I'm gonna try a different combination of words. How many times do I have to say that?
I know
if
you
the
can keep saying
moment
that,
comes,
but I'm just surprised. Like I
if
base
the
people off their
moment
previous
comes,
actions. I
if
base them
the
off their
moment
previous
comes,
actions.
If the moment comes
Mhm.
and you are right and I am wrong, I will owe Steven $20
Mhm.
and I will denounce
Yeah, he'll
this
Venmo.
decision. Yeah.
He'll
That's
Venmo
fine.
him. Destiny.
I understand. I'm just shocked that you need one
We'll
more.
find out in about a
example.
week. We got like a week here.
Yeah, isn't the primary next Tuesday?
It's a week from today. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, like, I just don't understand. Like, this is the same debate and conversation and loop we had a few months ago when some other shit went down. Nothing has changed. It
Usurp.
really-
Did you know? Usurp. Did you know that that Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger were going to turn on Trump?
No.
Okay. Now, if somebody said in 2019, hey, in about a year and a half, they're going to turn on Donald Trump, they're going to become giant pains in his ass, what would you have said at the time?
It's ass.
I would have been like, oh, why do you say that?
No, you wouldn't have just said, "Why do you say that?" You'd have probably laughed and scoffed along the way, going, "That's insane."
Yeah, I'm like, that's
They've
crazy. Why the
voted
hell would you say that?
right, but then they did, right?
Yeah, because you can't. No one can predict the
Okay,
future,
so
and
usurp.
reality's
Do you,
weirder than we
usurp?
thought.
What am I getting at? What am I getting at?
You
What?
consider them an
You-
ally now, and time moves forward, and
Right. You're scoffing.
No,
You're scoffing
we
now,
consider
and
them an ally now
you
because they saw the moment
you are
and they've actually made the
scoffing
right
now.
decision.
You
They
are
were
scoffing
they
now.
rose to the occasion. They rose to the occasion. The other people
What
didn't.
about all those times they didn't usurp? Did the occasion
When it
just
mattered,
come
when
up
it fucking
after
mattered.
January 6th?
When it mattered.
Usurp. Did it not matter before?
Okay, as a Democrat, I obviously thinks it mattered, but obviously
Usurp. Did it not matter before?
It did matter, but obviously
It did matter
January
before.
6th was a
That's my
defining
point.
moment
My
that changed
point,
things.
No,
Wait, Josiah,
usurp. I know you know what I'm getting
was
at. I know you
January
know what
6th
I'm
a
getting at.
defining moment that changed things?
I know you know what I'm getting at. And I know you take the point. No, there's no difference. There's no fucking difference.
Was January 6th a defining moment?
Of course there is. The
No, there's
difference
not.
between Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney and Kyle Kalinske and Crystal Ball is that Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger earnestly believe in this moment that Trump and MAGA represent an existential threat to the country. And they would be willing to support the Democrats moving forward until they think that threat is no longer there. That is
that is what Kyle and Crystal have said as well. At least Kyle has. And what I'm saying is,
I don't know why you're including Crystal in this. Why are you including? I've never heard her say that he's committed to being no matter
what did I just say? What did I just say?
But I'm just saying, it's just like.
What did I just say?
So would you concede that she's?
What did I just say?
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, is that a concession that she's not an ally then?
Well, the attribution is directly to Kyle. I can't remember exactly what Crystal has said on this score. I'd have to go back. Kyle's the one that I have a closer relationship with. Kyle's the one who has said that he would drag his balls through broken glass and all these things. I attribute it to both of them, but Kyle's the one who said that specific thing. And then he texted me. He's like, "Yeah, I would vote for Joe Manchin at this point." It was his text to me, which I shared with you, by the way. And so my point is, you don't have to believe him. You don't have to believe him.
On July 24th, he tweeted, the Democratic leader who repeatedly cucked herself to Trump is endorsing Haley Stevens, another Democrat who will cuck herself to Trump in Israel.
That's consistent with Josiah's position. Wait, that's consistent with Josiah's position. He says similar things about Manchin, and I'm not saying that.
There's no way he's going to endorse her if she wins the nomination.
Okay, then Josiah will Venmo Destiny $20.
I'm not asking you to believe that he will. I'm not asking you or Usurp to believe that he will. What I'm saying is the idea that it is impossible, or that simply because he has acted certain ways in the past precludes a change in behavior moving forward, does not make any sense. Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney supported Donald Trump until January 6th. And then they got off the Trump train, and then they became, just as stalwart opponents to him as they could possibly be. They were enemies until they stopped being enemies.
Yeah, right. Then in
what I'm saying is,
Kalinske
Kyle has made the commitment. What?
Didn't he vote for Jill Stein in 2024?
Who?
Kalinske?
I don't know who he voted for.
I think he voted for.
He didn't rise. I think he endorsed Jill Stein. I think he endorsed Jill Stein
when Biden was in the race.
When Biden was in the race, but I think when Kamala became the nominee, he became more praiseworthy of Kamala than he was Biden, and he shifted more of his focus to shitting on Trump. But I don't think he ever explicitly endorsed Kamala Harris, and I don't know who he voted for.
He did.
The only
didn't
one I know who
did endorse Kamala Harris.
Yes.
And didn't they? So they rose to the occasion, and Kyle didn't.
Yeah, but Josiah is tracking the turning point at a different time, not during the race, but after the race.
After the race doesn't fucking matter, bro.
Surely it matters. Surely it matters whether someone has a different perspective.
Wait a minute. Does anything matter? Does anything matter now? The election's over. We can't go back and change the past 2024. Does anything matter between November 1st, 2024?
No, nothing matter after the election.
Yo, but once the election happens, all their actions before don't matter. I said you're right. You're right. Nothing matters. No, nothing matters. No, nothing. Nothing. Just like nothing matters of what you did before.
You know things matter. It might matter less, but it still matters. Right? If a Republican says, "I'm sorry, I voted for Trump," Now, obviously, we would like groan, like you voted for Trump 3 times, like what the fuck? And by the way, this happened. Remember that there was a woman. They did an expose on a woman who was like, "I
Actually,
voted
hot
for."
take, usurp. Hot take. Wait, wait a minute. Hot take. Hot take. Here's your hot fucking take. You ready for this?
Yes.
2016 was more important than 2024.
True.
Objectively.
Yeah, way more important. Supreme Court, just on Supreme Court alone.
Remind me what Kyle was saying in 2016.
Who the
and
fuck knows?
No, my
But
point
no,
is about
no,
my point's
people
about
have redeemed
Kinzinger. My point's
themselves.
about Kinzinger. My point's about
Kinzinger,
Kinzinger
yes.
and Cheney. My point's about Kinzinger and Cheney.
But
That's my
wait,
point.
hang on. Wait, no. 2020, 2024, because at least before 2020 or 2016,
What
they at
about?
least had the excuse. They had the excuse,
What excuse?
as dumb as it may be, that it was all an
Is it-
act
no.
for the campaign
No, no, no,
trail.
no,
And
no,
when he
wait a minute.
finally
Wait,
got
this
into the
is-
office, he would rise to the
Dude,
occasion.
this is-
That
this
is the
is where-
lie
this
that they
is
told
fucking
each other.
nuts. This
That is
is-
the lie that they told themselves, and that is a lie that you can
So
think,
they lied.
okay,
That's not an excuse.
it was a lie
It's
that
not
they
an
told
excuse. We can say-
themselves,
you
and
know
they
what?
were wrong,
Actually,
and they
I'm
understood
gonna
that
use the
they were
same thing.
wrong,
I'm just
and
gonna
they
do the same thing,
rose to the
usurp. I'm just
occasion.
gonna copy and
They
paste.
rose
Hang
to
on,
the
I'm just gonna
occasion.
copy and paste
rose
your excuses for Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney,
the
and I'm just gonna
occasion.
scratch out their names and put Kyle and Crystal. They lied to themselves. It was a dumb excuse, but they had an excuse for doing what they did.
Yes.
So you can't hold it against
2020,
them.
they lied to them, and then they didn't step up in 2024. And Kyle Kalinske, he and George Stein.
But 2016 was more important than 2024. Usurp. I just made that point, and you can't refute it.
No.
The fucking
I
Supreme
just did
Court
refute
Donald
it. I
Trump
just
got into
fucking
power in
did
the first
refute it.
place.
I just did refute it because they thought he was going to be a regular neocon.
How'd you refute it? How'd you refute
because
it?
Because in their defense, they thought he was going to
Because
be a
what?
regular neocon.
No, what 20? No, 20. What do you mean they thought he was going to
In
be a regular
2016?
neocon?
In 2016,
And
they didn't think he was going to
Kissinger
be
and
fucking
Cheney
crazy.
had
They didn't think he
a
was going to
good
be a fucking
excuse.
insane
So
man.
this
I'm
is the
guessing,
point.
especially
Right. He's like-
Kinzinger, because he changed his mind.
He said that Kinzinger and Cheney have a good excuse, and Crystal and Kyle don't.
They have a
That's what
more
he's saying.
they have a more rational excuse. They have a more realistic excuse, an
What was
understandable
their rational excuse?
That guess what? He's on our team. I'm going to lie to myself and say, he's just being crazy on a campaign trail. But the moment he steps in the office, the
Based
office
on what?
itself, based on
what?
based on fucking fairy tale lands. But guess what? In 2024,
You're
what
right.
else?
What
was
a
Kyle basing his?
magnificent excuse.
What was
Wait,
Kyle?
decide.
What was
Isn't
Kyle's
that
endorsement?
their version
in?
of blue no matter who? Like, isn't that their version, right? So if they're conservative, I'm not like, obviously I think Trump was just a nightmare. But from their perspective in the inverse, are they not doing like red no matter who? It's the same principle. You don't think that either one of them had issues when they supported him?
Hutch.
But even after all that, they literally sacrificed their
Hutch.
entire political careers. Liz
Hutch.
Cheney had presidential aspirations and willingly sacrificed that
Hutch.
to go after Trump after the
Hutch.
fact.
In the meantime,
Do you-
all of
Kalinske
that,
does
all of
whatever's
that, all of that,
financially
all of that,
beneficial
all
to
of that,
him.
all of that,
Hold on, wait,
all
I'm
of
just
that,
want to
all
ask
of
you a
that, all
question.
of that, all of that,
I just want to ask
all
you
of
a
that is
question. Do you think
non-responsive.
Crystal
All
and
of that's
Kyle?
non-responsive.
Do you
I
think Crystal and Kyle
grant
are more?
all of that. It's
are-
still
do you-
non-responsive.
Do you think Crystal and Kyle are more of an ally to the Democratic Party than Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney?
No.
Okay, then what are we talking about?
Fuck.
Then even you understand that there's a difference here. You understand that like Kinzinger and Cheney are more
Hutch,
value.
steal
to the
me
Democratic
my
Party.
position. What do you think my position
Oh,
is
no.
by comparing these two?
If by two, do you mean like the TO or the
That
number
works on
two?
that works on Pisco. That's not me. That's not me. Steal me my position.
What do you want me to steal, man?
Why do you think I am comparing Crystal and Kyle to Adam and Liz?
You're trying to make the case.
What
that
am I
somebody
getting at?
You're trying to make the case that somebody can be somebody could have been opposed to our like political goals in the past, but can have a change of heart or change their perspective and then be on the team. But I think like the point that I'm trying to make, and I think that Usurp was trying to make at the same time, was like Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney earnestly like believe that Donald Trump is this existential threat, and they to them it was like a no-brainer calculation to support the Democrats. But that does not
Okay.
apply to
That's
Kyle. It definitely does not apply to Crystal.
my point is you got half right. The reason I'm comparing them is because when it mattered, arguably even more than in 2024, 2016 was in many ways more consequential than 2020 or 2024 because of the Supreme Court, if nothing else. And
There's no
putting
way
Donald
Josiah
Trump in a
actually
position,
believes this,
it's easier
right?
to become president again once you've been president the first time. Blocking Trump from ever becoming president and
This is
killing
some
that particular thing
crazy
in his crib. You
post-hoc
guys are really big on
rationalization
ending, dangerous movements before they get to power. So by your own logic, 2016 was more important than 2020 and 2024. Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger were active allies of Donald Trump. And then they supported Trump all the way up until January 6th.
I see.
So for 4 years, they used their power and influence to actively support a fascist.
I understand.
Okay. I would argue that's infinitely more damage than anything Kyle and Crystal have done, but set that aside for a moment.
Wait, can we get you to agree or disagree? Wait, Hutch, do you agree with that?
I could not disagree more. They were just as opposed to Hillary Clinton as Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney in 2016.
No. But Josiah's not just referencing the decision on who to endorse or who to support, but also their actual power and their usage of the power and the apologia that they were doing while in Congress and a member of the Republican Party.
Their votes, because they're
and
members
their
of
votes.
Congress, and that matters.
Sure, yes, but I'm saying beyond the power differential there. Kyle and Crystal
which counts.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah,
I know it's
power
inconvenient.
matters.
I know it's inconvenient for you, and you have no answer for it. But I'm going to hold it against you anyway. Yes, they did more damage in a time that it mattered the most. And eventually, what they did is they had a change of heart, and they became allies. And yes, I agree with you. Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney are in many ways better and more reliable allies than Kyle and Crystal, because when it comes to electing Democrats, they are more full-throatedly in defense of the Democratic Party.
But I've never rejected
and they had to sacrifice a shit ton. They paid. If that makes sense.
But the reason they had to pay, the reason it was a sacrifice is because they dug themselves in a hole, which is Josiah's point.
Yes, but I've never taken the view that people can't be formerly, enemies and become allies. I think
my point is, and the reason
for Crystal and Kyle.
And the reason that I was clobbering,
that's the problem.
And the reason that I was clobbering Usurp over the head with this is maybe you don't, Hutch, but Usurp does. Because Usurp going back to saying, well, what about, what Kyle said in 2020 and 2024 would be like me saying
how he voted.
Would be like me saying
how he voted
in 2019 or in 2020. Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney, look at what they did in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, all the way up until the violent insurrection. Doesn't count. Or we can't trust them. We can't depend on them. Now, time did not vindicate that position. Time has proven that eventually Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney became reliable allies of the Democratic Party. So when I say that I am making room for Kyle and Crystal to continue to be allies of my project, which is to emphasize that the Democratic Party is better than the Republican Party and that Trump is worse than any Democrat, I'm going to continue to make room for that until they prove me wrong. And if they prove me wrong with this upcoming primary is a great example, Haley Stevens, then I will owe Stephen $20 and you will be right and I will be wrong. And that will be either the end of my professional relationship with Kyle Kulinski, or it will become much more adversarial.
Josiah will become a monk. He'll go retire to a hill and
yes.
It's just fucking
So
sometimes.
Usurp. Now, having explained that to you in more vivid detail, do you understand where I'm coming from? I don't need you to believe that Kyle and Crystal are going to be allies, or that I'm going to win my bet with Steven, or that they're going to back Haley Stevens if she's the Democratic candidate in the primary. I'm saying, do you understand what my logic is?
Yes, of course. I just
okay, perfect. There we go. We're good.
Yeah. I just don't agree. I just don't agree. But yeah, I would make the same bet that Steven made. I would bet the money. So
yeah,
no, I agree.
Fine.
And I don't think you're wrong for.
That's
I don't
cool.
think you're like, oh my god, fuck you, Josiah, for having this opinion. It's just you're having a conversation. Like, how do you get there? Now I know. Now at least I know, exactly how you got there.
Yeah, you guys have a different assessment about what Kyle's likely to do, and that's an honest, good faith disagreement. I don't know why we have to do this thing oh, Josiah, you don't actually believe that, or Josiah, you're bad.
Because we're all having an argument and it's the heat of the moment. Come on.
Okay, but I just don't think that there's the same circles that we run in to talk about these different content creators, these different influencers. At the end of the day, we will assess them based on what they say, agree with them when appropriate, disagree with them when appropriate. I don't think Josiah is holding back. If there's some major negative criticism, I don't think that Josiah is holding back on if someone's in the Cenk Uygur TYT examples. Those are perfect illustrations of that he's willing to criticize as appropriate.
I think you should do that. I think you should listen to what they say, which is why I'm committed to putting together a 4-hour highlight reel after an extensive week-long audit of their content, and I will show you what they say.
And by the way, so am I. I watch these. What are these videos? Who's this guy that you like? Conduit. I watch the Conduit video. People will send me Hassan clips.
Hey, Conduit.
To pretend that we're unwilling to dive in and we're doing. This is now the second space where we've I'm sure manipulated Josiah into. I honestly we haven't manipulated Josiah. Like Josiah, he's an addict.
I'm just
It's
full
whatever.
on. I'm just full on
Josiah's
fucking
head. He
addict.
did this to himself.
So
Yeah,
we're willing to
yeah.
call him out as necessary, and by like definitely we're willing to criticize them as needed.
Dude, I'm gonna be so fucked for work tomorrow. Jesus Christ.
There's that word again.
Criticize
You know what
as
I
opposed
need?
to what?
I need you
Excise
when you
them
start
as opposed to kick them
spaces.
out. Have a
If it-
red
I
line.
need it
Don't
when you
treat them as
when you
enemies.
start when you start spaces. I need you to just not give me speaker power, no matter how much I ask for.
You messaged me. You're like, give
Do
me
you ever?
speaker.
Did you ever
texted
watch?
me.
Did you ever watch Young Frankenstein, where he's like, no
Mel
matter what I
Brooks?
say, do
Do
not open
not
this door. Yeah,
Immediately
do not
afterwards.
open this door. Yeah, he's like, open this goddamn door. I'll kick your rotten heads in. That's what I'm doing right here. So you guys need to just keep me out of the speaker spot.
So do we disagree on anything other than
Yes.
like the prospects of Kyle turning heel? Is there any disagreement? Is there any prescription, Usurp, that you think that we're unwilling to go by? Any recommendation that we have not followed through on your mind?
Fucking beta blocker at this point, dude. That's the prescription I need.
Well, sorry, I mean, like I just want something to actualize.
Holy shit, it's a joke. Jesus Christ.
No, it's okay. Listen, I genuinely believe. Go ahead. You're the birthday boy.
I'm just fine.
This is just the eternal battle. I think we all just need to the best of our ability, make our peace that this is going to be the ongoing tension. I know that if Hutch and I end up on the same coast ever for any reason, this will be the thing that we bitch at each other about until one of us dies alongside the other in the nursing home. Right? I had this like a romantic ending.
I
plan
think
for the two of us.
I think we have about 2 years. About 2 years from now, the Democratic nominee will have locked the nomination, and we'll know. And so I don't think it's gonna take that long. And I think
it's gonna be a long 2 years, man.
You're gonna be coming around to my perspective in about 2 years.
All right, start the clock. But yeah, this is Usurp Pisco. We just have to accept that this is going to be the ongoing tension as far as like we draw the lines in different places, and everybody has a right to try to nudge the other,
of course,
to adopt the other's views. Right?
Like we don't all want
to try to do that with Hutch.
Yeah, we don't all want to be in a room where we're all just agreeing with each other. That's just going to lead to
we would quite frankly love that. I would love that, honestly, and I think we all would too. But I'm saying is like it's not going to happen, and that's okay.
Yeah.
And
it's not helpful.
You have every right to try to nudge Pisco into adopting your framework. It's just right now he's not going to because he doesn't think that it's persuasive enough.
Yeah, fair.
The Nazis are 100 and so are communists. They're equal. I mean, I just don't understand what that was about. I don't understand what this.
No, that was just me saying, listen, I treat Nazis the same way I treat communists. They're fucking both.
It was the illiberalism scale, not the evil scale, and 100 was illiberal, and so on that way they're equal.
Okay.
Who's this fella? I do not recognize this.
I was the first one in.
Yeah, he was in here when we have tech issues.
Terrible website.
Well, I think we've significantly looped. Is there anything else to say? I don't know.
Wick always lets me on, and you guys are very nice to me. So I'm a big soldier for you guys.
Oh, sick.
Cool. I like this guy.
Fucking cool.
I like this dude. What do you think about the Rise of Skywalker, Lance? What's your position on the sequels?
It was.
I mean, does anybody else have like?
It wasn't very good.
Oh well, okay. I hate you.
All right, so no concrete prescriptions. Just be more mad at Hassan. I get it. Yep, that's all good, and I think we're cool.
You should be convinced of their position. That's what they want you to do.
Convinced? Okay, so the prescription is agree with me on something.
Prescription is just listen to what I say and say yes.
Be as eternally skeptical of those two as I am.
Of Kyle and Crystal.
That's my prescription. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I think you should interview the lady that Breaking Point's interviewed yesterday, Hutch. I think she should be the guest for the week after next.
I couldn't have been happier watching that.
That lady was genuinely unhinged.
She got out radicaled. She got out radicaled
with Hutch. So like watch the stuff with Hutch and see, like vibe it out together. Maybe you'll agree.
No, they won't. I mean, this battle has been going on for 2 years between them.
That's true.
Between all of us, I think at this point, I mean, I don't know when your likewise battles with Hutch started, but like it
can't end until we know until
2028 when time ends.
Yeah, well, we can't know until they show their whole ass in 2028, which they will. I promise you, they will.
Well, there are opportunities to show ass along the way. Again, we're constantly passing like checkpoints. So we have a big one coming up. We'll see. Again, I bet Steven $20. I think I have
They
a bet with
failed
you on
every
something.
checkpoint.
On was it DAC? Was it DAC voting for Hakeem
Jeffries.
Jeffries to be speaker? I'll be honest with you, I did. My asshole like clenched at that one when I brought that up. I'm like, I don't know if I want to take that bet. But he talked me into it. He's like, you should take that bet. You should be optimistic about it. Like, okay.
I don't think she's gonna.
Just a quick question, just a rapid fire. Usurp, do I or does I sweep for Hassan?
Overall, no.
Do we sweep for tankies?
No, not overall.
Are
I wouldn't
we
say.
crypto tankies, or are we hiding our power level?
No.
All right, sick. I think we're all agreed. I think everyone's on the same page here. I think that there's been a consensus, and more or less. Hutch, I hope you had a good birthday.
What'd you do for your birthday, buddy?
I worked all day.
You didn't take like any.
We have some
any time
requests of
yourself?
people who want speakers
Oh, yeah.
status.
Do it.
Prosec, Shervine. I don't think Hutch, you talked to just. Huh? It's 2 in the afternoon.
Late? Yeah.
It's 1 a.m. for me.
Go to bed.
But at this point, I've just given up.
All right. So here's
I've
Prosec.
filled it with enough self-loathing as an addict for this
All right,
shit.
I might actually
Here's
have to fucking tap out.
Prosec, and we'll add, I don't know, Shervine.
Oh shit.
It's the top of my list. All right.
Let me see how long he is.
Prosec, you have the floor.
Wait.
Hey,
Destiny's
yeah.
melting
So
down? What do you mean?
again, we're not living up to the moment here. You guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that it's a very obvious problem right now, and I don't understand why no one is seeing it. Leftists at every turn are trying to control the spaces that are occupied by liberals right now, and what is at stake right now, by the way, is like the soul of the entire party. I think one of the first questions that you should be asking anybody right now who say that they represent you as an elected leader or like a thought leader in any space is if they would unequivocally just condemn an effort to move the Democrat Party towards an illiberal platform. And if that's the case, that you are willing to support these people who are willing to push you towards the illiberal platform, I don't know what to tell you. Like it is beyond insane to me that I'm like listening
In the
to this.
primary or the general?
It's blackpilling. Like actually.
In the primary or the general?
Sorry. In any election.
Okay, so what you're saying is like we're unwilling to condemn people who move the Democrats towards illiberalism. That's your view, right?
Yes.
No, he's saying that we should be willing to. The first thing we should ask is whether they will move will they unequivocally condemn anyone trying to move the party towards an illiberal platform, and if they will not, then we shouldn't support them. Right?
I mean, I haven't formulated the question that way towards people that I've brought on to my stream or whatever.
But did I get that right? Like you said that's the question we should ask, and if they won't unequivocally condemn that, then we can't support them.
Yes,
if not, then something. I don't know what the something is, but.
Well, no, the question is that you need to ask yourself what America needs right now. And if the answer to that is like what the entire Democratic Party is saying right now, which is that stuff like affordability and then like corruption oversight is very important right now whenever it comes to holding the Republican Party accountable for all the bullshit happening. It cannot be that every single time that we have these conversations, we're like just kind of like super brazenly sweeping for the DSA candidates.
Yeah, where's the sweeping?
Care about shit like the culture war bullshit or like a complete reform around the systems that we know work.
That's what I asked about the DSA candidate. What if it's in a general election with a Republican? Can I support them then?
Well, at that point, we've failed. That's a completely different question.
Okay, but then answer it though.
We've definitely failed because we've had at least 3 instances of that in this past election cycle, right?
I think that implies that he's talking about he's focused on primaries, but
I don't
get I've asked him repeatedly, like, and it's not a gotcha. I'm just curious, like, because I might agree with him, but it just depends on where he draws the line. Right now, if what he's telling me is that I'm obligated to not support a DSA candidate or a DSA endorsed candidate when the alternative is a Republican, then I just unequivocally disagree, and we'll never draw the line there. That's why I was asking him to clarify.
Yeah.
Is there an answer there? I understand that you would have thought that we've already failed there, but what is your take on that?
Well, at that point, we're having a completely different conversation. I think that like I would answer the question in the most obvious way, which is like, yes, if it was a Republican on the other side, you would support the candidate. You have to. But like at that point, we've already
Yeah.
failed as the Liberal Party
So where's the
by allowing
disagreement?
liberals into
Where-
liberal candidates into.
Where's the
into
disagreement?
parties
I
and
obviously
doing
don't
things.
support illiberalism, and I would condemn people who, for example, there have been times where like populist candidates like Plattner have endorsed impeaching justices without
Supreme
good
Court
cause, in my view.
justices.
Yeah, I've condemned that. I've been willing to call that out. And speaking of which, I'm pretty sure wasn't there a whole discourse of over between DGG like that we should do illiberal things, and Hutch was on the other side, and in order to end fascism, we need to be illiberal. What happened to that discourse?
Don't get me started on that.
I can't really speak for
wait,
DGG.
Hutch,
If
you
you
remember
want
that
to, if you want to
discourse,
speak
don't
about
you?
DGG, you should
we
drag the.
we need to
DGG
have
guy
like
in.
Don't get me started on that.
like so what happened to that, by the way? Do you remember that, Presec?
I do, but I wouldn't want to speak for the entirety of DGG. Like I said, if you want the DGG spokesperson, he is sitting in the waiting room, so you can drag him in.
Who? Conduit? I see. I assume this is not the real Cash Patel, Henry Doggo, Fatty Fever. Yeah, like I don't know. Stephen. Oh, Stephen is listening.
Oh, there he is.
I did. He's not in the requested. He's not in the requests. He's not in the request. But like, yeah, I remember that discourse, and I remember it being like, oh no, we have to like break the rules in order to give punishment. And I'm like, all right, listen, maybe you can make that argument and it's consistent or whatever. I am against illiberalism. I'm in favor of liberalism. I have no problem holding candidates to account who are illiberal and condemning them. What's the issue? Where are we failing to meet the moment as you introduced?
Because you are platforming the people who are trying to get them elected. What do you mean?
I'm not platforming. I'm a small, like 100 viewer Andy. I'm not platforming shit.
You know what I mean? Like you would advocate for the platforming of these people because and only based on because they don't like Republicans. Like we're all in the same team in that sense, yes, but like we're not on the same team whenever it comes to the whole like liberal democracy thing.
In terms of the suggestion here, I guess I am sorry. I know this pisses people off, but like I'm in favor of them having a platform. By which you mean like I'm in favor of them not being censored. I'm in favor of them not being banned. I'm in favor of them having the freedom to speak. Or like what in what sense do you think that I'm in favor of their platforming? Like what is it that I'm not sufficiently calling out with respect to platforming?
Could the danger be that if you treat them favorably and give the impression and lend credence to the idea that we're all on the same team, and then you funnel people to their audience, and then like 6 months after that fucking rabbit hole, they're like Democrats are fucking completely beholden to corporate interests, they don't give a fuck about like that's the pipeline that I think is at least like my concern.
If I treat them favorably?
Yeah, if you treat them like they're
you treat them like one of us. That's the
political
concern, right?
friends.
Okay.
Don't ask me to define friend. I'm not going to do it.
I think I'm more likely to like if anything take some of theirs than they are to take some of mine. I don't know, because I'm maybe that's false. That's just my intuition. Maybe I'm like totally coping about that, but regardless, I think it's useful to go on these big platforms and when it's called for it to be adversarial. And I think that there's probably some agreement. I don't think that you would say don't go on Joe Rogan, but because you would say go be adversarial. And to the extent that I'm hearing illiberal things, or to the extent that I have criticism, like I called out Ryan Grimm earlier this week because of the Fauci shit. I added him, then I made a separate quote post about it, and like this is the kind of shit I'm apt to do. I do it with Cenk Uygur. Is there any reason to think that it would not be my conduct going forward? That I'm not fulfilling that?
Well, yeah, I think it is like a little bit of cope for sure, because I would say like generally midterms are like kind of a more like low turnout environment, right?
Accept that debate request?
I didn't ask him to do a debate, but he stopped responding.
Have you ever had an adversarial debate with any of these lefties ever?
With any which lefties? Yeah, I've had adversarial debates with lefties, not particularly with Kyle Kalinske or Crystal Ball, but with lefties who call in, Prime Kai, Ogre Boy, Vadim.
Anybody with a platform, whatever you answer, the point I'm getting at is I know the answer is no, because they're never going to host those. So when you say I'll have an adversarial relationship with them, no, you won't. They never will.
Okay,
that's the point.
Okay. So I mean, if you're saying they won't let me, then I mean, and tweets don't count, and Vadim doesn't count, and Ogre Boy doesn't count. Nothing counts. It only counts if it's scheduled specifically as a debate.
Wait. Do you think that nothing counts is the same as saying only people that only have something to gain by using your platform because they're way smaller is the same thing as saying nothing counts? Is that the same thing?
Well,
to
I'm
you?
asking what counts, and the only thing that
No,
counts.
no. Hold
Yeah,
on. I asked
what
you a clear
counts?
question. Answer that yes or no. Is it the same to say that nothing counts is the exact same thing as only infinitesimally smaller creators will talk to you about the let's just say?
Analytically, they're different by definition.
Okay, thank you. So when I say these people won't talk to you, what I mean is the Ryan Grimms and the Kyle Kalinskis and the Crystal Balls and the Sam Cedars are not going to have adversarial conversations with you, correct? Or can you give me an example of a single one you've had in the past 2 years with them?
I haven't had those debates with
Correct?
them.
Can you give me- so
I
correct,
haven't. I
correct,
don't know if
correct.
they're
The
willing.
answer is
So the answer is I'm not. The answer.
correct,
Wait.
right?
The answer is. The answer is
The
I'm
answer
not
is
sure.
yes.
The answer is I'm
It's
not
yes.
sure. Wait. You want my answer? Or do you not want my answer?
Well, you said you quote tweeted 2 of them and you didn't get a response, right?
Wait. I got an initial response from Ryan Grimm, and then he didn't. He stopped responding after I'm like, well, this is
Okay, so
insufficient.
that was a long way of
Okay.
saying yes. Okay, so you didn't get
Hang
a
on a second.
response.
So I haven't requested a specific debate with Ryan Grimm on Fauci, but your question was, would they be willing to be adversarial? And my answer to that is, I don't know. With me, I'm not sure.
Okay, right. I'm curious. I think the answer is no.
Okay.
You guys got hung up a lot on this Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney thing. Why? Nobody is trying to run either of these 2 people as Democrats. These are Republicans. And the reason why we say these guys are good people is because they took a huge political career risk to do what they felt principally was the right thing.
Whether we're willing to run them or not is tangential. The question is on allyship. The question is on whether they're in the tent or not. And so it's tangential to say, are they running or is there sacrifice of a given quantity? That's
Is
just tangential to the
allyship
question of whether they're
primary-
ally.
is if you were the United States versus Nazi Germany, is Texas the same thing to you as the Soviet Union?
Analytically, they're different. No.
Okay,
I mean,
so
yes,
when
they're
you
different.
say
Yeah.
allyship, why are you doing this weird game of conflating all allies as the same thing?
I'm literally doing the opposite. I'm
an
trying to
ally-
disentangle. So
Okay,
I'll respond to that. So
do you have the same standards for a never Trumper quote unquote ally as you would for somebody who is in your party?
what kind of standard are you talking about with respect to what?
I asked if you would have the same standard.
With what? I mean, you have different standards for different folks. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I agree. So
For
you have
different things.
standards.
For different
So
things.
Why do you keep comparing Adam and Liz Cheney with fucking Kyle Kalinske?
I'll tell you why. So a criteria is given by someone, let's call him Usurper Hutch, and they give a criteria for being in the tent or not being in the tent. Then we give someone and we apply the criteria. We apply the criteria. We apply the criteria. We apply the criteria that was given to us to some other person to test for consistency.
Okay.
And yeah, that's the answer to that question.
Hutch and Usurp, you guys are horrible. You guys said that those guys were in the Democratic Party tent. Did you guys really say that? Because that's what Pisco's saying
allies.
now.
Yeah,
You
allies.
leave me out of your petty
Allies?
grievance.
Yes, they said they were allies. Yes, correct. Yes.
Hold on, Hutch and Usurp. Would you expect? Let's see if Josiah and Pisco can guess what they're going to answer this. Hutch and Usurp. Would you guess that Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney would vote for a Democrat over a moderate Republican?
No.
No, but that's not the question. That's not the question. That's tangential. Hang on, that's tangential. Hang on, that's tangential. That's tangential.
Did you guess they were going to answer? That's not tangential.
Yeah, it is tangential. The question is on allyship. Yeah. So that's so we're assessing one thing at a time.
In the Soviet Union, the same thing.
No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. So the question. Okay. So the question. So the question is only. The question is whether or not people are in the tent, and it's a different question.
You're equivocating.
There's no equivocation. There's no equivocation. These terms there's no equivocation here. So an equivocation is using different definitions for terms. There's no equivocation here. You can't identify an equivocation.
You're equivocating on the term tent because you're whatever it can mean, whichever you want it to mean. You're being intentionally vague.
No, I'm not being intentionally vague. So I'm the one calling.
Do you consider Adam and Liz people that you would consider Democrats in the future?
Allies was the term we're using. Allies is the term we're using. Why are we changing the term? Who's being slippery with language?
What do you mean by ally here?
That's my fucking question. That's what I ask, and they get fucking pissed when I ask, what do you mean by ally?
Everybody here has an intuitive sense that there's a difference between an ally who is a never Trumper versus you think is a Democrat.
That's by definition an equivocation, isn't it? You're using ally in different senses, yes or no?
No, it's common.
It is by definition an equivocation. You're saying ally is something different, and you're comparing two different things, apples and oranges. That's an equivocation.
Equivocation is when you're being intentionally vague or hazy, like when you say Big Ten, Big Ten, Big Ten.
I'm asking So you're complaining. I'm the one who's asking for clarification about what these people mean with these fucking terms. That's been my whole cause this entire time. So I ask, what do you mean by ally? And Hutch says, what do you mean by what do you mean? Right? They're getting pissed that I'm asking clarifying questions, and you outrageously accuse me of equivocation. It's crazy.
Because what they mean when they say, "Oh, I think that Adam is an ally," and you also say, like, "Oh, well, of course, like Jeffries is an ally." we don't. Do you think they mean the same thing when they say
I would,
that?
I would hope they're not equivocating. That's why I'm
No,
trying to
no.
have
I'm asking
non-equivocation.
you, as a human being, gun to your head. When Hutch, if he says something like, I think Adam Kinzinger is like an ally, and obviously I think that Chuck Schumer's
The
an
truth
ally.
is, I'm
He's
not
an
sure.
ally there. Does he mean the same thing for both
The
those
truth,
people?
the truth is, I'm not sure. I assume when I have this conversation.
And I don't know why you-
Wait.
that's
Let me
really
finish my
crazy to
response.
make.
Let me finish my
Yeah,
response.
that's a crazy
The
statement.
truth is, I'm not. The truth is, I'm not sure. My assumption when I'm having this conversation is that we're not equivocating, right? So when we ask about allyship, my assumption is that Hutch isn't equivocating. That's why I want one standard, one criteria. That's why I'm asking these questions.
You're not going to have the same standard for allies who are never.
So then we are equivocating. If we're using different terms that mean different things, that's equivocation.
No, it's like when somebody says a friend. Like, does a friend of the stream mean that they're going to be at your wedding? Like, what? Like a friend? These are words.
So
that have
that's what
different meanings.
what I'm trying to do is get clarity on language. When he asks whether Hassan is an ally or whether Hassan is in the tent, I need to know what he means.
Then give us new words right now. If you were talking about Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney, I consider these two people, I don't know, friends, allies, whatever. They were willing to stake their political reputations on standing against Trump. I think that's a really admirable thing, and I think it benefits us in the long run and it benefits America. But I wouldn't consider them the same thing as like elected leader Democrats. So what is the different term you would use for them than what you would use for like
I'm not proposing the use of these terms. I'm responding to people who are asking me the question about whether given people such as Kyle or Crystal.
Like the same word. Hold on, but notice how I was able to understand immediately, and I could probably ask more questions. What Hutch and Usurp and anybody else means when they say, "Oh yeah."
Wait. So then say what do they mean by ally?
As in, right now there is a huge confrontation that we have with a foreboding force. We can call it fascism or Trumpism or MAGA or whatever. And these people seem to be standing on the side of basic liberal values. They seem to be people that recognize that they would put country before party, which you usually don't have to when it comes to voting Republican or Democrat. You're not supposed to be putting country before party here. All the parties should be for the country. But they recognize that at the moment, they have to align, at least temporarily, with the Democrats because the Republican Party represents such a great threat. But once that threat is gone, they're immediately back to the Republican side. They're not Democrats, they're Republicans.
So on that notion, Kinzinger is an ally in the same way that a Democrat's an ally. On that notion of allyship.
Oh my God.
On that notion of allyship.
If you take Kyle to be sincere, which I don't, and I don't think you have a good reason to.
Well, okay, no, but like assuming that,
but
if that's all it means, then that's in line with what Josiah was saying.
But I would put Kyle and Crystal more in the.
Everybody understands that Adam Kinzinger is a Republican, but people like you guys keep obscuring that Kyle Kalinske is a Democrat. He's not a Democrat. And once the election is over, we get back to normal.
When did me or Josiah say he was a Democrat?
People like you are going to keep Kyle over here where he's a fucking lunatic. If Kyle Kalinske and Crystal Ball and Ryan Grimm and the Majority Report, if all of these people were to disappear from politics forever, do you know what the seat effect on Democrats would be?
Who knows? I don't know. You think
Zero.
positive?
It would be
Yeah.
nothing.
Okay, so there's no effects, right? So
Exactly. Or it would benefit.
So then
us.
then why the consternation? Then why the consternation?
I think we would gain
hurting us. We're not. It's not like Kyle is out there turning independents or Kyle is out there convincing MAGA to join our party. They're only doing damage.
Okay,
to
so now we're gonna find a quote of either Josiah or I calling Kyle a Democrat. Never heard that happen. Josiah was very clear in the sense in which he's using ally, that Kyle on that vision, assuming he's sincere, is an ally on that view. But he never called him a Democrat. He never said treat them the same as you would treat Hakeem or treat them the same as you treat
Kyle and Crystal wouldn't even call themselves Democrats.
Sure. You guys kept asking earlier, what would you differently? What would you differently? Okay, so I just wrote a little bit. So like Josiah has a video saying Tucker, Pierce, go nuclear on Ben Shapiro. Would you ever have a video titled like this related to the Majority Report or Kyle Kalinske or Jimmy Dore, where they're going like nuclear on each other over disagreements on DSA stuff?
No, because my shit's towards anti-Trump.
Okay. Fuck Bill Maher. Would you ever make a video about that related to Crystal Ball giving an insanely raked over the coals interview to Slotkin or Matt Berenstein and these people abusing the fuck out of Mick Morrow? Would you ever title a video called, okay, fuck Matt, fuck Emma Vigilant?
If she said that she was open to voting for JD Vance, maybe.
You mean like Hassan and Vosh?
You mean like you?
You mean like Hassan and Vosh over
yes,
the two
yes, like Hassan and Vosh and you.
I publicly criticized.
And you said that you were. It's unsure whether or not you vote for AOC.
I said over AOC, assuming a socialist takeover. They said over Gavin Newsom. Hold on. Do you recognize the difference between those two statements?
I'm sorry.
Yes
so when I asked that question,
do you recognize the difference between those two statements? Yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but just an invented thing. I never asked whether or not you vote for AOC given socialist takeover. I asked whether you would vote for AOC or JD Vance. Not assuming
Stephen. Sorry,
takeover.
This is as much. No, the question to you was just as much of a no-brainer as it was to Hassan, and I publicly criticized Hassan when he gave his.
You guys don't even know what communism is. You guys don't see the threat at all. You don't care at all. You're totally blind.
AOC is not a communist.
It's not about AOC being a communist. It's about would she permit, like Mamdani has, as a backdoor, all the commies into the party. That's the issue. I would prefer an economy ran by J.D. Vance over like the Green New Deal that literally destroys 25% or whatever of all corporations and turns them over to worker-owned fucking boards. That's insane. That the Green New Deal is an insane federal jobs guarantee. There's just so much insane shit in the Green New Deal. But we just don't talk about it anymore because it never went anywhere. But now we just look at AOC as like the moderated candidate that's had to move away from like the far left. But it's such a meaningless question. I think
would you back a JD Vance when he said that he wouldn't certify the results of an election that he'd lose?
Yeah, on liberalism grounds, hopefully.
What? Yeah, that's disqualifying to me. But so is being a communist.
Wait a minute. But so, which of the two would you vote for if you had to choose between two disqualified candidates? You said that you would rather have an economy run by JD Vance.
At that point, I would probably take the Kalinsky out and say, well, I don't know who I'm supposed to, and I just wouldn't endorse anybody. If I have to vote between a communist and a fascist, fuck me, dude. That's like
AOC's not a communist. So again, the problem for you is that the hypothetical post, Stephen, the hypothetical post to you was a no-brainer. It was easy. AOC, and every fucking timeline in the multiverse. Period. Just like to say the same fucking thing, the same hypothetical, Stephen, the same hypothetical that was posed to Hassan, Newsom, or JD Vance. That was also a no-brainer. And I criticized Hassan when he said what he said.
Barely.
As a matter of fact, and when you gave your fucking retarded answer on AOC versus JD Vance, I bit my tongue. I'm not here to try to take swings at you and Hassan and everybody else just because you give a fucking stupid answer.
Swing at anybody while they're all swinging at us. You just sit in the corner and do nothing, and then watch them eat the fucking party from the inside. That's the problem. That is the issue. It should be infinitely easier to say, would you vote for a moderate Dem over the fucking...
Should I be taking swings at you over your answer? Should I be taking swings at you over your answer, Stephen?
Communism in 2 years. Like that, what the
fuck? He didn't give you a hard time. Desire didn't give you a hard time.
It wasn't communism versus JD Vance. It was AOC versus JD Vance. You gave a dumb answer. Should I and everybody else be like pointing our ire towards you? I bit my tongue. I bit my tongue. I was like, okay, I disagree with that and moved on.
Yeah, nice. What am I assuming the policy differences are between AOC and JD Vance? Because the stated policies verbally, I'm sorry, he's given better policies and better answers than AOC. I'm sorry if that's offensive, but like that's just true. We can debate on any of the economic policies you want. He sounds like he has a decent understanding of things. Now, I also happen to think that Vance is a fucking fascist who's been brain fucked by fucking Peter Thiel and them, but he hasn't said that. So what the fuck are the assumptions I'm supposed to make? I can make a bunch of crazy assumptions about Vance that aren't even really that crazy based on all of the shit that I think is in his background. But then what, am I just supposed to assume that AOC is going to be a moderate left Dem, like a fucking Gavin Newsom, or like a kind of far left Dem, like Gavin Newsom? Like, what the fuck? Why would I give her so much charitability, especially when you guys have proven that you are completely and totally incompetent when it comes to talking about anything bad to the left, but give infinite lack of charitability to JD Vance?
I don't know how to respond. I mean, like,
I know you don't. Okay.
Yeah.
The comparisons between between Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger and the rest of the Democrats, the big issue that I have is that when you guys talk about like, well, these other guys have realized they made a mistake, can you think of a single political hit or sacrifice, a single unpopular thing that any of these lefties has said or done in service to the Democratic Party ever?
Unpopular with respect to the overall country or to their base?
With the midterms,
their constituency, the voter constituency, the far lefties, I'm assuming in the case of lefties.
Them acknowledging that the Democratic Party is
because you know I got one in the pocket, right? And you know I got one for AOC.
Who's their base?
Yeah. The left wing of the Democratic Party, correct?
The socialists and the communists. So have they ever taken a hit
yes
between
and
those?
You know
people?
they have, and you know AOC voting against drumroll the Iron Dome or voting president. She lost the endorsement of DSA.
Hold on. I'm not talking about AOC. I'm talking about the media people. Your Kyle Kalinsky.
Okay.
That's what I said.
I thought we were just talking about politicians. Now we're back to I thought we were talking about So Kinzinger and Cheney versus Kalinsky and Crystal Ball in terms of taking an unpopular position.
Any of the left-wing media people, any of like the lefties, the
DSA there's no equivalent to Kinzinger or Cheney. None.
Yeah, there's nothing close.
There's nothing at all. Nothing close. There's nothing at all.
I'm not sure of that. I'm not the lore master for all their.
I mean,
Kyle, no. The answer is no. The answer is no. I can't think of something off the top of my head.
Saying that he would drag his balls over broken glass to vote for a centrist candidate over a MAGA Republican is probably not what leftists want to hear. The fact that he said that.
Do you guys think they will support anybody in the primaries or
No, him
generals?
saying that. No,
Political
you asked for a statement they gave that would rub their base wrong or whatever. And Josiah said the statement that they would,
Because
go
it's
and
not
vote
going
for
to
Joe
rub their base
Manchin.
wrong because they'll understand that like things like AIPAC and Israel are non-negotiables. They understand that when he says that.
Is that contradicting what Josiah said? I thought you asked for an example. Josiah gave
No,
one.
because there's not a hit taken there. Nobody's like, wow, like you're right, bro. Like these people constantly equate Democrats and Republicans as essentially being the same thing.
So
especially
we're,
in the
we're
same
defining the scope of potential positions they could take to only be contrary to their positions on Israel, I guess, and genocide. And it seems like every time we go through this exercise, it comes down to that it turns into a merits discussion on their position on Israel Palestine. And only if they took a position contrary to that.
They've turned it into that. They've decided that that is the hill to die on, and they've made that a non-negotiable is the most radical fucking position on a topic they happen to know nothing about.
I don't know that they ever taken a position that you're saying would qualify, which is contrary to their position on Gaza, Israel, Palestine. I don't know that they've ever taken a position.
The best example is when Kyle.
How you guys think that these guys could abstain from the Harris-Trump election, but they're going to come out for moderate Dems in the midterms.
But the best example,
I can't even believe it.
Hang on. The best example of Kyle doing this, and he actually did kind of like surprise me a little bit, was there was like a brief window, like 3 or 4 months during the Biden presidency, when he railed on Breonna Joy Gray in that conversation they had. And he genuinely went back for Biden in a way that I think probably pissed off a lot of his fans. But that, again, that lasted literally like 3 or 4 months. And then as soon as October 7th popped off, it was just off to the races at that point.
So in your view, there have been examples of it, Hutch?
That was literally the one example, just the one. I'm just saying.
One's more than zero.
It's more than zero. It's just literally one time. One time he did that.
All right. I mean, what is this all for? I mean, is any of this inconsistent? Assume that it's true. Assume that it's true that they've only done it one time. So what? What is that inconsistent with Josiah or my positions? What is the contradiction? What is the problem?
You guys keep complaining that the Democratic brand sucks, and I agree that it does. But part of the reason why it sucks is because when people look at the Democrats, they don't know who the fuck the Democrats are, and nobody in the Democratic Party is able to look at the far lefty lunatics and say, that's not us. So these guys get to constantly dominate the messaging. They constantly get to have Fox News throwing up fucking Hassan and fucking all these lunatic weirdo fucks who are happy to go on there and prance around because they know they're not hurting their fucking lunatic socialist base, and then they can gerrymander us out of fucking districts. They can fight us on every fucking part of the media while the lefties are doing the exact fucking same. And when any moderate left person is looking for any support whatsoever, they don't get it. They go on breaking points and they get fucking destroyed by Crystal Ball. Neither of you fucking say anything. They go on Matt Berenstein. McMurrow gets fucking destroyed by Matt and fucking Emma. Neither of you guys fucking say anything. Every fucking place in the alternative media that they go to, besides Hutch's channel or mine, I guess, they get fucking mind fucked. And neither of you.
No, that's not true.
I've
interviewed Democratic Congresspeople and Democratic senators.
Fighters. They won't stand up.
We gave Mark Kelly a hand job. We gave a bunch of people hand jobs.
Yeah, so Stephen, you're just objectively wrong. You're just objectively wrong. I've interviewed Democratic Congresspeople and Democratic senators, and I don't fucking rake them over the coals. David Packman does the same thing. Brian Tyler Cohen. You're just wrong.
Hey, Josiah, I looked up.
I'm sure there are some. Okay, maybe there are a couple channels on the lib left that
we've done it. We've given hand jobs to these politicians.
You're talking to someone.
That's fine, but you guys have nothing to say when the far left rake these people over the
coals. Says who? Okay, like you can find.
Wait, if I go through your channel, is there heavy criticism of you? No, actually, wait. Why am I even asking this? I watched you defend those dog shit fucking interviews. You're fucking crazy, bro. You slurped both of them up defending the horrible fucking roast session that I think Crystal Ball gave to fucking Slotkin. And I don't know if you covered the Berenstein.
So you're taking the view that if you are not outraged by the Crystal Ball interview of Alyssa Slotkin, you're like definitionally bad faith or something. But yeah, I'm sorry.
Did I say bad faith?
I guess I don't know what the conclusion is. That I'm unwilling to call it the left. Maybe I disagree with you.
What?
You also got another one in here, Mockler, who does the same thing. Like when he interviews Democratic senators and congresspeople, it's a polite interview. He's not raking them over the coals. It's a massive platform. It's friendly.
Yes, but nobody will limit the far left people who attack those people. Like, it's nice that you guys are nice, but the far left never will be. And you guys give nice interviews to far left candidates. The far left will never give nice interviews
to liberals. Wait, and more liberal candidates. I mean, we gave nice interview to Mark Kelly.
Yes, but I'm saying you guys will be nice to the lunatic fucking far left people. The far left people will never be nice. Do you understand that one-way treadmill like only moves to rot the party, moves people further left?
Yeah. So I acknowledge that is true, and I think that that's bad, and that they grade on a curve, and that they will never, I think, treat with respect the liberal candidate and will use bombastic rhetoric, and it's bad. I just don't know how that's contradictory with our view. I mean, we are willing to criticize those creators.
And Hutch,
Well,
no,
I mean,
not
you
sorry,
don't ever criticize
Josiah.
creditors.
Josiah, real
Okay.
quick. I looked at your channel from around the time that Hassan said that he wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom over JD Vance, and I don't see a single video of you talking about
I didn't do
that.
a video on it. I did on Twitter.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Largest left-leaning streamer, Hassan Piker, by the way, but
We both criticized. I mean, Josiah made a big tweet about it. I did a review of it. I thought Mockler did a really good job when he got concessions there, and like, yeah. So we've covered that. We've criticized Hassan. It just seems like it's not enough. That we're not doing it enough.
What happened to Massey when he showed skepticism of Donald Trump? What happened to Marjorie Taylor Greene? Do you see how it's not the same? Do you see how the right knows how to keep like their own in line, and they don't like host their own like cancerous rot?
Yeah. We don't have the power. We don't have the power to do what Trump does vis-a-vis Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Doesn't
because
exist.
you're not even willing to exercise the smallest amount of it. You get bullied by, admittedly, a small faction of the party. Like legislatively, these guys are like fucking 4 seats maybe, I guess, if you count all 4 Justice Dems, and then whatever the 3 incoming DSA seats are. But like, it's not like they have it. They just have a lot of media power. But because nobody is willing to say anything further left, not only does it hurt our own party on the inside, it makes the Republicans attack us easier.
Hutch criticized the left. I've seen Soypill say that he hates Hassan or something, and he's been critical, even though he doesn't agree with you guys on everything. In terms of your conclusions on socialists and left wingers or whatever, Josiah, I have seen him criticize far left people on his Twitter account. Maybe it's just a prescription that Josiah should be using his platform to make videos about it. And I heard that from I forget who it was.
Somebody even brought up this tweet. This is like the nicest, gentlest fucking tweet ever in terms of Josiah criticizing Hassan. He doesn't even name him. In terms of like criticizing Hassan, like the very worst Democrat is objectively better than any MAGA candidate. He could have said something like, I can't say because Newsom needs to earn my vote if he wants to apply leverage. If I watched the video, I think I did watch your video on Bill Maher, who I agree is a fucking piece of shit. It was 1,000,000 times more brutal than Hassan, who's supposed to be on our team, right?
Maher's supposed to be on our team, not Hassan. Bill Maher is supposed to be on our team more than Hassan is.
Okay, my brain is fried on that comment. I don't even know, but okay.
Wait, what do you mean you don't know? What do you mean you don't know, Stephen? Which of the two self-identifies as a Democrat? Which of the two self-identifies as a Democrat? Which of the two self-identifies as a Democrat?
I feel like Bill Maher is like, I'm an
correct. Bill Maher.
Democrat.
Bill Maher says he's a Democrat. Bill Maher says he votes for Democrats. Bill Maher is supposed to be on the team much more than Hassan. So by your own logic, I should be holding him to a higher standard than Hassan Piker.
So
and by the way, with my
wait, so you're telling me that this ultra gentle tweet of like, we should hold his hand and help him be making better decisions is about somebody who's adversarial to the party? Because it looked like it was phrased to like a fellow Democrat who's almost completely aligned with us, and he's just like a little bit off on some things.
No, it's to a massive content creator who I guess at times endorses or supports very specific Democratic candidates, but who uses his platform irresponsibly and gives a shitty answer to a no-brainer question. If you want to say that I don't want to pre-commit to a specific Democratic candidate because I'll forfeit all my leverage, that's one thing. It's kind of like where I was fine with the uncommitted movement during the Democratic primary.
Do you think that's not a thing?
No, what Josiah is saying is Bill Maher, on your own terms, identifies as a Democrat, and Hassan doesn't. And secondly, that Bill Maher said he's considering voting for a Republican, which isn't what Hassan said. Maybe that's explaining why one gets the one reaction versus the other. Those are just things that I don't know. I mean, this hall monitor behavior, in my opinion, is kind of cringe. It's a criticism, right? It's a criticism of Hassan.
What do you mean hall monitor behavior?
You're looking at his dick. You're looking to inspect like what his tweets are and the nature of the criticism, and you're basically being like virtue signal harder, bro. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. Notice how all the lefties do this to their own and how all of MAGA does this? Why are we the only people that can't, like, show support for their party? You see the problem?
You think Josiah doesn't show support for his party?
Really?
What?
I don't support the party.
That's not what I said. I said, why
you
is
said,
it that
you said we don't expect people to show support for our party. Are you talking about me or are you talking about Hassan?
I'm talking about enforcing standards amongst people that are supposed to be Democrats. It seems like the right can do this, MAGA can do this, and the far left hankies absolutely do this. So why can't the center left do this? Why can't we ever enforce a standard anywhere?
In terms of calling it out, we do. You do. We all do, to one extent or another. That's what I did with Bill Maher. Bill Maher is supposed to be, again, listen, I'm an old school liberal. I'm a Democrat. I voted Democrat in every election. But you know what? My vote's up in the air 2028. And then for all the reasons I laid out, and yet you agreed with in your review of my video, the guy who said that, yeah, my number one issue is that people won't concede elections. Well, Bill Maher says that he might give his vote to the guy who specifically said he wouldn't concede an election if he'd been in Mike Pence's position. So by definition, Bill Maher should be like, I'll either vote for the Democrat or I won't vote at all. But no way in fuck would I vote for J.D. Vance.
Maybe I've just seen different stuff. My impression that I feel like Bill Maher hasn't been like a Democrat since like fucking 2016. Maybe I'm just like super off on
You're
that.
wrong. You're wrong.
Okay. Yeah. Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Okay, somebody linked a New York Post article from 2025 with Bill Maher drops bomb about his political affiliation. Quote, I was never a Democrat, end quote.
Oh.
What do you mean, never what?
Bill Maher says he never left the Democratic Party because he was never there to begin with. Quote, I never was a Democrat to begin with, end quote. Bill Maher said during his Club Random podcast released on Saturday with his guest actor, Esai Morales. Quote, I always like caucus with the Democrats, and I generally vote for them, end quote, the comedian said. Bill Maher said that he's anticipating a day when the Democratic Party will be, quote, as insane, end quote, as the Republican Party. I feel like he's like one of the guys who's like, I like weed and shit, but like I feel like the woke stuff is too much. That's always been my impression.
Yes, he's a guy who's always complained about the Democratic Party, but he just said in that, and I'm glad you provided the rest of that quote, that he caucuses with the Democrats and votes for Democrats. He's a Democrat. He's more of a Democrat than Hassan is.
I think you'd grant that.
I would have considered Joe Rogan, like 2018, to be more of a Democrat than Bill Maher. Would you agree with that or disagree with that?
I think I disagree.
Beg your pardon?
I would have considered Joe Rogan in like 2016 to 2018, like that time frame. I would have considered Joe Rogan to be more of like a Democrat than Bill Maher.
I disagree with that. I was shocked. I was shocked with what you just said with Bill Maher. I always viewed him as a Democrat guy, and I never viewed him other than that. Like I feel like he's always. I mean, he had an HBO show, and before that, like where he's always glazing Democrats. So I mean, whether he identifies as that, I think you would consider him as more of a Democrat than Hassan. To his highest point.
Through Obama, sure, but after that, I don't know. Okay.
He voted for Obama. He voted for Clinton. He voted for Biden. Supported Kamala.
Okay, here's my final question. Do you think that in the upcoming primaries, if you look at like Stevens and
I'll say it.
Do you think that do you think that these guys are really gonna like full-throatedly endorse Stevens if El Sayed loses his race?
By full-throatedly, you mean enthusiastic? No, I don't think so in any world.
No.
And you guys are okay with that? That's crazy.
I'm not okay with that. Why do you think we're okay with that?
You are okay with it. Your actions speak louder than words.
Wait, how are we okay with that?
That's so insane to me.
I'm gonna buy a Haley Stevens T-shirt.
Republican Party is so much more lit than this. It's so cocked. Like, yeah, if their candidate they want to win loses, the fake doctor guy with fucking real estate in Dubai, yeah, then I probably, but there are allies. It's just so insanely cucked to me. I actually can't fucking believe it.
But then don't say we're okay with it. Just say that we're cucks and we're not loud enough about it. But like,
what does it mean to be?
What's the difference?
The difference is we do have a dispositional attitude against them not being enthusiastic in supporting the Democrat. And I would wear a Haley Stevens punishment.
They're not even here participating in the Democratic primary. They're just here using El Sayed as a vector to attack Democrats. And if he wins, they'll use it as a bigger vector to attack Democrats. And if he loses, then they'll still shit on Democrats.
So you think that you don't think that they're genuinely supportive of El Sayed? You think they're lying about that? It's just a means to an end to like shit on Dems.
Insofar as he's a tool, yeah.
That's why they.
Wait on a second.
Until Tom Steyer showed up.
Hutch, you think that?
And why they hated soldiers until fucking four-term fucking dark, what was it, Blackwater fucking Iraqi deployed totem cop, fucking Plattner the rapist showed up and they were okay with him. Like, yeah, they have no fucking.
So were you, and so were you for the general, and just.
I legitimately support the Democratic Party, not just trying to.
Okay,
but
I want to ask.
Wait. Why did you just say so? Do you think that my support came from the same place as the lefties? As the DSA
I didn't claim it did.
If Chuck Schumer,
no.
If Chuck Schumer came out with a totem call tattoo tomorrow, they wouldn't be defending it.
Oh my God, bro, it would be
I
over, bro.
never claimed that they would be defending it. I never claimed that they're not don't have double standards. I'm just saying you were willing to look past those things too. Now they're probably hypocritical on that, but that's listen. And you don't even have to look at that. You can just look at how they dealt with like Azov or whatever, and saying that we're just funny Nazis. I hear you on all that stuff. I agree. But Hutch just said, oh, they would use them as tools. They're using El Sayed as tools. Isn't there a quote from you, Hutch, where you're like the Democratic Party is just a tool? Isn't that like a benign opinion?
Wait, hang on. But tools to what end? That's the question. The tool that they want to use him for is to basically destroy the Democratic Party that they claim is like a fundamentally evil institution. So their goal is to not like their primary goal is to not beat MAGA and Trump and Republicans. Their primary goal is to fester like a cancer within the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I feel like you guys don't understand. When they say we want to defeat fascism, they're talking about the Republicans and the Democrats. That's who they're talking about.
Talk about you.
I don't know. What?
What about what?
They're talking about you and Pisco and us and all of us. They're talking about us, not just Republicans.
I just want to go put this out there because I found this article here. So, quote, I was never a Democrat to begin with. I always like caucus with the Democrats. I generally vote for them. I always vote for them, but I always look at it like, no, I'm actually going to make up my mind. They're just always less scary and less insane than the Republicans, but I wait for the day when it evens out. And also the title of it, Bill Maher drops bomb about his political affiliation. The reason it's a bomb is because everyone considers him a Democrat. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a bomb. And he says in there, he's a Democrat. When it comes to his vote and his support, he always votes Democrat.
No, I mean, like, again,
he endorsed
I feel
Bernie Sanders in 2016. Then he endorsed Hillary Clinton when she won the primary. He
certainly more than
Joe
Hassan.
Biden.
I think you guys can grant that more than Hassan.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I would expect Hassan to be more of a Democratic player than Bill Maher if he was truly on the left. I just don't consider Bill Maher to be like the Democrat guy.
I was surprised that he said he's not a Democrat. I'm going to be honest with you. And
so was I. So was I. I was genuinely stunned there, and then I saw the full clip where he's one of those.
Biggest people who was like the woke shit has gone too far. Bill Maher complained about woke as much as any fucking comedian dude. He fucking hates the woke shit.
Yes, he bitches about the left, Stephen. He hates the left, and you said that you identify with Bill Maher a lot too. You say that in the past. So, like, this shouldn't be a surprise. He's an establishment, old school liberal who votes Democrat over Republican.
When I say I identify with him, I mean, like, I get the woke cringe shit, but on magnitude, the reason why I agreed with your video is because the wokies are annoying as fuck. But JD Vance saying that he couldn't even give that the election, he would certify the results is so much worse. But like, I'm just saying, like, I don't know.
Right, and that's why I flipped out on Maher, is because it's just like, this is a betrayal of everything that you said you valued. And even when it was articulated to him, like, well, you say you care about elections, and the Republicans, including Vance, don't support elections and don't accept the outcome. And then Maher's like, well, that's just shit that, they have to say. It's just like, come on, you know better than this.
Okay. All right.
Well, I think I have a clear prescription now. The next time this happens,
I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that in 3 months I'll be salty on stream. Okay, but I'll be happy if all these lefty people are legitimately super fucking gung ho for all the moderate.
They're not going to be gung ho for Haley Stevens. We told you we're not predicting that. That's not the prediction. Wait. Why do you say fuck me? We never said that they're going to be gung ho.
Are you okay having a coalition inside the party that's only here to advocate for radical leftists to rot the party out, but they're never going to run anything against other Republicans?
No, I'm not okay with people with that intent. I'm not okay with that. I mean I don't like it.
But how do you deal with it?
Yeah, criticize them as needed. Criticize them as appropriate.
Nobody does.
What else do you suggest? Kill them, or do what?
Oh my God!
What do we do?
Do nothing? Is that it?
Pisco? No. Tell us what to do. What do we do?
I already listed. I said if there is infighting between like DSA people and moderate Dems, would anybody make a video on it? You guys, or at least Josiah said no, he wouldn't. If there was like a far lefty that gave a really fucking retarded take when Vosh or Hassan, as much as they're irrelevant or whatever, they're the two largest lefty streamers. When they say things like I wouldn't support Gavin Newsom over fucking JD Vance.
I did a whole fucking stream on that, and Josiah had a tweet about it.
Insane amount of anti-Semitism, but I understand that. Fuck Jews base. Okay, who cares? And the fact that you guys think that Ossoff would be anywhere near the good boy list on either of these two people is fucking insane. They will all fucking dogpile the Jew dude if he gets anywhere fucking near an actual big office.
Same with Shapiro.
I just don't think that like the amount of criticism, like, well, in a live stream once, and I made a big tweet.
Yeah, so we criticize. You acknowledge we criticize. You just think the criticism is insufficient. It should be more prominent. It should be more. It should be louder, and it should be more vituperative.
Well, why do we criticize? What is the point of criticism?
There's many different purposes that one can have for criticism: to
Yeah,
change
the point
opinions,
of
to make content, to
push a change. I criticize a thing because I want that thing to change. If it's a small light tweet that isn't really even seen by the other person and there's no social pressure attached to it, there's no change there. It's just like this thing that was like dropping into the atmosphere. It means nothing.
I mean, there are multiple purposes to criticism. Another is to make a name for yourself, to get your audience to understand how you think, and to spread your opinions among other individuals who your audience is. It doesn't necessarily mean changing the specific position of whoever it is that you're interacting with. But yeah, I mean, like I think that I'm vocal when I disagree with lefties. I mean, I have had screaming matches with lefties. I reviewed content of Hassan. I've reviewed the debate with Mockler, and I thought Mockler did a good job.
Okay, all right, listen. Hutch and Usurp, I love you too very much. Josiah, I still love you very much. Pisco, I love you like 70%. Okay, fuck you. I love you guys. Be careful.
All right, see you, buddy.
Bye, buddy.
I'm
It
tired as
sounds
well,
like he
boys.
just wants the asymmetric media landscape thing on our end. He just wants the power of the asymmetric media landscape, and that's what he's upset about. And we can't fix that.
DGG, I hope you're happy I have done everything in my power to avoid screaming at Steven, and it finally fucking happened. I hope all of you are happy for making this.
I didn't mean for this to
You're
happen.
happy.
What the fuck? I just wanted to talk to Pisco. I just had a question.
Yeah, sorry, my screen cut out, but
do everything in my power to keep this coalition together.
The coalition, guys. We have to stop on these loops because
this tent together.
Yeah, Josiah needs
and
to.
You made me break my one rule.
It's okay.
Your one rule is don't yell at Steven. I mean, that's
my one rule is to try to avoid screaming at every major ally,
except for
as
Bill
much as I
Maher.
possibly can.
Except for Bill Maher.
But
then you'll make a video that says fuck Bill Maher.
But Bill Maher said he would vote for JD Vance.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
When Steven said that, I tried not to. I just bit my tongue and moved on, and here we are. And now it finally happened.
All right, well, I think it's gonna call it unless there's other shit. I mean, Persec, did you feel like you got your word out, or is there some additional thing that you wanted to ask us?
Yeah, not too much. Basically, are you guys familiar with like the polling for like how familiar with the polling? I guess for like how fertile the soil is right now for, no pun intended, like the farmers and sort of like the more rural folk right now that are super not impressed with how Trump is doing.
I'm not sure about the polling on rural farmers.
Dude, as somebody who grew up in Kentucky, I'm just the bulk of these motherfuckers. It is Lucy in the football. They voted for him in 2016. They voted for him in 2020. Vote for him in 2024, and he's done it to them twice. Picked a trade war with China, fucked them over, especially soybean farmers, and he had to pay government subsidies to get us out of that the first time, and he's basically trying to do the same thing. He constantly fucks these people over, and they vote for him every time.
Well, I think as of right now, the polling is showing that there is some sort of opportunity right now for those folk. And kind of in the aggregate, I really hope that the midterms, because of we already know they're low turnout, if the midterms are kind of comprised of a very small handful of like very loud and then kind of poorly branded and then like illiberal, sort of broken off of the Democratic Party races. In my eyes, that kind of nationalizes the entire ticket.
But that's not what's happening. Like the Democrats are being really strategic. They're running like independents in Nebraska and
but I understand what he's saying. They're going to try to nationalize, it, especially after that Fox.
From a perspective, it makes it way easier to.
There's diminishing returns there, especially when a Democrat can just be like, "I'm not them." Like Joe Biden did this shit too. When didn't Trump push him and he's like, I'm the party. I'm the leader of the. That was a pretty base moment. So
and he grabbed Bernie out by the scruff and just punched him repeatedly in the face on the debate
so
stage.
That's what if there's evidence that this will actually scuttle the swing voters or whatever, then present it. But people don't, because I think it's intuition and it's vibes, and I can't tell you that I know you're wrong, but I'm not convinced of it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I think the difference is like whenever Biden does it, Biden is like a liberal Democrat, but I don't think that we really have like a model for what actually happens.
No,
we have like an actual like commie.
We're talking about not the DSA members distinguishing themselves. We're talking about people like Ossoff distinguishing themselves and people in these swing districts. And so that's consistent, right? I'm assuming you think that Ossoff and, I don't know, the rural independent, is it Dan Osborne in Nebraska, that he's like definitionally liberal as in small, whatever.
I don't think he's even committed to publicly caucusing with the Democrats. Probably a smart move.
Listen. We find a candidate who is slightly racist, vaguely homophobic, and runs on economic populism. That's the model.
Straight white male.
There's no rape
middle-aged.
allegations.
It's none of that.
That
No
is-
totem cuffs.
We could do
There's
without
some
those.
flexibility there.
Oh.
There's some flexibility there.
Okay, both you motherfuckers need to go to bed.
Yeah, I have
and
work
we're
in
gonna end
4
this.
hours. So
All
have a
right.
good night, everybody. I love you all. Thank you so
Everyone
much.
leave. Thank
Yeah.
you for being here. This was a huge waste of time.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye,
See you guys.
guys.
Bye-bye.
Like,
Take
you
care.
gotta listen. This was wild.
Okay, holy shit, guys. I didn't mean it to turn into that, but at least that was interesting. Holy shit, the Pisco Vortex is something else. I love that. I love the kid, but Jesus fucking Christ. It does feel like everything gets pedantic at some point. Yeah, that's just a lot. That's a lot to deal with. The thing is, I used to always argue politics at home with my father. And ever since moving out and like not living at home, I just don't have the same chops when it comes to arguing politics. That's why I need to get into more debates so I can just like get more experience with it, because I don't think I did too good. But that's fine. I still did it. I don't give a fuck. Who cares? I don't expect myself to do good, so that's okay. But that was fun. I think that was a good time. Yeah, that needed to be done. I think it had run its course at that point. It's Coke boat parties are careening towards the horseshoe. Exactly. And that was my biggest point. I just want people to realize that these people are just as bad as Nazis. And if I can get that message out there, that's fucking amazing. I'm happy about that. That's a liberal position. We need pedophile, rapist, serial killer, misogynist, chill. Yeah, it's true. All right, guys. Thank you so much for stopping by. I don't mean to just run out, but I work at fucking 8 in the morning. So I'm fucked for tomorrow, by the way. I'm 36. I can't handle this shit. All right, I'm not a kid anymore. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'll be live again tomorrow. Probably going over some of this shit. I know a lot of you are watching on DGG. I love you, DGG. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Have a good night. Be safe. I love you. Thanks again for stopping by. Take care. Peace out.